Honestly, probably should have reset my PC before going live. Oh well, we'll just have to deal with this. Hey, welcome back, Bread, over in YouTube chat, and say same to you, Muhammad. As for you, Mr. Klaus. Hey, Hannah. Hey, Zell, over on Twitch chat. What is this? No geo damage. That's fine. Hey, yo, Viola Sasano, welcome back. Hey, Evan, over on YouTube. Managed to get Furry Boy to C4 for a Geo Healer. No more gems left, and you didn't get Chiori. Ugh. Well, hopefully next time then, because I'm sure you're gonna want to save for Arlecchino now. Finally grinding enough to get a character guaranteed, so hopefully Arlecchino is Novelet or Alhaitham tier. From what the initial reports that I'm hearing, Arlecchino should be at least as good. There are some rumors that Arlecchino is basically Hu Tao but better. We'll see how true those rumors are when she actually comes out, but we shall see. Hey Ken, welcome back. How's it going, man? You pulled on new Jessica Alter banner? I should probably do that after I'm done with the weeklies on Genshin, actually. Because I haven't touched, what is it? I haven't touched, Arknights yet. You rolled on her, Jessica Alter's banner and you got Blemish Shine. Why is Arknights making your account so defender heavy? Sometimes it can be like that. But yeah. Having some account diversity is obviously best. Did you hear the news on Z3? They reworked the TV system for the new beta incoming. I did not hear that, and honestly, I'm not sure if I understand because I never got into any of the Z3 betas. I signed up for this third one coming up, We'll see if I get into that one. But even if I do get in there, into the third Z3 beta, I'm not really gonna understand how the TV system worked before. I did hear that some people, like especially on Reddit, which, you know, Reddit opinions are always questionable. But I did hear that it was a major concern that yeah, like there was a little bit too much to do. The whole TV thing was like a little bit too much, apparently. So maybe that rework you're talking about is gonna pacify the Redditors, I guess. I don't know. How's your work, Tuhu? You mean as in like my employment, or like my YouTube stuff, like my content creation stuff? You just beat MOC 12 on dual stars for the first try. Hey, congrats, man! Welcome to the MOC 12 club. You finally made it. The TV thing should just be like a mini game, but hope you get into the next beta. Yeah, hopefully I do. And yeah, whatever the concern with the TV thing was about, hopefully they improved it. Okay, weekly is done. We can get some of these done, actually. Blood, how much can your PC handle? Quite a bit. It's got an i9 CPU, i9 12900K. I think that's pretty good. And it's got 32 gigs RAM, so those are two PC parts that you really want to have really good parts for when it comes to playing, like having all these gacha games up at the same time. Obviously, your average gacha game player isn't gonna need frickin' 10 gacha games up all at once. So what I'm doing is obviously very extreme. But if for whatever reason you want to do whatever the fuck I'm doing, which is have 10 gacha games up and running at the same time, then yeah, you look for a good CPU, you look for lots of RAM. Ideally. Let's see. I'm actually not sure where like a cooking station is. I suppose we can go over here. Both. Employment situation is still looking dire as ever. I keep getting rejection notice after rejection notice. However, I do have 2 interviews lined up for tomorrow. One in person and one digital, so... and I think I have a decent chance, at least, with one of them. The other one's kind of a Hail Mary, though. So I don't expect anything to come out of that once I'm done with the interview. But the other one, I actually think I may have a decent chance, at least. But we'll see. We'll see what comes of that. Actually, is there even a cooking station here? This is a restaurant, but then again, I'm sure if there's even a cooking station inside this building. Probably not. As for YouTube stuff, I've been trying to get out consistent videos every day. Obviously, I'm not the best at doing that because, unlike most other content creators, I don't rely on React content, even though I really should. I still have a bad habit of trying to make my own content, like edit and make my own videos. And I don't have anybody. I can't afford to pay an editor to edit videos for me. So, like, after I'm done with this stream today, I'm gonna work on the script for my next video. And then, if I work fast enough, I'll be able to have it up by tomorrow. But we'll see if I'm even able to do that. But I'm trying. Bless my little soul, my small content creator soul. I'm trying. I might as well go over to Mondstadt. Fuck it. How many games are you running simultaneously? 10. You can count it. Just started tuning in. Have you ever heard of a game called Counterside? I have. It's a Korean gacha. It's like a Korean side-scrolling auto battler gacha game. It's definitely unique. If I'm gonna be polite about it. Bluntly, it's very weird. But then again, a lot of gacha games are pretty weird to begin with. Oh, I don't need to be here. Early stream? Yeah, earlier than usual. And hey, Omni Stuff, how's it going, man? Good luck with the interviews. Believe in you. Hey, thanks, man. Hopefully I at least get one of them. But we'll see. At first you thought it was a background, but they're actual games. Oh yeah, no, they're all actual games. Like, for example, the Star Rail screen. Yeah, I can control it right now. They're all running in the background. Have there been any gacha games you didn't like playing? Actually, yes. If you count games that I, when you ask game gachas that I don't like playing, if you also count gacha games that I tried and then eventually dropped, then yes, the answer is yes. At this point, there's been about, I want to say at least two gacha games that I've tried, but eventually dropped. I mean, technically 3, but for the purposes of your question, just 2. Greetings from Lotto Hell. Hopefully you're enjoying the lottery mines down in FGO. Get them boxes, bruh. See, 14. Just finished watching a few good videos of mine. Yeah, great work, man. Keep it up. Hey, thanks, man. Thanks for watching those videos. Greatly appreciated. How much did chiori cost? Exactly $0, actually. I got very lucky with my chiori rolls, and I got chiori herself within 2 multis, and then her weapon within 2. So technically, chiori didn't cost me anything, but I got extremely lucky with her pulls. Like, I think that's the first time it's ever happened where I've gotten 4 early 5 stars in a row. Like, I don't remember the last time that's ever happened. So I assume that's the first time that's ever happened on my account. Let's see, we need ham, and we need more fish. Good luck and can't wait for you to whale at FGO anniversary. Is going to be Pocket Chalk and Whale Wars. We'll see if she's down for Whale Wars. If enough people ask, I think I'll try to remember to hit her up about a possible Whale Wars. That being said, I just want you to know that there's a chance that it might happen because there might be some plans around that time. So stay tuned and we'll let you know if there will be a Whale Wars around that time. So we'll see. I wonder if there is a vendor that sells fish. Maybe in Liyue, perhaps? Hey Ren, welcome back. How's it going? Yeah, same to you too. Hope you have a good day. Or hope you're enjoying your day so far. What games did you drop? Personally, you can't do the only Korean full voiceover games, but you're trying to give them a chance. The 3 gacha games, I'll just include them all, that I dropped were, the first one was Magia Record, the EN server, and the second one was Toho Lost Word. Yeah, okay. What is it? Ooh, new recipe. Nice. So Wangming Parlor sells fish then. Keep that in mind. Might as well buy the flour and the sugar here too. Let's see, go over to Inazuma, see if they sell fish too. I would expect them to. And then the third one, which is the most recent one, and it's a game that I've actually been playing for years, and it was actually one of my main gacha games, but I recently dropped because it just got a little bit too much for me. Was Girls Frontline, which is the game on the second from the right, second from the bottom right. Okay, yeah. This dude sells fish. Oh, where the hell am I? Oh, I spawned in the... I went to the wrong teleporter. I was like, what the... Fish are at the docks. In, what, Sumeru? I'll check down here real quick then. Okay, yeah. This lady sells fish. I don't need any crabs or shrimp. See if this dude sells any more fish. No, this is just the general store, so he probably doesn't sell anything. I wonder if there's another grocer that sells shit, because usually there should be one. Maybe we can look up here real quick. Doesn't look like it. Okay. So how do you afford this much if you play like 10 games? Do you have time for other things? I'll answer the second part first. Yes, I do have time for other things, because the trick with me playing all these gacha games at once is that I didn't start them all at once. The biggest mistake that... Get a call real quick. False alarm. But yeah, anyways, where was I? The biggest mistake that new gacha players make, or like people like getting into gacha games in a big way, the biggest mistake that they make is that they have so much fun with one gacha game, they want to try another, and they want to try another, and they want to try another. The trap that gacha games kind of unintentionally, but like sort of naturally build up for you as a player is that almost every gacha game, with only a few exceptions, has a very fun early game, right? Because when you first start a new gacha game, right, it's a new game, right? You have fun with it simply because it's new. It's a new experience. You don't know what's going on, and the novelty of starting a new game is always fun, right? Not only that, but typically speaking, in the beginning of the game, you also have a few chances to roll for stuff, and if you get something good, then that's even better, right? So most of the gacha games in the very beginning, their early games, are very fun, and they're very, you know, captivating, addicting if you want to go that far, and so on and so forth. But again, almost without exception, almost all gacha games, eventually, when you play it enough, right, eventually you get out of early game and you get into the grindy ass mid game, right, where you start hitting roadblocks, you start hitting obstacles to your progression, and you realize at this point, it's at this point where you have to, like, you know, start waiting for daily resets. You gotta wait for your stamina to come back in order to keep playing, blah blah blah, whatever the obstacles may be. So a lot of gacha players who aren't familiar with gacha games make the mistake of hitting that mid-game like threshold, and being and they're not satisfied yet, right? They want to be able to play more of this gacha game, but they can't because of these arbitrary, artificial gates to their progression. But if they don't want to spend money, there's not much they can do about it. And even if you spend money, a lot of the time for a lot of gacha games, it's not just about, oh, you spend money and you can keep progressing, right? Sometimes for a lot of games, for a lot of gacha games, it's more complicated than that. So either way, right, eventually, no matter if you're a free-to-play or if you're a whale, you eventually hit like this roadblock of mid-game where you can't really progress further until you spend more time on it, which involves you waiting for daily resets and shit like that. So a lot of players then make the mistake of being like, well, I want to keep playing more of these gacha games. What other games, but I can't keep playing this one, so what other games are out there that are like this? And so they start looking for other gacha games to play. And so they pick up another gacha game. And they go through that cycle all over again of going through a very fun early game, but then eventually, you know, after maybe a day or two, or, you know, if you're really fast, maybe a couple hours, of going through that really fun early game, and then hitting that very boring mid game again, where you gotta wait your ass for daily reset and more stamina to, you know, play the game more. So you do that enough times, and you get to the point where you realize you have all these gacha games on your hands that you now need to maintain. That's what a lot of gacha game players forget when they get themselves into the cycle. they forget that, oh yeah, I played these other gacha games and they still need to be maintained. And they're like, well, shit, I don't want to have to play all these gacha games at once. And so now they have to pick and choose which gacha games they want to stick with, either out of necessity because they know they just don't have the time to, or even if they do have the time, they just don't want to because they don't want to have to spend all their time just no-lifing gacha games because they want to do other stuff like watch anime or play other games and shit like that. So eventually once they get to that point, they realize, wait a minute, I've kind of like, you know, gone a little too deep and down in this gacha rabbit hole. Then they start dialing it back, and then they have to make decisions about, okay, which gacha games do I like the most, which ones do I want to keep playing, and which ones do I want to ditch. Or like, if they want to try to maintain all of them at once, then you get into a situation like me where, well, you're going to be spending most of your free time doing nothing but playing gacha games because your accounts in all those gacha games are not developed at all, right? How I avoided that mistake, and where now I can still say I played 9 or 10 gacha games, and still afford to have time to do other stuff like play games with friends and make, you know, YouTube content, dedicated YouTube content, is that I didn't start all these games all at once. I've mentioned this before, that I've been playing gacha games for the last 6.5 years. My first one is FGO, which is on the bottom left of my stream. Started with that one on the NA server 6.5 years ago, and I still play FGO to this day. But back when I first started FGO, that was in the summer of 2017. And so the next gacha game that I picked up, which was Girls Frontline, which is bottom from the right, second from the bottom right, I should say. I picked that game came out, the NA server came out in May of 2018. So what that meant was I had a solid, how many months is that? 9 or 10 months of stabilizing my FGO account to the point where, okay, even if I pick up another gacha game, my FGO account will still be fine, right? Because I've already spent enough time and effort on that account where I can clear all of the content pretty comfortably. I don't have to worry about like stressing out over like trying to keep up with the content for FGO. And the next gacha game that I picked up was later that year in August of 2018, so 3 months later, I guess. And that was Acheron, which is the game which is in the middle, in the bottom middle, the one that has the girl with the super huge tits. Acheron's NA server came out for public beta back in August, and it came out for full release later the following year in 2019. I forget exactly when, like maybe March or April. And so on and so forth. I staggered all my gacha games where I didn't start them all at once. I started the next one as they came out, but each time I happened to have enough time to stabilize the accounts for every gacha game that came beforehand. And then the more gacha games I picked up and the more I played, obviously the more experience that I got with these gacha games, and the more gacha games you play, the more you realize like there's a pattern to all these gacha games that they all more or less follow. Like certain themes, certain concepts that are prevalent in every gacha game, no matter how, you know, unique or different that they might be, right? Things like stamina and like the concept of like the more time you invest into your gacha account, the better it'll become. And there's not really much other way around that other than like spending money for like, you know, to buy materials and stuff. But depending on the game, you might not even be able to do that. At least not to like a huge extent. So yeah, that's my quote unquote secret to being able to maintain 10 gacha games at once. It's that I've started each one staggered from the previous one. So that means that I gave myself enough time to sink into a new gacha game when it comes out. So that way I'm not super stressed out over like trying to maintain all these different gacha games at once because I started them all at once or something. So like even if I were to pick up another gacha game this year, which I expect to with like, for example, like Z3 or Wuthering Waves, I can realistically pick up another gacha game and still be fine maintaining all these other ones, because I already go through the motions of doing all the dailies with these other games. I know how they work, right? I know what to expect with all these other games. So that means that I have the time to dedicate to learning a new gacha game, picking up another gacha game. And, you know, I'll repeat the cycle of that one too. Play it to the point where my account is stabilized and I know I know how to go through that game in terms of dailies and stuff, to the point where it's a non-issue anymore, or it's a non-issue. So that's answering the second part of your question. The first part is first part of your question with how could you afford, you know, supporting all these games. Well, before I got into gacha games, I didn't really spend much. I just saved my money for the most part. If we don't account for gacha games, I'm a pretty low spender. I mean, to be real with you, the most I spent I would have spent if it were not for gacha, it would be just on food, because me and my IRL buddy protagonist like going out and trying out new like restaurants and new fast food joints and stuff like that, and sometimes they can get pretty pricey. But our philosophy is that if the food is good enough, then, you know, they're worth the price. And even if they're not, at least it's worth paying for the knowledge of not going back to it, like a particular place again. So, but yeah, like if it weren't for gacha games, yeah, honestly, food might be my biggest expense, to be honest with you. So, yeah, low expenditures and just knowing how to spending all my free time and money on gacha pretty much, because I enjoy this shit. Obviously, ever since I lost my job last year, I haven't been able to go hard on, you know, wailing on gacha games like I used to. So, yeah. Part of the reason why I'm trying to make this whole content creation stuff work, so that I can maybe, hopefully, one day go back to being able to spend my money on things that I enjoy doing, which is gacha games. How many dishes did I make so far? Oh, I just need one more. Okay. Okay, that should be 20. See, the Forge 20 item is working on that. We can do the leyline deposit thing now. You also dropped Touhou Lost Word. It just got stale after a while. Yeah, something about the gameplay for Touhou Lost Word just didn't click with me, unfortunately. Like, I played it for about a month. And then I eventually dropped it because I just wasn't having fun with the game anymore. Maybe if I understood how the game worked on a mechanical level better, then perhaps. Maybe I would have enjoyed it a little more, but at the time, I just wasn't, so yeah. I ended up dropping it, which is a shame because, you know, it's like I have the name Touhou in my own name, in my own internet handle, so it's like, yeah, why don't I play Lost Word or like a Touhou themed gacha game or whatever? But well, until they come out with one that's actually fun, yeah, I'll still be on the lookout for one at the very least. Let's see, who do I want to use here? This way. GFL 2 will probably release late 2024 or 2025. Global, if ever. Yeah, the key word, if ever, though. So we'll see, man. We'll see how the situation develops over in China. Here. What emulator do I use for FGO? I actually do not use an emulator for FGO. I do use emulators for half of my other gacha games. Those gacha games being, let's see, going down the list here: Arc Knights, Blue Archive, Azure Lane, Ether Gazer, and Girls Frontline. Those 5 I use emulators for. But for FGO, I do not. I use a tablet. So if I can figure out how to do this. Full cam? Yeah, there we go. Gotta be careful with my wires. So, I run FGO on a tablet, as you can see here. I can't exactly turn my tablet very well, but you can kind of see it. Contrasting on my tablet screen is kind of ass right now, but you can see FGO on there. I play FGO on my tablet. That being said, I am considering putting FGO on an emulator at some point. But I'm not too sure if I'm going to go ahead with that decision. But traditionally, I have always had FGO on my tablet. And I use what's called a lightning adapter for iOS devices that connects to, or that can accept an HDMI cable, and that connects to a capture card, which then connects to my PC. So that's how you see my FGO pop up on my stream. Do you use FGA? No. Never used FGA, and I never will. Mainly because I don't ever need to. Even if I were to go back to full-time degen lottery grinding like I used to back in the day, no, I still wouldn't use FGA simply because, again, I don't need to. Yeah, the question the other day. Oh yeah, I think somebody asked me about Ether Gazer like Intel fragments. You might have been the guy. I don't remember, but I do remember that somebody asked me about that. So yeah, let me check the prices on the A rank Intel stuff. Let's see, where did we need to go again? Intel shop? Yeah, Intel shop. Frame rate's pretty low on my Ether Gazer emulator because Ether Gazer does not like it when you run a ton of other games with it at once. Part of the reason why I really want a PC client for Ether Gazer, so that way it's a lot more optimized, but... Hey Truck-kun, welcome back. Anyways, so your question was about like how Ether Gazer prices increase for what is it, the A rank Intel? I don't think they do, to be honest with you, unless I'm just looking at the wrong shop. But I don't think I am. Pretty sure I'm not. This is where you buy A rank Intel files, right? But yeah, no. I don't think they change price. You meant recurring dream. Okay, so yeah, I was misunderstanding. Okay, yeah, so this is where this is what you're talking about. So let's see. So yeah, looks like I bought the it looks like I bought some intels for Drowsy. And I believe these do not reset, because I bought these a long time ago. So let's see. It looks like they go from 2 to 4 to 6, because the base price for A rank intel files in Ether Gazer starts at 2 for the recurring dream shop for characters that I haven't bought intel files for at all. But I know I've bought some for example, A rank Vert Hondi. And so, since I bought out the first 30 files for her, the price increased to 4. And then for other characters like Drowsy and Thundertusk, I bought their files again, and then the price increased again to 6. So I would assume that their prices jump incrementally in increments of 2, basically. From 2 to 4, 4 to 6, 6 to 8, 8 to 10, 8 to 10 if it goes that high. I don't know what the highest price, the ceiling is for A rank file prices though, because I've never had to go that far. But just from what I've bought here, it looks like it goes from 2 to 4, 4 to 6. I assume 6 to 8 because that's how much the S rank modifiers cost. They start at their base price starts at 8. So. Thanks, that was helpful. Yeah, no problem. Hopefully that helps. Okay. Okay, we're good to go. Okay, next ley line flower is right here. So far, what are my plans for Acheron? I am in the middle. I've already farmed her Ascension materials. I am in the middle of farming her talent materials, her trace materials, I think they're officially called, with natural stamina regen. Later today, after I'm done with Genshin weeklies and such, I want to grind relics for her, so that I have a set ready to go for her when she comes out. And when she actually comes out, I will get her and her light cone, E0 S1 though, because I can't afford to go for any more than that. But E0 S1 basically. Those are my plans. And since I got very lucky with Hanabi, my sparkle rolls, of getting both her and her light cone, yeah, it leaves me with quite a bit of wiggle room to get Acheron and her light cone in about like 2 weeks or something. Out of all the gachas I maintained so far, which ones are my favorite? My traditional favorite has been FGO. FGO is by far the most unique gacha game that I play. No other gacha game is quite like it. However, if we're talking about like new age games, like I'm gonna be honest with you, I still really enjoy Genshin. Like I know it's like the popular thing on the block, with a lot of content creators out there. I won't name names, But I know I'm aware that it's very like it's like the hip thing to do right now. Like it's like if you want to be part of the cool kids club, as far as like gacha content creation goes, it's you gotta shit on Genshin Impact by saying, oh, it's a trash game, it's never going to improve, blah blah blah. I say fuck it, man. I understand what Genshin's limitations are. I still enjoy this game nonetheless. Like, I'm very much so aware that this game is not meant for people like me. Because obviously, I'm more of a hardcore player. There's no real way around that, right? But despite that, I still enjoy Genshin for what it is. Obviously, I do wish that, you know, they could change a lot of things about it. Namely, give us some more endgame content. That would be nice. But, you know, as is, I still enjoy it, man. Much more so than a lot of the other new gacha games out there. Like, I'm gonna be real, as good of a game as Star Rail is, I think I still enjoy Genshin like marginally better than I do Star Rail. I'm not gonna lie. So FGO will always be my perennial favorite. Because this is the first gacha game that I ever started. It's what got me into the rabbit hole of gacha games to begin with. And because to this day it's so unique in terms of what it offers. In terms of like the things that it does, like the ideas that it brings to the gacha market. And in terms of its gameplay as well. But if we're talking about the more recent gacha games, and I would consider Genshin to be a more recent gacha game. Yeah, I still enjoy Genshin. It's probably my favorite one out of the newer gacha games that I picked up during the past like 3 years or so. Sorry if you're asking this while you're playing another game, but anyone here knows how many sync cores you're gonna get for each max ascended servant? Oh, don't worry about it, chat. For both YouTube and Twitch chats, don't worry if I'm playing one game, but you want to ask me questions about another gacha game. I mean, that's what it says in my stream title. You can ask me anything about any gacha. So don't hesitate on asking me stuff, even if it's not, you know, Genshin or Star Rail or whatever. I'm here to talk about gacha games. I like talking about this sort of stuff, and I hope you guys do too. Anyways, what was your question again? Anybody knows? Oh yeah. I'm not sure exactly how many sync cores do we get for FGO come anniversary. Is it like what, 3? FGO, what is this year? 7th anniversary? Anniversary Saint Free Saint Courts. I'm sure there's a Reddit post that explains this. Let's see, where does it discuss? Here it is. So, a total of 3 pure prisms and 3 saint quartz will be awarded for every servant upgrade to the max ascension. So yeah, there you go. So if you've got spare materials lying around, highly recommend you take the time to max ascend your servants, because the game will reward you for that. Omega, thanks for the 3-year resub, man. Welcome back. What's your opinion on Acheron? Personally, I think it's crazy that even the first year of the game, they're already launching character that ignores 2 of the game's main mechanics, no energy recharge and universal weakness break, in addition to her ult being 3 types, AoE, single target, splash damage. I see where you're coming from with that. To me, it's not that big of a deal yet, because one of her mechanics that she, quote, ignores, which is energy recharge, well, it's just not really ignoring it, it just works in a different way. Like, she still needs to build up, like, her stacks or whatever, right, in order to gain access to her ultimate. So, that just kind of takes the place of energy recharge. the main perk that sort of like alternate energy gain system that Acheron has gives you, or it would give you, is that right now we have an enemy type in Panacony that saps, that basically steals your, like, it drains your team's, all of your team's ultimate energy charge, right? The clock enemies, if they're mad at you, and they attack, or they make a move, they like explode or whatever, and they do a little bit of damage to your entire team, but the more important thing is that they drain your character's energy, right? I think that's the biggest perk that Acheron's whole like non-energy energy system will provide, is that she can basically ignore those enemies. Because, like, since she doesn't have energy in the traditional sense, how is that sort of enemy supposed to, like, drain her energy, right? But other than that, it's more or less like an alternate way for her to get her ultimate, which in the grand scheme of things doesn't really matter. So I don't think that's like a huge issue, or it's like a huge issue mechanically speaking. Like, oh my god, she ignores energy regen. Well, I mean, yeah, but like, how much is it going to really affect the game, really? The universal weakness break, technically you already have a character like that in Xie, because Xie's ultimate ignores like all enemy elemental types and just kind of breaks them no matter what. So we kind of already had that sort of character in the game already. Assuming Acheron even does have a universal weakness break, which I'll trust that she does, but I didn't see any, I don't recall seeing anything like that in her kit the last time I checked it, but it's been a while, and, you know, they may have tweaked her kit in the meantime, so maybe she does have something like that. In addition to her ult being 3 types in 1 AoE single target splash damage, I mean, I'm not exactly surprised, because Acheron seems like the kind of character where she's all about her ultimate. Like, her basic and her skill don't really do much other, like, they don't function as anything other than just ways for her to build up her ultimate. And as soon as she does get her ultimate, she immediately uses and just blows her load all over enemies. Giggity. So, the fact that her ultimate is so stacked comes at the cost of her basic and skill not really doing anything much other than, like, building up towards her ultimate anyway. So if that's the trade-off she has to do, then, you know, it's whatever. It's understandable, at least. So, yeah. We'll see just how broken she is, if she even is broken at all. But as of right now, I don't think there's really much to worry about. Acheron also has some serious drawbacks where she's not gonna be free-to-play friendly at all. Like, you need to pay for her to be good, right? For example, because she's Nihility, good luck getting a good DPS Nihility light cone on her that's not a 5-star, right? Like, you better fucking roll for her light cone, or at least have like a spare copy of like Incessant Rain or something. And even then, I'm not even sure how good Incessant Rain is on Acheron. And it says Incessant Rain is Silverwolf's light cone, for those of you who don't know that, or who don't know her light cone's name. Yeah, like, it's not even gonna be that good on her, because, like, Acheron, I don't know how much she cares about EHR, because I heard that Acheron's, like, her status affliction, like, the shit that she puts on enemies, that's not a debuff, apparently. So it's not, if that's not a debuff, then, like, EHR doesn't matter on her. And rather, she needs to rely on her teammates to put debuffs on enemies for her. So, yeah. She doesn't. That means she doesn't care about, and she doesn't care about this light cone. She doesn't care about Incessant Rain at all. So it's like, well, it's either her light cone or okay, good luck. Like, I hope they come out with the free-to-play 4-star light cone, Nihility light cone that is a DPS. But, like, unless you have, like, a couple copies of, I don't know. What's that one 4-star gacha DPS Nihility light cone? It's called Goodnight Sleep Well, right? Yeah. Goodnight Sleep Well, where for every debuff the target has, damage dealt by the user increases by 24%, stacking up to 3 times. So, like, I mean, at least that makes sense on Acheron. because you want to run her with other nihility characters who can put debuffs on enemies anyway. So at least that makes sense. But guess what? That's a gacha light cone. So I hope you got lucky. If you're a free-to-play, you don't have good night and sleep well, you can go fuck yourself, I guess. So, yeah, Acheron still has plenty of problems. Even if gameplay-wise she's absolutely busted, the brutal reality of it is that if you're a free-to-play, you're not gonna be able to run her in her broken setups or whatever. At least not typically. So, you know, you got that shit to worry about. So personally, I don't see the big deal with Acheron, at least not yet. Again, maybe things will change once she actually hits the servers and we actually roll for her and we see what she's capable of. So once we know that, then I reserve the right to change my mind. But until then, on paper anyway, I don't think she's like I don't think she's that big of a deal. And just from a theoretical perspective as well, Star Rail is actually not that complicated of a game. Like, mechanically speaking, Star Rail is not that complicated. Matter of fact, I think Genshin is more complicated of a game than Star Rail is, to be honest with you. Just by merit of Genshin being an open world RPG with real-time combat, as opposed to Star Rail, which is a turn-based game. Like, turn-based games, mechanically speaking, don't need to be as complicated as like open world real-time real-time games, gacha or not. So, and Star Rail is a pretty simple game when it comes as far as like gameplay, like combat mechanics are concerned. It's not that hard. I mean, honestly, the most complicated mechanic you would have to deal with on like a more regular basis would be like speed tuning, like understanding how speed works in terms of like how many actions your characters get at a certain speed stat, right? Oh, how many times can they act within 2 cycles or 3 cycles at this speed stat or this speed stat or whatever. Like, that's honestly the most complicated thing about Star Rail, and everything else is kind of intuitive. Characters as well are pretty easy to understand for the most part. I'm sure there are a couple characters that might be a little more complicated, but most characters are pretty easy to understand once you play them a little bit and be like, okay, this is what they generally want to get done. Right? Every character has their game plan that's, you know, once you play them a couple times, you can grasp it pretty easily, right? It's not that hard to fit them into other teams that, you know, allow them to do their game plan better or more efficiently. So, because Star Rail is such a, you know, simple game for how, you know, I shouldn't even go that far. I'll just leave it at Star Rail is a pretty simple game compared to a lot of other gacha games out there. So, the fact that we're already getting characters that like kind of break the mold when it comes to like what we expect out of characters, what we expect their capabilities to be, like, that doesn't surprise me. Like, we were always gonna go down this path. MiHoYo was always gonna go down the path of like making more of these characters that like go against in-game expectations, right? Like, my favorite example is like Topaz. Topaz. Like, she's a hunt character, but she relies everything she does is a follow-up attack. Like, what? How does that make sense? And yet it still does. Like, you should expect us to get more and more of these wacky ass characters where like they're one particular path, but they play completely differently or something like that. It's just unfortunate from a free-to-play perspective that Acheron ended up being a nihility character, because nihility characters are kind of very hard to build as a DPS. And the problem is that Acheron is absolutely a DPS, but if you don't roll a light cone, or if you don't have good night and sleep well, you can go fuck yourself, like I said. Right? What set will Acheron use? The new Pinakini set, that the new debuff crit set. The one that gives you more crit stats, the more debuffs that an enemy has. Let me look up the name for you. What is it called? It's not Watchmaker, it's the other one. God, do I not have any of the The set that I'm talking about for boots? Jesus. I really gotta get started farming those new relics. Oh, excuse me. Let's see. Where on earth? Pioneer, yeah. It's called Pioneer. The 2-piece set increases damage dealt to enemies by the user to enemies with debuffs by 12%. And then the 4-piece is increases their crit stats 4% crit rate and by default, and then increases their crit damage by 8 or 12% when they attack enemies that have at least 2 or 3 debuffs. If they have 2 debuffs, they deal 8% more crit damage. If they have 3, 12% more crit damage. And then after the user inflicts a debuff themselves on enemy targets, it increases the other the crit stats by basically double for 1 turn. Which, to be fair, I did mention that Acheron's like quote-unquote debuffs are not actually debuffs, so I actually wonder if this is even the proper set to give her. But like, this just kind of makes sense on her, considering that, you know, she's supposed to work with enemies that put or she's supposed to work with allies that put debuffs on enemies. I mean, you know, her natility trace, after all. But yeah, it's going to be kind of awkward if Acheron herself doesn't actually put any debuffs, because if that's the case, then she's obviously missing out on a huge part of her potential crit stats that 4-piece Pioneer would give her. So I guess I'm gonna have to wait until we find out what the deal with that is. Hey, Al Barbecue, how's it going, man? Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Shei, your beloved. Yeah, she's a cool character, man. I just wish I had the time and the resources to farm better pieces for her. I always tell myself, oh yeah, I need to go farm quantum pieces for all my quantum characters, but I never get around to doing it. You installed Nikke earlier today. You had spent 10 special tickets to roll for a Killer D. You got an SSR and it was Pravati. Do you cry, or is she somewhat good? If you're talking about regular Pravati, and I think you are, unless you're talking about maid Pravati, and that's a different story. But if you're talking about regular Pravati is good. She does have a decent burst ult, or she does have a decent ult, which is more or less a screen clear and does a lot of damage to a lot of enemies. The issue with Pravati is that for her to like actually make a substantial difference on your account when it comes to like raids and shit like that and boss fights, Pravati is requires very heavy investment, like max gear, very high skill levels and shit like that. If you're willing to get Pravati to that point, then sure, she'll be very good. But before then, if you're not willing to invest into her heavily, then no. Her performance is not worth it. Her performance only gets good when you actually invest like very heavily into her, from what I've read. Since you said you just reinstalled Nikke and you did a multi on the current gacha banner for Killer D, and you just got Pravati, then I would say unless Pravati's waifu for you, and you want to invest into her very heavily anyway, no. I think that you should keep Pravati on the back burner and maybe focus on some other characters who might be a little bit more top tier, or who might be a little more high tier. So hopefully that advice helps. You excited about the ReZero collab? Yeah. I will admit that I'm not excited. I'm not as excited for it as a lot of other people are, because I've never watched ReZero. I know about it, obviously. It's a very famous isekai anime, or at least I think it is. But yeah, I mean, collabs are always exciting, simply because, you know, they're pretty special events, right? And they're all the more special if it turns out that Nikke will never do collab reruns, which we'll see if they ever do. Hopefully they do, because obviously the people who've missed out on, like, for example, the Nier collab and the Chainsaw Man collab, like, obviously it sucks for them. So just for their sake, I want Nikke to do collab reruns, obviously. But going off the assumption that, you know, Nikke will not do collab reruns, and like what you see is what you get. Yeah. Obviously, event collabs or collab events are, you know, pretty special. So. And I always like collabs just because it's interesting to see characters from one IP interact with another IP, right? Like, collab events are basically fan fiction what if scenarios that actually become true. And I think from a conceptual level, I think that's very, very cool. So yeah, any collab event we get in any gacha game is obviously very, very nice. You know, other than the fact that, you know, oh, I hope you better have, you know, enough gacha currency to roll for everybody, because otherwise, if you don't, you can kiss their asses goodbye after they're done, after the event is done. What's your reaction seeing Ordeal Call? I mean, I don't know what Ordeal Call is about, so I don't really have much of a reaction. I'm just glad that FGO has a story going on after the Lost Belt arc is done. But I'm pretty sure Ordeal Call is more or less like a filler arc, right? It's essentially a filler arc, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm honestly more interested in what comes, like what the main story is that comes after Ordeal Call. Assuming that Ordeal Call is just a filler, basically a filler arc. So, assuming that is true, yeah, like Ordeal Call, I'm sure Ordeal Call is cool and all, but I'm a little more interested in what comes after. What do you think of the Acheron animated show? I mean, what is there to say? It's a beautifully animated, hand animated animation. I mean, if I'm gonna be very blunt with you, I wish they spent half the amount of effort they put into the Acheron short into actually making Panakini's story good. Because as it stands, unpopular opinion here, I know I'm gonna take flack from this. From Twitter and shit like that, if Twitter ever gets a hold of my shitty opinions, but, like, I don't think Panakini's story was all that. it was pretty painfully mid, if I'm gonna be honest. And I don't usually like being, like, super elitist or hipster about shit like that. Like, you know, if you enjoy something, you enjoy it, right? But, like, I can't help but think that Panakini's story is pretty honestly mid. I mean, fixing Panakini's story will be very easy, actually. Just don't kill off Firefly in like the first patch. Why'd Xiaoji do her dirty like that, bro? Like, I get that his thing is killing off cute waifus that everybody likes, but still, come on. That was way too fast, bro. Sheesh. Motherfucker's gotta calm down with the bloodlust, man. Hey, look at me trying to use Hydro characters against the Hydro Abyss Mage. Kek W. Poke this motherfucker to death. Okay. I think that's the 10 ley lines I gotta do for today. Yeah, okay. Got all 10 of them. Go back to Mondstadt, pick up the Forge Crystals. She's with Tingyun now. Well, technically, she's not dead. Because, you know, she died in the dream world, so is she really dead? Probably not, but... I don't know. I felt like them, quote, offing her off as soon as they did it just felt super rushed. Not only that, but it was so obvious they were gonna fucking kill her. It was so obvious. Like, you don't set up a character like that just to let them live afterwards. So it's like, it was the biggest fucking red flag that you could see from like the other side of the planet. I mean, if we're talking Star Rail, you could see that red flag from basically across the universe. That's how obvious it was. Hot take? Yeah, I'm aware it's a very hot take, because I'm fully aware that despite my own shitty elitist opinion, that, you know, Panakini's story did have a significant effect on a lot of players. Like, all you need to do is just take one look under the Firefly art tag on Twitter or something, and bro, people are gushing over Firefly, which I don't blame them. Firefly's a cool character. She's got a great design. It's just that I don't really agree with, you know, Xiao Ji fucking killing her ass as soon as he did, but maybe the rest of Panakini's story will redeem that, but we'll see. Do you intend to get Arlecchino? Yeah, for sure. Why would I not? I got super lucky with, who is it? Chiori, so I'm saving everything I can for Arlecchino. It's not much, but hopefully that number will keep going up over time. Firefly gonna come back as a 5-star character like the Fox Girl and Robin. Evidence, trust. I mean, shit, bro. That'd be cool. I wouldn't mind that. If only just to see the player base rejoice at Firefly coming back, making her comeback. Like, imagine if, you know, like how the Hoyoverse devs during that last dev stream complained about, you know, how oh, leakers ruin our efforts and shit like that. Imagine if there weren't any leaks and we expect Firefly to be dead for good, and then during a future dev stream for, like, I don't know, a random patch like say 2.3 or 2.4, they drop the hot news on us that, you know, hey, guess what, guys, we got a new 5-star character. You won't believe who it is, and it's Firefly. Right? Imagine how fucking insane Star Rail players would go off that information. But, you know, that's not the world we live in. The timeline we live in is where everything MiHoYo does gets leaked by leakers, or gets leaked. So we know everything that is coming our way. So I'm sure if Firefly will ever become playable, we'll know very quickly. We will know. Not worried about that at all. It is what it is. Anyways, let me check how many condensed resin I have. Alright. What happened to all the blankets body pills? Oh, I had to take them down. I was expecting to do an interview, a digital interview earlier today, but it got canceled. And I'm having them stay down for the time being, because I have another digital interview tomorrow. So no point in me putting it up if I have to put it back down again. So they are not there for the time being, but after I'm done with my interviews tomorrow, they'll come back up. If I remember to put them back up anyway. And hopefully I do. The Honkai Impact director wants to kill waifus. I mean, wasn't Xiaoji the dude who killed Himeko and Honkai Impact 3rd? So certainly seems like it. I've never played Honkai Impact 3rd, so I don't know the true extent of his story writing ability. But if Star Rail's story so far for Panakini is what I can expect out of him going forward, I have to say I'm not exactly impressed. Just throwing that one out there. Oh, also, I probably shouldn't have done that. Whatever. I'll worry about that later, I suppose. Good luck with their interviews, man. Hey, thanks, man. But yeah, hopefully those interviews go smoothly. This one's okay. Gotta leave the domain first, bring in my actual team. How's the IRL job stuff going? No, you have to go back into the workforce. Still pretty shitty, still looking for a job. But I have 2 more interviews lined up for tomorrow, 1 in person and 1 digital. So hopefully those go better. And maybe my luck can turn around here for a second. I don't know, we'll see. But thanks for asking. He did make some banger stories in Honkai Impact 3rd. Okay, I'll take your word for that then. But I will say just from what I've seen from Panakini 2.0 story, he's got to do a little more to impress me personally. For everybody else, it might be good enough, but not for me, man. Not for me. Himeko is best girl. Himeko, I really like Himeko and Honkai Star Rail. That's for sure. Firefly won't ever be a surprise. Yeah, for sure. Because as soon as we see any semblance, any morsel of evidence that they plan on making Firefly playable, then yeah, that's gonna be all over the fucking internet. You know for a fact, all the Twitter leakers are gonna have a fucking field day with that one. For real, for real. Do you have 3 favorite gachas, including any or all aspects, you guess? In general, just speaking in general, my 3 favorite gacha games would probably be, we're going off the top of my head right now, FGO, Genshin Impact, and Arknights? Yeah, probably those 3. Speaking of jobs, if you're curious, if you had the opportunity of streaming full-time, would you do that over a job? I'd say, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for fucking sure, man. I explained this, I mentioned this in my last stream, technically earlier today, or yesterday if you want to more properly. But one of my big motivations for becoming a content creator is that, I'm gonna be real with you guys. I personally think I am the most experienced gacha streamer, like content creator, streamer for sure on Twitch, because I dare you guys to go find another streamer on Twitch at least. Maybe there's another streamer who does what I do on like other platforms like Bilibili or whatever, or maybe even on YouTube. But on Twitch, like I dare you guys to go find me another streamer who has 10 different gacha games all running at the same time. Like, I literally play so many gacha games, they're my literal fucking stream overlay, if you want to think of it like that. There's no other streamer, at least on Twitch, that is doing what I'm doing right now, which is have 10 gacha games up, all running at the same time. Like, I've been in the gacha game, like the content creation game, longer than, like, almost twice as long, basically, at this point. Twice as long as a lot of these big, you know, Genshin / Hoyoverse content creators have even been doing content at all. Well, obviously there are exceptions, of course. I know Tectone's been doing, you know, gacha stuff before, you know, Genshin ever came out, because he started with Arknights, and that's how I found out about him. So obviously, given my experience with gacha games and, you know, my experience with them, my knowledge of how gacha games work and the industry at large and shit like that, I obviously have a lot of things to say when it comes to gacha games. Right? I have some very strong opinions about gachas and, you know, how certain gacha games work, or just general advice on people for people who want to try out different gacha games if they happen to be some that I play, whatever it is, right? I love talking about gacha games, obviously. If I didn't love it, then why would I be doing this? So yeah, just being able to talk about them is a huge motivator for me being a content creator. Not only that, but obviously with the advent of Genshin Impact, right? Because Genshin's really thrown gacha games as a genre onto the mainstream market, right? To a mainstream audience. And it's sort of like exposed a ton of people to the genre of gacha games when they've never heard of what a gacha game was before. Naturally, because of that, you have a lot of people running around with shitty-ass takes about gacha games in general, or just maybe about Genshin specifically, or Star Rail, because I know there's a lot of friction between, or there's a lot of perceived friction. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe half it doesn't exist, but whatever. We all love drama here, don't we? But in any case, especially now with there being like perceived friction between the Genshin and the Star Rail player bases, at least part of them anyway. So like, that's a major motivator for me to becoming like a full-time content creator, is that in this scene of fucking chaos and shit takes and just general like inexperience and ineptitude when it comes to like trying to talk about gacha games in a serious manner, I kind of want to be that guy who comes in there, steps in and is like, no, this is how gacha games are, and I say this with fucking 6.5 years of gacha games under my belt. Right? I know, for example, Fobmaster rated me last night. And I know, according to him, he said that he's, been playing gacha games for like 7 years. So technically, he's more of a gacha veteran than I am. If we're talking about like, just in terms of like the raw amount of time that we've spent playing gacha games. But I still I'm not aware of Fobmaster maintaining 10 different gacha games at once now, does he? Like, obviously, he's mainly a Hoyoverse content creator. Now he's trying to branch out to doing, like, variety stuff, like, you know, play other games, right? You know, which, good on him, obviously. You know, get that bag sort of thing. But if we're talking about gachas, right, this is my home. This is my turf. This is my territory. So I want to be able to have a big enough platform where I can influence enough people to where maybe I can, at least teach enough people on the internet about how gacha games really are, and so that maybe people will, you know, give gacha games a fair shot and not just pass it off as, you know, oh, just microtransaction bullshit. Oh yeah, they're just the same as loot boxes, which, you know, mechanically I guess they are, but gacha games are not loot boxes. They are something different entirely, right? Like, every time I see streamer, like, other, like non-gacha game streamers, like, say, for example, Mr. Asmongold or Maximilian Dude, whenever the topic of gacha games pops up on their channels, right, because they're not gacha game streamers by nature, right, they just either play gacha games, like, as a side thing, or they just, you know, treat it as some, like, fun, yeah, they just treat it as a fun little side thing. I mean, I know Asmongold, like, technically plays Star Rail, but he just spends a ton of money and, you know, fucks everything over with E6 Daniel Alter and says, oh, easy game. And the rest of his chat, you know, bless their hearts, they don't really know any better. They don't know any better. So as soon as, you know, they see some gacha stuff pop up, they're like, oh yeah, gacha's Keck W, right? Like, obviously, some of his chatters, some of his viewers do play gacha games on a regular basis, so they know a little bit more. It's not everybody. It's not his entire chat, but, you know, there's still plenty of people out there. My point is that there's plenty of people out there who are exposed to gacha games, but really don't really understand it, because all they know about gacha games is whatever they've heard from, you know, either just random shit on Twitter or through their favorite content creator, who, you know, might not be a gacha game streamer by nature, right? They just play it for fun, right? Oh, your VTuber Oshi is like Iron Mouse, and you watch her do like a Nikke Goddess of Victory sponsor, and that's all you know about Nikke, right? I mean, hell, even a VTuber like Shylily, who regularly plays Nikke on stream. I mean, I think she's even playing Nikke right now. assuming she's still streaming. Maybe she's not streaming right now. No, I think she got off now. But I know she was streaming Nikke earlier today. Even a VTuber like Shy Lily doesn't really know that much about gacha games, despite being a regular player, because she doesn't really care about it as a game. She just treats it as, like, you know, a fun little source of entertainment where she does polls and, you know, pisses off her chat by having extreme streamer luck, and then reading the story. Like, she is at heart still a very casual player, and that's all you're really gonna get from her. And most other variety content creators like that. Like her. Is it gonna increase with Wuwa and ZZZ? No, I don't think so. Unless Kuro Game, the devs for Wuwa at least, that is. Kuro Game, to make Wuwa pop off, would have to do all the things that MiHoYo did back in the day, back in 2020. Make the game fantastic. Make it look good, which I have some opinions on that. And they need to market the game, they need to promote the game out the fucking ass. And honestly, I think they have to promote Wuwa exponentially more than what MiHoYo did for Genshin. Because Wuwa doesn't have this is gonna sound very dark, but they don't have, Kuro Game doesn't have the luxury of a pandemic where it's keeping everybody inside the house. So that, you know, oh, let's try this new anime game that came out for PlayStation or some shit like that. Well, actually, when Genshin came out, it wasn't even out on PlayStation back then. But whatever, I digress. So Wuwa has to try even harder to really pop off like Genshin did. And I'm gonna tell you straight up, it's not gonna happen. But just because it's not gonna happen doesn't mean that Kuro Game shouldn't try at least. They absolutely should try. If they care about, you know, the success of their game. And I assume they do. But they've got the work cut out for them for sure. You're getting rid of gacha games and getting addicted to Street Fighter? Yeah, at least you're getting addicted to a good game. Let me tell you, as somebody who's played gacha games for the past 6.5 years, gacha games are absolute utter trash. But hey, I'm a trash human being, so that just checks out. So. Hell yeah. Trash human beings of the world unite. We have nothing to lose but our shame. Oh, is that gonna miss? Actually no, I got both. Cool. Not even shame. Yeah, we probably lost that a long time ago. FGO is like the oldest gacha game ever. Technically, no. I think technically Grand Blue Fantasy is older by like a year. And if you want to get even older than that, Contact Collection still exists. And technically, Contact Collection is a, quote, gacha. It's not really a gacha in the traditional sense, though. But if you want to be technical about it. But no, there are older gacha games than FGO, but FGO is still very much so old school, for sure. No shot, Wuwa pops up. You really like Kuro, but they don't know shit about marketing. I mean, to be honest with you, most excuse me, gacha game devs or publishers don't really know either. So it's not something that we can blame just Kuro Game for. Most gacha game devs are kind of like that, which is kind of unfortunate. Like what MiHoYo was able to pull off with Genshin is legitimately something very special. Like, say what you will about Genshin Impact, as like a non-player or like somebody like from the outside looking in, like an external observer or whatever you want to call that. What MiHoYo was able to accomplish with Genshin is truly something phenomenal. From a gacha game perspective, as speaking as a gacha game player. And yeah, we're most likely we're not going to see that replicated ever. Well, no, not never. Never say never after all, but Not for a very long time into the future, at least. It's gonna be a while. It's gonna be a hot minute before we see anything, anything like Genshin ever happen again. Tall order for sure. And then Puzzles and Dragons. Oh yeah, absolutely. Gacha games have been around for way longer than people realize. It's just like Genshin really put gacha games up on the spotlight after so many years. Kantai isn't gacha, it's a torture simulator from what I've heard. Yeah. From what I've heard, absolutely. You found Ether Gazer quite underrated and slept on in your opinion? Yeah, same here. Same here. Like the gameplay for Ether Gazer can be hit or miss. It depends on how much you enjoy like Muso fighters. Like arena fighters or whatever. Arena or like Muso action RPG fighters or whatever genre Ether Gazer is supposed to be. But it has a lot of good ideas that that other gacha games could very much so benefit from. Kantai is VPN installation tutorial. True, actually, true. Oh, by the way, I should probably enable Ohm on 7TV. Hopefully, I'm still logged into 7TV. Yeah, I'm still in. Where is Ohm? Oh, there it is. There we go. Oh, while we're farming artifacts in Genshin, let me go ahead and start farming relics for Acheron. Let me check how much relic space I have here. Let's see. Okay, I've got some space, not a lot, but enough to get me started, I suppose. Let's see, where art thou? Where is it? Ah, it's right here. Two, not going crazy on Lotto. Imagine that, right? Imagine that. Was curious and looked up what the oldest still running gacha game was, and it's something called Dragon Collection. Yeah. Actually, is it still running? I assume it still is. But yeah. Yeah, I've heard of Dragon Collection before. Genshin is a lightning in a bottle. Might happen again one day, but the conditions for one to blow up like Genshin is a rarity in and of itself. Exactly, yeah, wholeheartedly agree. Genshin is absolutely an anomaly. Like, it shouldn't have become as popular as it did, but it did. So here we are. It did, so now the rest of us have to fucking deal with it. But yes, absolutely. But it may happen again one day, but you know, we'll see if it ever does. Or I'm sure it will, but we just don't know when. It would be a truly impressive feat for it to happen again. Ying Zhao is hot AF thigh lady. Thigh and titty lady. Let's see, attack boots, but that's watchmakers, so that's whatever. Still going? Yeah, I kind of expected it to. Legacy games typically have very loyal player bases. Like FGO, Grand Blue Fantasy, my friend Protagonist, the one gacha game he still keeps up with to this day is a gacha game called a Japanese gacha game called Sennon Aegis. And that game's been going on for I think 9 years now, something like that. So, yeah, old gacha games typically have extremely loyal fan bases for sure. So, not surprising that like some of the older gacha games like Dragon Collection are still going on to this day. HP attack. This one has speed. If it got like break effect, it might be worth rolling for Ruin Mei. So I'm two energy away from another run, so I might as well just wait on that then. It's because Genshin exists that Kuro Games is attempting something though. Yeah, for sure. Because as soon when you have something, when somebody comes up with an idea that really fucking pops off, yeah, naturally you're gonna have people who want to emulate that sort of success. So get all the like Genshin clones coming out of the woodwork. They were always gonna happen. Yeah, your Wuthering Waves, your Tower of Fantasies, your Project Mugens, you know, so on and so forth. Yeah, you're always gonna get like follow-up games like that. You know, whether you call them copycats or clones or whatever it is. You know, you're always gonna have things that happen, or you're always gonna have games that follow up like that. That's an Edo gacha, yeah, and Sennon Aegis, yeah. What do you think they'll introduce in Natlan in terms of exploration to surpass Fontaine's aquatic exploration? Honestly, I don't know. I'm gonna be real with you. MiHoYo pulled off something very special. Ooh, well. Ooh, actually, this is perfect. Holy shit. Defense % timepiece with double crit. Holy fuck. This is exactly what I'm looking for. But besides that, anyways, before I was distracted. Fontaine's swimming mechanics was they pull off something truly special. Also, hey Rokacat, and thanks for having me on speaker. Hopefully you have a good drive back home. But MiHoYo pulled off something very special with Fontaine's underwater exploration stuff, because they made it, for the most part, they made it like very enjoyable without feeling like a drag for the most part. Like, the only problem that I have with underwater exploration is when you have to fight the local legends underwater, and that can take a long time. Like, that's my only problem with it. But like the rest of underwater exploration, that was pleasantly enjoyable for the most part. But like, since Fontaine is like the land of Hydro, like that just kind of makes sense, right? It's just natural, right? You go swimming because that's a core mechanic of Fontaine. But for Natlan, apparently, like, Natlan should be the land of Pyro, right? So like, what are they gonna do with Pyro? What, swim in flames? swim in fire? I mean, that'd be pretty cool, but like, you aren't gonna see shit, for one. So honestly, I don't know. That's on MiHoYo to figure out how to make how to keep exploration interesting after Fontaine. Because I'm gonna be real, I think Fontaine is the pinnacle of Genshin exploration so far, and I don't know how they're gonna top this. I don't know how they're gonna top Fontaine, but we'll see. We'll see what they got cooking up. You want to see what Project Mugen does? Yeah, for sure, man. I'm interested in how that game shapes up, because like basically an anime GTA, that alone is a very interesting idea. To be real. Like, either an anime version of GTA, or like, for those of you guys who remember this game, if you guys are old enough, APB Reloaded. But yeah, like I would love to see what Project Mugen does with that sort of a game. Hey Tuhu, you've returned to Star Rail. Is Sparkle worth getting? Also, how do you use Kafka? Yes, Sparkle is absolutely worth getting. She's one of the best characters in the game. Harmony stands, stay winning. And how to use Kafka? Basically, give her speed boots, focus on attack percent and EHR, and HP, I guess. But mainly attack percent and EHR. Don't give a shit about crit stats, and throw her into DOT teams. She also is good enough to work as a standalone DPS as well. But her intended use is to elevate DOT teams to another level. She single-handedly enables DOT teams, but she's also good enough where you can easily run her as a sub DPS or a standalone DPS or even a main DPS if you wanted to. Best part about her is, again, you don't need to care about crit stats because DOTs don't crit in Star Rail. So unless you're specifically going for a crit Kafka build or crit Kush for short, generally speaking, a attack percent and EHR focused build is like your standard for her, her bread and butter. So easy character to build, easy character to use, and you get fantastic returns on your investment for Kafka. Fantastic ROIs. DOT damage over time. Basically, any character who focuses on dealing burn damage, poison. Well, actually, Star Rail doesn't have poison. Star Rail has burn, bleed from physical. Wind shear from wind characters, and I believe there's one last one that I'm forgetting. Unless that's it. That might be it. Might be another DOT that I'm forgetting. But basically DOT stands for damage over time. Shock, oh there it is. There's the last one that I'm forgetting, yeah. Shock from lightning characters. I mean, ironic because we're talking about Kafka, who is the lightning character. Which talent should you prioritize on Zhao, and how much attack do you need on Shenyun? I don't know how high a Shenyun's attack should be. Maybe 3k would be nice. Mine is currently at what? Just under 3,000. I would say for Shenyun, I would estimate 2,500 would be okay. The higher, the better, obviously. Because I believe Shenyun builds you build Shenyun like you do with Shenhe, where you stack as much attack on Shenhe as you can for as much support capability. And Shenyun, I believe, behaves the same way in terms of building her as a character. As for talents on Zhao, let's see, where's my Zhao here? There he is. Let's see. Prioritize normals and ult first. You don't really need to worry about his skill. For Zhao, effectively, what his skill is just a way for him to generate energy particles. Because for Zhao, since his skill doesn't generate any energy particles for him when he's ulted, which is what you want him to be most of the time anyway, because he's a DPS, he gets most of his damage from his ult state. You don't really need to level his skill. Maybe just for a little bit extra damage, but it's definitely lowest priority on him. His higher priorities are his ult and his normals, because normals, charge attack, and then his plunge attack. Naturally. So hopefully that answers your question. EHR needed for Kafka? Yes, a little bit. However, she should gain enough EHR from her traces alone that you don't need to focus on getting too much. you should be able to easily get the rest of the EHR that Kafka needs from her substats. So you should be running an attack percent body piece on Kafka. Oh, it needs to stop being so sparse with skins. They need to get Star Rail skins now, because Honkai Impact gets like skins every other patch. Yeah, unfortunately, it seems like that's just kind of what their like content plan is for these games. I guess they don't want to go too hard on skins. Like, it would be amazing if Star Rail and Genshin got a lot of skins like what Honkai Impact gets, but we just gotta wait for them to make that decision first, and I don't know if they ever will. But we can dream, I suppose. Either use Kafka as a DPS or a DOT. She's a DPS through and through. DOTs are also DPS. Do not underestimate DOT teams. Doesn't she have like a guaranteed DOT application? She may, but not all of her DOTs are guaranteed, I believe. What set should you be farming for Acheron? The Pioneer set. Unless there's a good reason why we shouldn't be farming Pioneer set for Acheron. They really made a ton of skins for Honkai Impact and said, let's never do that. Let's never do that again. I mean, to be fair, they're probably putting all their resources in making costumes into Honkai Impact. So I would imagine that because their team that handles, like, I don't know, skins and shit is so preoccupied with Honkai Impact, they don't really have much time or effort to focus on anywhere else. But I don't know. I don't know how MiHoYo works. Like, I don't know what kind of resources they have at their disposal. So, not sure. DOT teams in Star are really strong thanks to Kafka and Black Swan. Yeah, and not only that, because DOT teams are so easy to build, they're great starter teams for newer players, because DOT teams don't care about crit stats. So you can run DOT teams and they're very low investment, very high return on your investment, and use DOT teams while farming for stuff to gear up your more conventional crit teams, crit DPS teams. So. Hey Starlol, welcome to the stream. How's it going, man? Another question. You have 84 CR, 217 CD with Xiao, but with an attack goblet. And you have 69 CR, 225 with Animo Goblet. Which one should you go for? I think the 69, 225 with Animo Goblet should be better. Yeah, I think that should be better. And then if you can, try to farm pieces that can get a CR up to like 75 or even 80%. You appreciate that skins always have a reason to exist and are always released at events that make sense, making them special. I disagree, mainly for the fact that Genshin takes that shit way too seriously. Like, it's been 3 years, going on 4 years in Genshin, and we still only have, like, what, 16 skins or whatever, and half of them were free? Like, free skins that you could have gotten when they first came out? Like, if MiHoYo put out more skins for Genshin, a little bit more skins on a little bit more regular basis for Genshin, then sure, I'd be able to buy that. But they just don't release skins very often. We still only have one 5-star skin in the game. Every other skin is only a 4-star. So it's like, I think personally MiHoYo could do much better in terms of like delivering more skins over time. Like, only like 16 skins total in like 3 years is kind of, I don't know, man. It just feels very slow. It's like, it just feels like MiHoYo is just leaving so much money on the table. And for like what reason? More? Okay, well if you really care about your dumb lore that much, then sure. You've been wondering, does Novelet work best in Hyper Bloom with Nahida and Cookie, or with Vaporize? Probably Vape, because if you have Novelet in a Hyper Bloom team, then you need him to be close to those Hydra pods. And remember that Novelet actually levitates when he charge attacks. So I'm not even sure if Cookie's like skill can even hit the Dendro cores that are on the ground, like on the floor. Like if they can, I guess that's no big deal. But if they can't, then that's kind of an issue. Your team is Modernia, 2B, Summer, Ines, Yan, and Nero. Who should you work on swapping out next? You rolled per body earlier if she fits well. Modernia, 2B, Summer, Ines, Yan, and Nero. I'm not very familiar with how Yan and Nero work. Let's see. If you rolled Yan, okay, Yan doesn't seem that great. And then Summer Anise stays. Modernia obviously stays. I think 2B can stay. Yeah, she's okay. She's pretty good. Yan is kind of cope. She's not that good. And then Nero. Can I find Nero here? Yeah, no, Nero doesn't seem that good either. Maybe for PvP they're actually really good. Yeah, Nero's decent for PvP, but I assume you're not talking about PvP though. But yeah, for story, who is it? Chio? I would say replace your Yan with somebody else, but then again, your Yan is a burst 1, I believe. So that might be a tough sell. You're already running a 1-2 triple 3 team, burst team. So swapping out Yan for Pravati isn't really gonna change things, because that means you no longer have a burst chain. So you would need to find a Chio. You would need to find a better burst 1. For example, Killer D right now is a top tier burst 1 character. So if you want to keep rolling for her before her banner expires, then go ahead. Right now you have 1-1-3, which is super annoying. 1-1-3 teams are actually the most DPS efficient setups in the game. It's just that they're very susceptible to like if you lose either your burst 1 or burst 2, then that's it. Like you can't burst chain anymore. So that's kind of an issue. Then you will have the player base complaining that they're quote milking the player base for money. One, I would just tell them personally. I would just tell them to suck it the fuck up, because these are just skins. These are just cosmetics. If they care about them so much, they'll buy it. If not, then whatever. It doesn't really apply. It doesn't really apply to them. Like personally, I am of the opinion that cosmetics are fine in games. So like, you can shill them as hard as you want if you can keep up if you can keep up with like making all these skins at once, right? Or for a long period of time. That's fine by me. And if people have a problem with like pure cosmetics, then you know they can go fucking suck it. But at the same time, obviously I'm not advocating for, you know, oh, MiHoYo brings in like fucking 10 skins a patch. Obviously that's a little bit too much. So some sort of happy middle ground where it's enough skins for most of the player base to accept, right, per year or whatever your time scale is, right? So that way you prevent any sort of like rumors or like misconceptions that MiHoYo is like trying to like, you know, squeeze the player base dry with skins or whatever. And like a delicate balance between that and then actually making your regular content for Genshin. So. Defense, attack. Almost all the characters in the Honkai Impact 3rd are variants of the same 3 or 4 characters, so investing so much in skins for them makes sense. Sure, but that doesn't mean that they can't also do the same for their other games like Genshin and Star Rail. Attack. Okay. So focus on swapping out Yan for a burst 2-1 character. Burst 1 character, because Yan is your only burst 1, I believe. So ideally you replace Yan with another top tier or a very strong burst 1. Like for example, Volume, Killer D, somebody else. You play FGO for 5 years and a couple months, and you have to say after experiencing the downright archaic system design, you're considering dropping it. Hey man, I don't fucking blame you, man. Because yeah, FGO is definitely an old school gacha game. It's got some shit in there that's obviously very archaic. So, hey man, I don't blame you. That's all I'm gonna say. You think Genshin, part of the reason why Genshin gets so few skins is that they have to make sure it doesn't interfere with exploration when you're always jumping, flying, swimming, climbing, etc. So you don't doubt Star Rail will have more skins since since the characters, they just repeat the same animations and you can't even jump in the game. If you think skins are actually hard to develop for Genshin, you are sorely mistaken. Remember that Genshin is a 3D game. Skins for 3D games are not that hard to make. Skins are infinitely harder to produce for 2D games because with 2D games, you have to hire artists to draw your art for you, and you have to make the appropriate assets that match with that skin. But Genshin is a 3D game. Making skins for 3D games is super fucking easy compared to 2D games. Really? Yeah. Hell yeah, man. Here's an example for you. I don't know how much you pay attention to, like, for example, fighting games. But back in the day, old school fighting games from like the 90s and shit, right? 90s maybe leading up to like the early 2000s for the most part. But old school fighting games used to be 2D, right? 2D, sprite-based, pixel, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, they were 2D games where artists had to hand draw assets for those kinds of games, and animators had to animate those particular sprites or, you know, whatever their art that they drew for their games, and that is a very expensive process. Like the best example of that is a game called King of Fighters 13. The King of Fighters 13 and Third Strike actually. Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. Those two games have beautiful hand-drawn sprites, right? Because those games were hand-drawn, hand animated. But I don't know how expensive it was to develop Street Fighter 3, but KOF 13 was monumentally expensive. And would it surprise you to know that in the King of Fighters series, the King of Fighters 13 is the last game that SNK produced as a 2D fighting game. Because starting with KOF 14, they moved on to 3D models. Why? And you see the same trend with basically every other fighting game out there. Like, I mean, Street Fighter and KOF being two of the big ones. Street Fighter especially, because after Third Strike, they never went back to 2D games again. Because starting with Street Fighter 4, they started using 3D models. Street Fighter 4 became a 3D game, and every Street Fighter game since then, so Street Fighter 4, all of SF4's iterations, right, like Super, AE, Ultra, whatever, every other iteration that I've forgotten, all of Street Fighter 5, and then now Street Fighter 6, there's a reason why every fighting game, major fighting game these days, is a 3D game. It's because working with 3D models is so much easier than it is working with 2D models, 2D art. Because while you have to hand draw, hand animate 2D art with 3D models, you can make the 3D models do what you want, right? You just get a couple guys to like do some mocap for your models, right? To do the bulk of your animation work, your quote animation work. And then once you're done with the mocap, you take the mocap animations, touch it up a little bit to make them look a little better, and there you go, there's your animations. If you need to make any changes to them, you just change the animation for your 3D models. It's not like with 2D development where if there's something wrong with your art, you have to do the art all over again. 3D models are so much easier to work with than 2D. Like, if you ask a game dev if they would rather work with 2D or 3D, and most of the time they should say 2D. They should say 3D. Sorry, not 2D. 3D, unless they like have a soft spot for like 2D and they don't mind all the work that comes with it. But the industry standard nowadays is 3D. So that's part of the reason why I'm so harsh on MiHoYo for them not making as many skins as they should for games like Genshin and Star Rail, because from a development standpoint, it should not be that hard. Like, bro, I don't like to bring up the modding scene for Genshin Impact too often, but if you pay attention to Genshin mods, bro, modders can crank out skins for characters super fucking fast. I mean, it's gonna look a little bit scuffed because they're mods at the end of the day, you know. They're still mods at the end of the day, so yeah, they're gonna look a little bit scuffed, which is exactly what I said because I love being redundant. But the point is that just coming up with a skin is not that hard. Like coming up with like a base idea for what a skin looks like, it's not that hard at all. Your average Genshin modder can do it in a fucking day, right? Obviously, you need to take like maybe a couple more weeks to like make it look good, and I'm sure they need to do some stuff to like make sure that the skins don't like glitch out or bug out or have some like funny interactions with the environment around them. But that shouldn't be that hard. Like, I'm no game dev, so I don't want to belittle the effort that goes into like game development, obviously. But just off of what I know about like how hard it is to work on 2D compared to how easy it is to work on 3D, like, bro, skins are just the natural thing to do. So that's a big reason why I'm just so irritated that MiHoYo hasn't cashed out on skins as much as they have. Oh, not only that, but they should get rid of Genesis crystals entirely too. Because the existence of Genesis crystals as a currency is fucking stupid. Because effectively all it does is it prevents free-to-plays from being able to buy skins with Primo Gems. And I think that's super fucking stupid. What's the best phone for gachas? I don't know. However, I know that one of my IRL friends uses one of Samsung's latest phones, the phone that kind of folds in half with the foldable screens. I know he has one of those. And that phone, I've seen him play Star Rail on that phone a couple times, and it seems like it runs Star Rail pretty well. So maybe a phone like that, I'd say. I mean, the more recent phones these days, whether it be Android or iOS phones or Apple phones, like, they should all be pretty good at running games nowadays. I mean, hell, even Star Rail even had a segment in the iPhone 15 or whatever version of the iPhone we're on right now. on that on iPhone on Apple's last like presentation when they when they like officially announced the iPhone 15 or whatever. So I assume the iPhone 15 can run Star Rail pretty well. I'm just assuming. Also, you need more stamina. How can you get more? Unfortunately, if you're free to play, there's not much options for you. Try to farm for Genshin. Try to farm as much fragile resin as you can, and transient resin. Don't forget about your weekly transient resin from Teapot, from your Serenity pot. And for Star Rail, try to farm as much fuel as you can. But beyond that, you don't really have much options. You just gotta wait for your stamina to come back. Like you said, the free-to-plays can suck it then if Hoyoverse made a ton of skins. To be fair, yes. Like, if we're going to be blunt about it, yeah. Because skins are purely cosmetic. You don't need skins as a, you know, as a free-to-play player, right, do you? I mean, they're obviously nice to have, especially if like, a character you really like gets a skin. But yeah, if we're going to be very, you know, blunt about it, like I said, very harsh about it, yeah, you don't need... you don't need to have skins, because yeah, they're just purely cosmetic. So like, what should it matter to free-to-plays if like, say, like your developers, like for example, MiHoYo starts putting in like a ton of skins into the game, right? As long as the skins don't change anything about the character's gameplay, like, what should you care? So yeah, technically we could take that route. We could have that attitude. However, ideally, I do believe that everybody should be able to buy skins. It should be expensive if you're a free-to-play, but like I want people to have that, at least have that option, you know, and you know, leave it up to them if they want to take that deal around. Like if they feel like it's worth spending, you know, 1,300 primo gems for like for example, like the official skin in shop right now. And, you know, they're a free-to-play that happens to really like Fischl as a character, or maybe they use Fischl a lot because she's one of the main characters on their account, whatever it happens to be. Like, I want it to at least be an option for them to consider. Because at the moment, it's not something they can even consider to begin with. Like, they can't even make that choice, even if they could, right? So. But if we want it to be very, how should we say it? If we wanted to be very, you know, Spartan about it, then yeah, we could just tell free-to-plays to go fuck themselves. Sure. But I just want to let you know that ideally that's not what I want to see. I want everybody to be able to have the luxury of buying skins if they can, if they're willing to pay for it. But alas, we don't live in an ideal world now, do we? Yeah, harsh perhaps? I don't know. Ooh, actually, this rolled pretty well. ER and mostly into crit rate. This actually rolled pretty well. I was expecting it to be a lot worse. Ooh, crit damage, and it's max roll too. Fantastic. All right, this might actually be a decent piece. I mean, honestly, even if the last roll fails and just goes to like flat attack or something, which likely it will. Let's be honest here. I think I would consider using this piece just because it already rolled pretty well to begin with. But pray for a crit stat here. Shit, and it did roll flat attack, like I thought. But I mean, yeah, at least it's a good start. Because what is that? 18.6. It's about 33 CV. So it's decent. Again, a good start. I knew it would roll flat attack. Fuck. But alas, you win some, you lose some. Let's see if I can maybe get some pieces for Chiori for her feathers. I do have a spare feather here. Doesn't give her a lot of crit rate though, but it is something we can use. We don't have a spare golden trope flower though, so let me see if I can level one up at least. Do I remember having a decent one actually? I don't know if I have a single double crit one. Yeah, I don't think I do. Maybe you could do this, but the EM is useless on her, so I don't know if I want to level that. And she's already getting a lot of crit damage, so ideally I want something with crit rate. So maybe something like this. I would have to pray that it rolls whatchamacalls. I would have to pray that it rolls crit damage here though. Actually, it doesn't have to, but EM, that's basically useless on her though. And I'll level it anyway because I gotta get rid of some artifact fodder. ER, that's okay, but the rest of the rolls have to go into crit rate now. And as soon as it doesn't, ooh, it actually did max roll crit rate. Let's see if it rolls another crit rate. No, it didn't. All right, that piece is dead. The piece is dead. No. The piece is dead. Long live the piece. Ew. Oh, it actually rolled crit damage. Too bad it rolled twice in the fucking flat attack. Yeah, no. Even though that rolled double crit, ain't no way in hell I'm loving the rest of that. Fuck that shit. Oh hell no. Oh hell no. Huh, +5. Shit, sheesh. I mean, this actually isn't bad, but like I need more crit rate than anything, so that's kind of awkward. It's like, well, shit. Ooh, nice. This one rolled crit rate. Well, I got pretty lucky with that one. Which set would be good for DOT Kafka? Iron Animals. We now have a dedicated DOT set in Star Rail. It's located in Shenzhou, Luofu. It's in their newest region. Let's see, crit rate, effect res. The DOT set is called. Let me see here. Let me see what the set is called in Star Rail. It is called Prisoner in Deep Confinement. It increases attack, and the 4-piece set increases it allows the user to ignore a target's defense, portion of their defense, with its 4-piece set. It's specifically geared for DOTs. So if you want to build a DOT character, the Prisoner in Deep Confinement set is their de facto best set. So you just go straight there if you have the area unlocked. You may have to unlock the area though, because I believe you mentioned earlier that you came back to Star Rail, so it might take you a little bit to be able to access the DOT set cavern, but you'll get there eventually. But for any DOT character, the Prisoner in Deep Confinement set is now their best in slot. Their BIS, whatever. You think the summer event will finally see Alice in person? I would love to. Yeah, I would love to see Alice in person. Because we've known about Alice as a character for the last, I don't know, basically 4 years, pretty much. I mean, ever since we knew Klee, pretty much. Like, we've always known that Alice was a character. So, yeah, being able to finally meet Alice in person, or at least get an idea what she looks like would be nice. We'll see if MiHoYo is feeling generous, though. Ew! Of course. Of course, Sag. Wow, okay, this one rolled crit rate too. Holy shit. But yeah, like, the gang that Alice is a part of, or whatever they're called, like, their gang of, like, witches or whatever, yeah, I feel like we should probably get to know more about them, right? I mean, ideally, it would be nice to get to know more about them. Ew, double roll into EM? I mean, it would have been better if it went into ER. EM is basically useless on Chiori. What the fuck? Fucking ew. Man, all these lucky-ass rolls of getting crit rate and double crit stats, and we're just not rolling properly. Yeah, another double crit rate. Well, what the fuck? Watch me roll quad a flat attack now, or at least triple flat attack. Here it comes, boys. I mean, technically, at least, you know, double attack percent isn't bad, but yeah, kind of don't want double attack because that shit blows. All these crit rate rolls, and I ain't getting shit. Lovely. Actually, I should probably keep some of these, considering I do want to roll for, I do want to try to get, like, for example, official, a new skill set. So maybe I shouldn't have gotten rid of all of them right away, but we'll see what this rolls. Yeah, like attack percent. I mean, it's nice, but we're looking for crit stats here, so that wasn't really worth it. Let's see. Maybe we could roll something else here, like this one. See if this rolls like a lot of crit damage or something like that, at least. Oops. It didn't roll crit damage at all. Lovely. You love to see that, folks. How about this one? Rolled once, but maybe if it rolls another crit damage, nah. Grasping at straws here. Let's see, Hail Mary on this one here. Yeah, nope. Not worth it. Actually, do I even have a inset crit rate circlet? Probably not. Those are really hard to find. Do I have a geo damage bonus inset cup? No, I do not either. This is gonna be very hard to farm for, huh? As usual, or as expected. HP, oh, electro damage bonus. Don't care though. HP, attack percent, no, don't care. You don't work in the oh, actually no, I should get to Wisha's comments first. I think the reason behind the lack of skins is a general philosophy of stress inducement management, as much bullshit as that is, because it makes sense. They don't want the average player to feel bad about missing skins often. I disagree, because along that logic, they should make primo gems a lot easier to get. That sort of logic doesn't check out, because I think we would all agree that obtaining characters is way more important than obtaining skins, right? So if their logic is as you say, where they don't release skins because they don't want players to feel bad for missing out on skins, then how do you explain MiHoYo's general philosophy when it comes to characters, where even as a free-to-play, if you don't get lucky, you can go fuck yourself, right? Because realistically speaking, if you want every character in the game, better pay up, buddy, right? Better fish out that credit card. Like, if you're a free-to-play and you come from other gacha games that are way more generous than the Hoyoverse games, where, like, yeah, you can realistically expect to get almost every character, or maybe even every character in those games as a complete free-to-play, as long as you play every day, right? You come from those kinds of games, come to waltz into, you know, Genshin or Star Rail, and be like, hey, sup, I can get every character in this game too, right? Nope. Wake up call, buddy. Right? Nope. Can't do that here. We don't do that here. That sort of vibe. right? Like, if you're a free-to-play and you play Hoyoverse games, either Star Rail or Genshin, not sure how it is with Honkai Impact, because I don't play that game. But at least for Genshin and Hoyoverse, or Star Rail, sorry, yeah, no, if you're a free-to-play, you can go fuck yourself. Straight up. And not only that, but I also have another counter argument for you, Wishes. I'm not trying to rub it in or anything. I'm just trying to explain as fully as I can, with as much detail as I can. But also, let me leave the domain real quick so I can show you what the shop looks like. Because remember, for skins, for every skin that has come out in Genshin Impact, technically skins are not limited time content in this game, right? At least I don't think so. Because what you can do is you can go to the shop in Genshin, right? You just go to character outfits, and you can buy all these skins anytime you want. Including the free-to-play skins. Which, credit where credit is due, usually when it comes to gacha games and how gacha games handle skins, if it's past the time where it was available, like skins are available, usually a lot of skins are treated as limited time content. So if you miss the time that they were available, you just can't get them at all. But at least with Genshin, even though, to be fair, obviously we don't have a lot of skins, like, what, wait, how many do we have? Not even 16, we only have like, I don't know, 13? Something like that? Yeah, we only have 13 now that we have Shenhe's and Ganyu skins. But, again, credit where credit is due, MiHoYo has decided not to make skins limited time content. You can technically buy these skins anytime you want. The issue is that you can't buy them as a free-to-play because these cost Genesis crystals. So, they're always available, but at a price, right? So, if you're willing to pay, sure, you can obtain any skin that ever came out in Genshin Impact at any time, including the free-to-play skins. You just have to pay for them, which ideally, obviously, you don't want to do, because if you can get them for free, why not get them for free, right? But for like newer players who missed it, who weren't playing during like Year 1 or Golden Archipelago, which is when we got, you know, Barbara's skin and who else? Jean's summer skins, right? At the very least, this provides a way for people who are willing to pay a way to get those skins if they really like Barbara or they really like Jean. So that doesn't again with this, that doesn't hold up either. So yeah, I would have to disagree with that one, both from the gacha angle and then how they handle the skins themselves too. So yeah. So again, I'm not trying to like rub it in or anything. I'm just trying to explain myself in as full of detail as possible. But yeah, that's why I would have to disagree with that. You don't work in gacha, the gacha section of the games industry. You can't give numbers, but a large part a large part behind most projects not introducing skins is let's see here, is costs. Characters provide a lot more tangible game mechanic changes. So players will pay for them. Skins are extremely volatile investments. They usually spend months in design phases where commission artists just draw different designs before Corpo decides what to go with and passes it on to the devs. If they fail big time. You can lose tens to hundreds of thousands depending on the game, company, and in general its expected revenue. Well, at that point, that sounds like a management issue and not an issue with the developers, right? I mean, it seems like you're speaking as a developer yourself, so I'm not saying this is your issue, this is your problem. That's an issue with management, upper management and the corpo management levels. So to that, I guess all I have to say is get better management, I guess. I don't know. Obviously, that's much easier said than done. Obviously, a dev can't just walk into management and be like, oh yeah, I want you guys to do your jobs better, because you're just going to get laughed out of your room. Worst case scenario, they'll probably fire you on the spot. But yeah, no, I wouldn't, at that point, I wouldn't consider that a what is it? A developer issue. That would definitely be a management issue. But here's the thing, a lot of the time, I would imagine like stuff like that pops up in like situations where like you have a developer, like a developer studio, right? And then a separate publishing company. Like, for example, a lot of the gacha games I play are developed by one studio and then published by another company. A lot of Yostar gacha games are like that, like Arknights, Blue Archive, Azure Lane, Ether Gazer. All those games are developed by different developers. Actually, Azure Lane and Ether Gazer actually have the exact same dev, at least part of them, some of them. But they all share the same publishers, so I would imagine for those kinds of games, they would have a much likely chance of like running into issues like that as you described. But clearly they don't, because Azure Lane is one of those kinds of gacha games where they just throw out skins like there's no tomorrow every time we get an event, right? Every time we get an Azure Lane event, we also, if it's like a major event, we also get like fucking 5 or 6 skins to come with it. Like at least 1 skin for every new character. Or something like that. Plus like a couple extra for like some of the older characters, depending on, you know, who they want to go for. So like, I would imagine they have a very well-established pipeline to handle like being able to support the development of all sorts of skins at once. So clearly it's a management issue, because MiHoYo obviously doesn't have any such pipeline like that to be able to support, you know, the development of that many skins at once. And so the best they can manage is like maybe 1, maybe 2 every year, some shit like that. And personally, I still think that's a damn shame, because like this is MiHoYo we're talking about. Like they shouldn't have a need, they shouldn't have a staff shortage, right? They're not Los Angeles. Like, and MiHoYo is their own publisher too on top of that, so they don't even have that excuse of like having to deal with like a third-party publisher. Like, these are issues that they could easily fix, but for whatever reason they choose not to. And that begs the question, why don't they? At least for me, it begs the question, why don't they? So that's how I look at it. Actually, a good piece, Aggravate Fischl relies on a lot of attack percent. Oh, really? Actually, now that you put it that way, actually, yeah, you're not wrong. Maybe I should keep that piece, just in case. I believe it was a flower, I think. Actually, no, did I already get rid of it? Rip. Yeah, I think I already got rid of it. Rip. Oh well, I can always look for better ones. Oh well. My loss. Fun fact, everyone's gloating that the Star Rail anniversary gave us more than Genshin's anniversary, but we ended up getting the same amount. Yeah, and if you got, for those of you who were watching my live React Andy stream to the Star Rail dev stream last week, you guys will know that I said that it wasn't, like, Star Rail anniversary didn't really seem all that impressive. Like, 3 multis is a big deal, sure, but, like, I was expecting more, to be honest. Like, again, maybe I was expecting a little bit too much, but I was expecting more, to be honest with you. I should really have a gacha command, stating all the gacha games that I have. Maybe one day. But yeah, man. Like, in my opinion, like, how do you go from giving away a free fucking 5-star character to whatever the fuck this Star Rail anniversary was? Like, with only 3 multis? Like, unless they give us more, which they could. So, you know, maybe, you know, hold our breath. Maybe they might give us some more through, like, in-game stuff or whatever. Or, I don't know, they could maybe drop, like, some random-ass code that gives us a few more Stellar Jades, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, no. Like, Star Rail Anniversary is still pretty dog shit. I mean, it's nice that they're going to give us, like, triple the drops from, like, I don't know, Calyx Flowers and, like, you know, farming for relics and shit like that, but yeah, it's... I was unfortunately disappointed. Like, I thought like they would at least give you like a, for example, like a light cone selector or something like that. I don't know. Maybe that was a bit of a stretch. But yeah, they didn't even do that either. So I was just kind of sitting there like, wow, is this it? This is it, really? So okay, well, it is still Hoyoverse at the end of the day, so maybe I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up in the beginning. So I guess it's my loss then, right? Ratio was unironically a mistake. It wasn't a mistake. It's still good that it happened, because Dr. Ratio is still a fantastic character, and he's imaginary, which is a rather rare element for a lot of players. But unfortunately, it did kind of set expectations too high, and I'll admit I fell for that mistake too. It's not Dr. Ratio who made the mistake. It's us. It's us players who made the mistake, and we should have known better. Because we should have kept in mind that, no, this is still Hoyoverse at the end of the day. Anniversary isn't going to be worth shit. Like, at least nothing noteworthy. But we set ourselves up. We should have seen that Dr. Ratio was a purely one-off thing. And that it had no correlation with Anniversary stuff whatsoever. And I'll be the first one to admit that, yeah, like, I got my hopes up too high, and so did the rest of us, who were expecting a little bit more out of Star Rail Anniversary. That being said, I'm still disappointed, but you know, it is what it is. Again, it's still MiHoYo at the end of the day, so should we have been surprised in the first place? Are you gonna play Reverse 1999? Reverse 1999 is also one of those games that I think I would have tried out. Had I been in a better IRL position, but unfortunately, given my circumstances right now, I cannot pick up and play at the moment. I'm only going to pick up games that I already had my eye on from the beginning, from you know, before. Unfortunately, Reverse 1999 wasn't one of them. Maybe in the future, once IRL doesn't suck that bad for me, maybe I'll give 1999 a try, because I do hear it's a good game. I'm interested in trying it out and playing it. That and Limbus Company, I think. Those two games people tend to speak pretty highly of. So, unfortunately, at the moment, no, I can't afford to play. What is it? Reverse or Limbus Company. Three multis isn't that bad. Oh, no, it's not. Yeah, in a vacuum, three free multis is fantastic. But, you know, that's not going to stop me from feeling quite, you know, disappointed about how it turned out. Oh, this is actually this is actually pretty good standard EM Cup, actually. Yeah, it really was a one-off because, yeah, Star Rail won the Game Awards, yeah. It won Best Mobile Game at the Star Rail Awards, yeah, for sure. Honkai Impact gives away free 5-stars sometimes. You can see it happening again in the future. Maybe. If they give us another free 5-star character for Starro, that'd be fantastic. But yeah, until that happens, we won't know. I think that at the end of the day, they couldn't be too generous because of the fact that they dropped Dr. Ratio for free. That dipped their revenue. What is this? Attack, speed, break. Ooh, this one's actually pretty decent. If only it had HP instead of defense, or maybe even attack. But this is actually not bad. Speed and break effect. On a four line? On a 4-line? That's pretty good. Is Z3 going to be another turn-based game or something else? No, it'll be a an action RPG. It'll be more like it's more related to Genshin than it is Star Rail. It's definitely not turn-based though. So, anyways, going back to the Dr. Ratio revenue comment. I won't disagree that that Dr. Ratio, them giving out Dr. Ratio for free, did dent their profit earnings for, you know, whenever Dr. Ratio got released. But if making up for their lost revenue was their concern, like I hope they have to realize that they can easily get their money back, because all they would need to do is drip market a super hot waifu character and people will just roll for them. They'll make mad money once they actually come onto the live servers, right? Like, imagine if Acheron came out as not like during, like, what, for example, 2.2, right? When without people, you know, having like their free 3 multi-rolls to do on Acheron's banner, right? Like, imagine people are gonna go fucking apeshit. People would go apeshit crazy for Acheron, bro. Imagine if they put Firefly back into Star Rail as a playable 5-star character. Bro, Firefly is gonna break the fucking servers with how much people are gonna pay for her ass. So, like, the whole argument that the argument that, you know, oh, because they gave Dr. Ratio away for free, that made them not make as much money, so they can't afford to be generous during anniversary. I don't buy that either, because they can easily make up for the losses they incurred from one character with, like, another character. Like, it's not that hard. It's not that fucking hard. Sure, I will concede that they probably can't, like, just switch around character order, though. To be fair, people were expecting Sam drip marketing for 2.2, but we didn't get that. We got somebody else called Boot Hill for some reason. So if that's true, if they originally planned to put out Sam, but they switched it last minute for Boot Hill, then, you know, maybe they can switch characters around. But yeah, like, if it's that big of an issue for them, all they would need to do is just drip market another hot 5-star waifu, and there you go, easy money. Like, these are Hoyoverse games. When do they not make money? As long as, like, a very popular character or just a hot-ass waifu, or hell, maybe even a handsome enough husbando that people really want to roll for. I mean, hey, it's not that hard to make another Daniel Alter where you come out with a husbando who's not only attractive but super fucking meta. Oh, what's that? People don't roll for husbandos? No, they absolutely will. Make them top tier. Then that'll solve the problem. What do you mean guys don't roll for male characters? They will if they're the best in the game. Bullshit, guys don't roll for guy characters. You can convince anybody to roll for any character in gacha games. There are ways to make them do it. And then Acheron was leaked for 2.2 originally. Sure, and hey, if that's true, then yeah, they've already swapped around their drip marketing already once, even before Sam / Boot Hill. There isn't that much Acheron hentai yet. There's starting to get more. We're starting. It's once Acheron, for the thing Lamb met with gacha game character hentai or Rule 34 is that, with a few exceptions, unless it's for, like, a character who's, like, extremely highly anticipated, right, and their arrival is imminent. For most gacha game characters, you don't see a lot of art of them made until they actually come to the game, because artists like having the characters, like, physically like having the characters in their accounts first before they start making Rule 34. So give it some time. You'll see a flood. You'll see maybe not a flood, but you'll definitely see a larger volume of Acheron, of spicy Acheron art, as we get closer and closer to her release. As when she releases, of course, wait a couple days more, and you'll find people pumping out that Acheron NSFW, like the lives fucking depend on it. And for a lot of them, it actually does. That's also why you think they put so much effort into Acheron. Not only does she get a lot of attention with marketing and animated shorts, but she also gets a bigger power spike than usual with her LC and her E2 or whatever. Oh, that game hit. I mean, I don't mean to belittle your comment there, but I mean, you're basically stating the obvious from like a gacha game development standpoint. Like, ideally, you have to understand that gacha game, like the characters in gacha games are what make you money, right? Because if it's not for your characters, then why would anybody play your gacha games, right? People play gacha games mainly because of the characters, for the characters. Because like a gacha game has like this really hot waifu or a really hot husbando that people really like. And so they flock to those games in order to try to get them. So yeah, I mean, them putting so much effort into making Acheron attractive is only natural. And you try doing that for as many characters as you can. Now, obviously, you can't give that sort of treatment to every character because that would just be too much on the developers, right? They're clearly going out like above and beyond, giving Acheron like the VIP treatment compared to a lot of other characters that they put into the game already, like a lot of other 5-star characters they put into the game already. What will explain that is like if you play Honkai Impact 3rd, you know who Acheron is. She's Raiden Mei. And Raiden Mei, I would imagine, is a very pivotal character in Honkai Impact. At least I think so, right? She's a very lore-heavy, she's a very important character, a core character for Honkai Impact, I would imagine, right? So yeah. It just kind of makes sense that Acheron would get that sort of VIP treatment. You can't wait for more Nicole Rule 34, so can't I. I yearn for artists to restore Nicole to her full booba glory. You trying to play Project Mugen? Yeah, when we get more information about it, for sure. People don't roll for husbando is a lie. JP went bonkers with Charlemagne and JP. Yeah, I mean, who is it? Proto Arthur is the perennial example of gacha players going absolute apeshit for husbando characters. Like, JP players for FGO fucking love Proto Arthur. They love his ass. So yeah, I'm not surprised that they gave Charlemagne the same treatment too. Not necessarily. Ruin Mei is one of the most generic characters in the game, but she's meta, so everybody wants her. I don't know what that comment was directed at, but I'm assuming you are engaging in Ruin Mei slander, and I would politely disagree. I think you're confusing a reserved character for being generic. I mean, what that tells me is that you've been so gacha pilled where every character needs to have some sort of fucking, you know, personality quirk about them, that as soon as a character who's a little bit more reserved and, you know, isn't as outlandish as like all these other characters are, shows up, you instantly resort to calling her generic. But I mean, you know, at the end of the day, that's just an opinion. If you don't like Ruin Mei, just say so. Any luck on the job-seeking side quest? Unfortunately, no. However, tomorrow I have, I think, 2 interviews lined up. So hopefully my luck can turn around with one of them at least. I think I might have a decent shot at one of them. The other one is kind of like a Hail Mary, so I don't expect anything to come out of that. But one of them I should have a decent chance at least. But we'll see. What is this, a hit? Is this a headpiece? No, these are hands. This one's okay actually. Speed and crit rate. HP is actually not bad either. It's workable. This is just what, defense boots? Yeah, fuck that shit. Oh, need to petrify everybody. You're talking about an animation design, not a personality? Yes, but I think you're failing to understand that a character's personality can influence how they're animated and how they're designed. Ooh, crit rate. It has to roll crit damage, though. Ooh. Double crit ER. Very nice. Would be even better if it were HP percent, but whatever. Oh, excuse me. Ruin Mei is goated. What is that guy on? I will say that in Truck's defense, in Twitch chat, I think I can attempt. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do him justice here, but I think I can at least attempt to explain why he thinks that Ruin Mei is super fucking generic. Obviously, her more reserved nature and her more soft-spoken nature, you know, plays a lot into that. And so her animations aren't as flashy. They're not as detailed as like maybe say a lot of the other characters in Star Rail are. Typically for characters like Ruin Mei, like you're more soft-spoken and like she's supposed to be like a scientist or something, right? Aboard the Herta space station. I mean, she's part of the Genius Society or whatever. So yeah, I assume she's like a smart boy or smart girl in her case. Typically, as far as like my experience with that sort of archetype goes, especially in the context of gacha games, typically for you to have a character like that like really succeed, they need to have a big part in the story. Because obviously, if they're more of a reserved character, right? You don't really get to know much about them just through combat alone. unless they happen to have like enough voice lines that sort of like that give you hints as like how they are as a character. But Ruin Mei doesn't speak much, right? So you're not getting that from her through her combat either. So there's no lead on that. So again, the best way to expand on on a character design such as Ruin Mei's or her character archetype is through story, but she doesn't really have much of a story to begin with. Like when she first came to the game, or when they first added her to the game, when was it? Back in like 1.5? I forget what the exact patch it was. But when she was initially introduced to the game, like the only story we got was like us accessing like the underground levels or like the lower levels of the space station or something that's been abandoned or whatever. And like it's like her entry into the story kind of coincided with the whole fucking the Cake Cat event or whatever that was. So we just didn't get to see much about Ruin Mei at all. Like we kind of got like tidbits of like lore. Like she's supposed to, like she gives off the whole like very morally and ethically gray, you know, mad scientist vibe, but she's not really a mad scientist or whatever. I don't fucking know. So for a character like that to be more attractive to the general audience, you need to put in a sort of you need to give them their own story, basically. That gives their character more depth. Because once you know more about the character, that makes up for maybe any perceived shortcomings in their animation, or like, you know, the fact they don't really talk much or whatever, what have you. We just don't have that from Ruin Mei. That sort of extra lore just doesn't exist for her. At least not in any like direct degree. Like I think maybe once we get something like that, maybe that might change some people's opinions about her. But until then, yeah, there's not really much to go work off of, right? Like in all fairness, most other Star Rail characters, when you take a look at them and you see how they act in battle and whatever, look at their animations or whatever, you can kind of get a good idea of what they're like. Typically, anyway. But to be fair with Ruin Mei, it's like, you know, you don't really get much with her because she doesn't talk a lot. She doesn't talk much, and then her animations aren't as elaborate as like some of these other characters. Is she generic? No, we just don't. In my opinion, not really. I just don't like I don't like using the term generic much either. I think the term generic is just used way too often to the point where people just kind of throw it around as a general insult these days anyway, so what's the point even calling things generic anymore? So yeah, I personally don't like using the term generic. Like, if you don't like a character, just say so. No need to resort to like using terms like generic as if you're trying to sound like you're an expert on the matter, which you may be, I don't know. But, you know, there ain't no need for that. Just, if you don't like a character, that should be the end of that. Just say you don't like them, that's it. Like, it's not that hard, it's not that complicated. Anyways, do I have more, condensed resin? No, I gotta go make more. Oh, do I have enough, of these things? Oh yeah, I do. I can go waste them, I guess. Maybe I can get a 4-star character that I don't have yet. Mika? I think that's actually, I don't think I have Mika C6 yet, do I? Yeah, I don't. Yeah. He's C2 now. Woohoo! Yay. Whoop de fucking do. Hell yeah. C2 motherfucking Mika. Hell yeah. Hey, Offertum. Welcome back, man. How's it going? Oh, gotta use some frag resin. Let's see. Body piece, attack percent, that's trash. Defense percent, don't care. Novelet's charisma made you pull for him. Him being the best character in the game, one of the best characters in the game, is a pure bonus. I mean, yeah, true. You pull for characters for your own reasons. Like, if you don't like a character for whatever reason, it doesn't, and it shouldn't matter how good they are. If you don't like the character, then yeah, don't pull them. If you don't like a character, or if you don't enjoy playing a certain character, there ain't nobody forcing you to use them. It's just a stupid gacha game at the end of the day. $102 frag resin, holy. Oh, Malice, last year I had over, was it last year? At one point I had over 400. And if I had kept spending money on Genshin since last year, I would have way more frag resin, because back in the day I used to buy every single available frag resin that there was. Like, every time I got a new battle pass, I bought the $20 one, because that gives you 5 extra frag resin. Every week you can buy the 980 Genesis Crystal pack, because that gives you, like, I think +2 frag resin, or maybe only +1, I forget. But yeah, point is that I used to hoard frag resin a hell of a lot, but I had to use a lot of them, I think, last year, grinding my gear for grinding out gear for Dehya, I think. So I don't have nearly as much. So 100 frag resin is still a lot, but it's not as much as I used to have. Mr. PP moment. Mr. Slice. Well, unlike Mr. Slice, I actually used my my frag resin. Well, actually, I don't know if Mr. Slice has actually used his frag resin anytime soon, or anytime recently, because I know he loves just sitting on them just to flex them every once in a while, for the sake of stream. But I'm not really like him. Unlike him, I actually use my frag resin because I don't collect things just for the sake of hoarding. I mean, fuck, man. I roast FGO players for hoarding apples with no intention of actually using them. So yeah, I don't really like it when Genshin players just hoard, like, for example, frag resin just for the sake of flexing it on Twitter or some shit. I think that's fucking retarded. Like, if you have the time to flex how much frag resin you have on your Genshin account, why not flex all of the awesome artifacts that you would have gotten by using those frag resin, right? But that's just me personally. Surely gacha game behavior, you only have 7 at them at the moment. Yeah, I still think that MiHoYo should add more ways for players to obtain more fragile and transient resin. It's criminal how hard it is to farm for shit if you're only a free-to-play player. It's fucking bullshit, to be honest with you. Oh, I meant to use Shinyun's ult first. Saving for Genshin 2, yeah. Whenever we get Genshin 2, I suppose. Yeah, exactly. What Tesla Fest? We have a lottery going on? What's a lottery event, Smile? What's a lottery event? You like to save for new world bosses whenever we get new region expansions, so you can farm for new characters. I don't even bother using frag resin for what is it? For world bosses. I either use natural resin, like just naturally accumulated resin, or like maybe the transient resin that you get from Serenity Shop, or what else? Or back when I used to max refresh resin every day, I would just use the resin that I get from from refreshing resin with Primo Gems. But I almost exclusively save my frag resin just to farm artifacts, because my logic is that most other things that everything else you farm in Genshin Impact, with the exception of artifacts, it's guaranteed progress. So I don't mind using my natural resin, my naturally accumulating or accruing resin, to farm for materials that I know I'm gonna get, right? Or elite bosses, artifact or talent book domains, not artifacts, talent book domains, what else, like material, weapon ascension material domains, shit like that. Like anything that gives you a guaranteed floor of progress, that's fine. But artifacts, you just don't know, right? You don't know if you're gonna get your next best artifact on this very next run or whatever, or like if it's gonna take you the next, God forbid, 5 months just to find a decent timepiece that you were looking for, right? So I use frag resin mainly for artifact farm, because like that's what you really need the extra resin for. Because if you really want to push for like an artifact that one of your characters really needs, then like, you know, you really need that extra resin to get there, right? So I still treat my frag resin that way too. I try to save my frag resin for like days like this where I can sit down and just degen grind a whole bunch of artifacts or whatever. Same thing with fuel and Star Rail too, actually. Do you think Arlecchino is best character in terms of character design or gameplay? I assume you just mean character design, because we don't really know what she does gameplay-wise. At least, well, we don't have a clear idea, at least. I mean, shit, man, she does have a fantastic character design. I'll tell you, I'll agree with you on that much. Hey, man, for like the longest time, I've been before Gacha came out, I've been waiting for such a long time for a good pyro waifu that I could really get behind. Like, Yoimi is cool and all, and I do love her a lot, but like she just doesn't hit quite as hard as, like, say, Dehya, for example. So like the more pyro waifus we have, the better, to be honest. So yeah, I'm looking forward to Arlecchino just to add another one to my Pyro Waifu collection, which includes Yoimiya and Dehya now. What is this? This is normal charge time? Okay. Waiting for Pyro Archon and Natlin Copian. Oh, maybe I'm sure we'll find. Well, I'm sure in due time we'll figure out what the Pyro Archon from Natlin looks like. I believe rumor or the leaks have it that the Pyro Archon is another waifu, or whatever. I guess we'll see. But yeah. Yeah, every Archon is playable, so you don't need to worry about that. Just gotta wait for, what, 5.2, I think? Because every Archon comes out during the, technically the 3rd patch. So, whatever, 0.2 or whatever. Himeko Archon soon. Imagine the Pyro Archon just turns out to be a Himeko XP. That'd be fucking hilarious. Oh, I think the music stopped. Oh no, it's not that the music stopped. The music is just very, very quiet, I think. Am I free to play in Genshin now? I tried to be. Yeah, I don't refresh resin anymore, like I used to in previous years. I try my best not to have to pay. I will if I have to. I actually still buy the $10 battle passes, though I no longer. So I guess technically I'm not free to play just because of that alone. So I guess I'm like a very light spender, a dolphin as they would say. But I no longer pay for the $20 battle pass because it's not worth it for me anymore. So I only get the $10 one. And I tried the last couple of characters. I've tried getting those characters as a pure free to play, and I only drop packs if I absolutely have to, and like their banner is about to end or something like that. I don't know. So I've been playing it as free to play as I can make it. Minus the battle pass, of course. Yeah, low spender at this point. Or if I'm forced to pay, I will. But so far it's working. So far I'm able to make do. How deep am I going for Acheron? Then only E0 S1. Pretty basic. Like, if I had the money, if I still had my job from last year, oh, Acheron will be an easy E6. E6 S1, because just like 5-star weapons in Genshin, I don't believe in getting multiple copies of a 5-star light cone. At least not for the same character. Unless I just happen to get like multiple copies of them in like a single multi-roll or something like that. But otherwise S1 for the most part. What do you think of Star Rail's history and lore at the moment? It's hard for you to stay interested when you know that as soon as you leave the planet, its lore becomes irrelevant. I understand your gripes with that, and it certainly does kind of suck. I come from FGO, and that's literally what happens with FGO story too. Because like the whole premise of FGO is that we visit these different timelines called either singularities or like lost belts, depending on which arc you're on. And by the end of it, we basically destroy every single singularity and timeline that we come across. So like for me, that's just normal. So Star Rail doing something similar, that's right up my alley, man. So if you're not used to that sort of dynamic, yeah, it can be kind of tough to swallow. But again, for me, that doesn't really matter. What I'm more concerned about is just the quality of the story itself, which I mean, it's mid. Like Star Rail's story is not that, it's not spectacular. Hey Gable, welcome back, man. How you doing? I'm doing alright. Just streaming, just having an early stream. Farming artifacts and relics and whatnot. Thought that was a shrimp, not a dolphin. Whatever term that people are cooking up these days. I'm sure there's a lot of like levels for how there's a lot of terms for like the different individual levels that you can describe all sorts of gacha players with. So if I'm a shrimp, I guess. Shrimp. The best way to play, in your opinion? You're glad you're doing so? I mean, I'm glad you think that that's the best way, but personally, my preferred way to play is just going balls to the wall, paying for everything, and max refreshing on everything. Because, like, for example, as soon as I get another job, and I know that it's either I get another job or like I suddenly like make it big as a content creator, and so I'm able to like make a decent amount of money off of like content creation. You know, I just want you to know, I want you all to know that I am going back to I will go back to being the regular whale that I was before, because that's what I enjoy. I know that like it's a more popular thing for content creators to like like appeal more to like free-to-play players, so that way they're more like relatable. I understand that, but personally, I care much more about my own enjoyment of gacha games than I do trying to look relatable to your average gacha game player. So, like, my way of enjoying gacha games has traditionally been spending money, being a big fat whale, and just grinding a whole bunch. So I plan to continue that as soon as I am able. But at the moment, I cannot do that. So, just wanted to, you know, make that clear for future reference. The whale in you is just hibernating right now. Yeah, it's at the bottom of the sea. It's at the bottom of the sea, just chilling. It's big chillin'. The old planets are still getting updates though? Yeah, well, no, I would assume so too, yeah. It's just because we leave one planet doesn't mean, at least in Star Rail, doesn't mean the planet's gone forever. I'm sure we will go back. Huh, crit damage with crit rate. Interesting. Would have preferred if that were crit rate, crit damage instead, the other way around. Is that character named Gaming? Yeah, we call him Gaming because as a meme. EM attack ER HP. Oh, that's actually a perfect EM timepiece, or at least a standard EM timepiece. His name is pronounced something like Gaming or like Jiaming or something like that. It's supposed to be a Cantonese name, but for some reason they localized it as Gaming. So his name looks a little funny for us Americans or for us Westerners. But no, that's his name. It's a Cantonese name, and the pronunciation is not. It's not gaming. You pronounce it a different way. The problem with this is that it doesn't make sense from a. Let's see, speed, crit damage. The problem with that is that it doesn't make sense from a narrative point of view. After you leave a planet, theoretically, we no longer return in the main story, but if we canonically go back and forth to old areas all the time, this will mess with the timeline. Mess with the timeline, like, how? Like, as in, like, the constant space travel will fuck with the space-time continuum or something? Or something like that? Is this some, like, space travel, like, minute detail that I'm just not aware of? Instead of a G, it should be a K instead. Oh, okay. Most whales you see on YouTube just spend a lot on polls, but they don't actually play much. They don't really do dailies and such. Yeah, exactly, Zavish. Most whales are like that. And it's not unique to just Genshin and Star Rail either. A ton of whales in just gacha games across the board are like that, because it's really easy for people to just spend a lot of money to pull for content, and that's it. Like, they're done. Because like ideally, those types of casual whales don't want to have to actually play the game because it actually takes time, and they would rather spend the time doing something else. They're only doing polls on stream or for their content or for their channels because it's content. People love watching gacha roll. Excuse me, gacha rolls and such and stuff like that. So, but yeah, most of the time when you see big whales spend a whole lot on gacha games, yeah, usually they're very casual whales, and they don't really actually play the game themselves, or they don't actually play the game itself. And that's another area where I'm different because I'm a whale who actually plays these games and knows what he's talking about. Usually, I'm no Zajif, but you know, I at least have a basic understanding of what the fuck is going on. And that's more than what you can say for a lot of these other whales out there, for sure. I'm sure. Oh, excuse me. Ooh, this is a pretty good danger damage bonus cup. Now all it needs to do is roll crit rate and it'd be perfect. Crit damage, needs crit rate. Gotta say it while you're here. Still playing on the all characters and Star Rail video. Eventually, yeah. I'm just gonna have to gear up to start working on it though. Maybe I'll commit to it once we get Acheron, because that'll be our first anniversary. And so for having a first anniversary would make it pretty convenient to work on. But yeah, I still plan on doing that video. I just need to I just need to figure out a good schedule to start working on them. HP, defense, neither. Man, the Pioneer set is very hard to get, it seems. But yeah, Truck, you still haven't responded to my question about how exactly you think like going back to old planets is going to break the timeline or whatever. I don't know if you already responded to that or not, but I didn't see it yet. You just hope they slow down a bit on releasing game-breaking supports for Silverwolf, then Ruin Man, now Sparkle. It's too much, too fast. I actually agree with that. It does feel very fast that MiHoYo's been throwing at us like all these super good characters, one after another. Because Genshin certainly wasn't like that, I don't think. At least it didn't feel like it, at least back in the day. But for sure, Hoyoverse for Star Rail, they've been playing fast and loose with all these super good meta characters and such. I would say, just naturally speaking, they're going to slow down with the whole, like, you know, spamming all these. Oh, give me 1 second, guys. I gotta take. Okay, anyways. What was it? What was I on there? What was I on about? Oh yeah, how MiHoYo is like playing fast and loose with like meta characters. Yeah, it'd be nice if they could slow it down a little bit. But I think they're going to slow it down anyway, because like eventually you're gonna have a lot of like super meta characters to begin with. And like eventually you'll come across a point where either there's only so many super meta characters you can add, or you'll get to a point where most players already have those like super meta characters to begin with, so they don't feel the need to roll more. So actually, MiHoYo could actually do one of two things here. They can either keep like throwing in more and more very powerful characters, like just keep throwing more and more of them at us. So that way, eventually, they just flood the entire game with really good characters. So it's like, you get to a point where eventually it's like, oh, you can just pick anybody because all of them are pretty good, actually. Assuming that they are all pretty good. Or, the more likely thing that they'll do is they'll just slow down on putting out these super good characters. And focus on, like, rerunning the older ones back so that people have a chance to roll the older ones again. The ones that haven't had a rerun in a while. You say timeline in terms of order in which events occur? Like when exactly did the events with Topaz occur in Belobog if we had already left there? Oh, I know what you mean. Okay. First of all, Star Rail doesn't seem to be as serious with its lore. Like trying to stay super true to the lore like Genshin does. So, for example, in FGO, a ton of our events actually, chronologically, they actually took place before a certain pivotal chapter, an Arc 1 story event called Solomon, right? A ton of our events for the first, like, I want to say like 3 or 4 years, chronologically, like lore-wise, they actually took place before the Solomon chapter, even though we got the Solomon chapter like a year, maybe not even 2 years into the game. And yet we still kept getting events that chronologically took place before we went into Solomon. So it feels like Star Rail is kind of going down that path where it might not make a lot of sense because technically these were events that already happened. But I see them doing that. Matter of fact, we do have this thing called the Fate Atlas that we can take a look at right now. Ooh, a crit rate, crit damage. Ooh, this is perfect. Actually, Acheron will be getting a ton of crit damage, I think. So maybe if this were reversed, where it's crit rate of main set and crit damage main set, that would be even better. But let's see here. Where is the Fate Atlas? How do we... Oh, I know how. Mission list, Fate Atlas. Okay. So let me take a look at where Topaz's shit was. So right here, right? So yeah, technically speaking, Star Rail started with Shinjo Luofu, right? We were able to access the Shinjo Luofu planet, if you can even call it a planet. But when Topaz dropped, her event took place before we went to Shinjo. Same thing with Ruan Mei. When we got Ruan Mei, her prologue story or whatever the fuck this is supposed to be, took place before we even reached Belobog. So like, yeah. Clearly MiHoYo isn't exactly concerned with like, oh, this doesn't make any sense because we aren't going back to Belobog when clearly, yeah, when clearly, according to the official chronology, Topaz's event took place while we were still in Belobog. Can someone recommend you good gacha games to start playing, or at least try out apart from like Star Rail? I would suggest Ether Gazer, if you don't mind ARPG, or can you even call it an ARPG? If you don't mind action RPGs. It's not an open world game like Genshin, but it's still an action RPG. I think that game is pretty good. I also recommend Arc Knights if you don't mind tower defense games. But most FGO events are not canon, like Gouda Gouda and the Christmas ones. In Star Rail, they are all canon. No, I don't know why you think that FGO events are not canon. They are canon, unless you have evidence to suggest that they are not. Because do you know, Truck, do you know what is canon? What is canon is that, canonically speaking, if I can, let's see how many times I can use the word canon or canonically in the same sentence. But canonically, you as the master in FGO, you have access to every single servant you've ever encountered. That includes events. So how can you say events in FGO are not canon? Because they absolutely are, just from that logic alone. I'm sure the side stories in Star Rail are all canon. I'll trust you on that. But as the FGO player here, I will tell you that FGO events are absolutely canon. They just they're just wacky. So they don't have that like official canon vibe, but they absolutely are canon. Like those events actually happened. Excuse me. So yeah, not really too sure why you think that they're not canon. Why is Space Ishtar not just destroying the alien god? Well, go ask Nasu. I'm sure he's willing to answer any lore question that you might have. And Robin's looking to be another busted support. Would it surprise you to know that she is yet again Harmony? Daily reminder, chat. Harmony is the best class in Star Rail. Always has been, always will be. Always bet on Harmony. Oh, I'll save my thingy for now. You saw people say BB stands for Big Titty. Is that canon? No. I believe BB's actual name stands, actual acronym stands for Black Blossom. Which is why her outfit is black. But I mean, it's funnier to it's funnier that way, you know. Oh, didn't mean to use gaming's as alt there. You hope Star Rail doesn't turn into a mess of retcons where every time they add something new, they act like it was always there. I got some news for you, buddy. That's exactly what they're gonna do. Okay, max amount of relics. I guess we can try leveling up some of them to see what we can build. Like, again, we got the Topaz event after we went to Shenzhou, and you're not gonna like that. We got the Ruin Mei event after we went to Shenzhou, and the Ruin Mei prologue happened before we even got to Belobog. So that fucks with your, that should fuck with your so-called chronology right then and there. Like, they've kept doing this, dude, and they're going to continue doing this, where they put in events that take place on previous planets or previous areas that technically have already happened. If that's what you have a big problem with, then I don't know how much you're going to enjoy Star Rail's story, my dude. Like, if you consider those quote-unquote to be quote-unquote retcons, then I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. Ew, fucking defense. But of course, may as well level it anyway, see how far we can get. There's a crit rate right there. That's nice. What's my Chiori's constellations? 0. My Chiori is C0R1. Ooh, nice. Speed one too. Very good. Oh, there's another defense roll. One down the line, huh? Not a great piece. Honestly, kind of fucking blows. Do I have any better ones here? Not really, no. HP, I don't really like that one too much. Let's see, this one has crit rate, effect res. More HP percent. God, HP percent loves me. Normally I would actually like it, but like I don't want 2 dead stats, or like I don't want 2 suboptimal stats. Like if HP percent were the only suboptimal stat, then that's fine, but 'attack%, nah, I kind of want crit rate more. Alright, let's see how well this one rolls, I guess. Ooh, 2 rolls into crit rate. It's actually okay. But this has to roll, what is it? This has to roll a 3rd crit rate for me to consider it worth it. Will it roll triple crit rate? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. And of course it didn't. Alright, cool. We get to go roll for more. We'll get to go farms for some more DOT pieces, I guess. Huh, I have 2 separate crit damage, crit rate pieces here. I guess I'll keep this just because it has this has double crit rate. Let's see, crit damage and attack. Actually, attack isn't bad. I'll take it. Defense percent, shitty. Flat attack, shitty. Hey, there's a crit rate roll. That's nice. Ooh, 2 crit rate rolls. Okay, this is not bad. I'll take it. That being said, she wants crit rate main stat, not crit damage though, so ugh. I don't know. Let's see if this shit rolls crit damage. Nope, just attack. Alright, cool. I think I'll get this leveled up anyway, just because this is my only crit rate main stat body piece anyway, so. This would roll twice into attack percent. Suppose this could be worse. I suppose it could be worse. I don't even have any speed boots. Holy fucking shit. God, speed boots are fucking ass to try to farm. EHR. I forget if Acheron wanted EHR. She probably doesn't give a shit, but whatever. Attack percent. More flat defense. Woohoo! More attack percent. Woohoo! Speed boots? Nah, bro. Best I can do is HP. Sorry, buddy. Best I can do is HP. Okay, at least this one rolled once into crit rate at least. And of course 3 times the fucking HP percent. God, Star Rail or farming Star Rail relics is somehow getting to be much more fucking annoying than it is in Genshin. Christ, man. Hoyo storytelling often gives off the impression that they think they're writing an absolutely top-tier story, but it often falls short. Like for example in Shenzhou and in Inazuma. Yeah, it's a problem that they seem to have. I mean, shit, man. Just the fact that they don't let you skip story is evidence enough that MiHoYo just is just way too arrogant when it comes to their own storytelling. Like they think they're hot shit, but they're not. At least not as hot as they think they are. So yeah, I would have to agree with you on that. I mean, I've been saying that shit myself for months now. But yeah, they think they're hot shit, but in reality they're not. And I'm gonna be real with you here. Just because of the fact that MiHoYo are Chinese developers, they will never be able to create a story that matches up with, like, for example, FGO, or even, for example, like, I don't know, a Korean game, a Korean gacha game like Nikke or Blue Archive, right? Like, it's unfortunate, but it's never gonna happen. Because if you're just limited in what you can write, then objectively speaking, there's no way your story is ever gonna be better than what a non-Chinese story has a potential to become. Ooh, speed boots. Like, that's just the brutal reality of the situation. Two more. Same goes with their manhwa. What, like Korean manhwas? Well, I don't read Korean manhwas, so I don't have any opinion on that. But it's like, realistically, I don't know if we can ever expect, for example, Star Rail's story to become anything that it ever should be. But, you know, I suppose this is just the kind of this is just the kind of timeline we live in, I guess. Oh, I think I have to answer. Go answer something. Give me 1 second, boys. I'll be right back.
Yup. Ha. Oh. Yup. Ha. 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 Oh. 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 Yup. Ha. Oh. 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 Oh.
Okay, finally I'm back. God, that was fucking annoying. Anyways, enough listening to gaming, fucking doing his idle animation.
Yup.
What time is it right now? 6 o'clock. I've already been streaming for more than I intended to, but here we are. Think I'll maybe stay on for another hour tops, and I'll have to get off. So maybe we can actually get some good pieces before then.
新天道地
風よ散れとは開運速
What game do you play that aren't gacha? Before I got into gacha games, I was big into first-person shooters. I've played FPSs ever since I was a kid. Pretty much grew up on them. Damn, that's a cryo damage bonus cup for sure. Increases elemental skill damage. I think if this were on the hunter set, it'd be the perfect cup for my Ridesley, I think. Because at the moment I don't know if there's a cryo character who would who uses a golden trope, I guess. Attack boots, whatever the fuck that is. But I mean, I'm sure that'll be a cup for someone. Off-piece, yeah, probably an off-piece, likely. Not only that, but Chinese fiction is so plagued by so many bad tropes that just fall short, and it's sad. On top of which, the current, due to current socio-political, current socio-political atmosphere in China, like, the Chinese can't really innovate. Not to the extent that that Westerners can. I mean, it's kind of a stereotype already. It's always been a stereotype that, you know, Asians just kind of memorize everything. But like, honestly, that's so true for the Chinese. Like, it's very hard for them to come up with something like that's truly unique. I mean, when it comes to like gacha games, sure, they can come up with some real good stuff. But like when it comes to like actual story writing, yeah, that's questionable. Not only that, but like even before modern times, you have their whole, like, you know, their sword saint novels. What were they called? Wushu novels, I believe. And like, Jesus, from what I've heard about wushu novels at large, like, yeah, that's basically that. What emulator am I on? I am using LD Player for like half my gacha games you see on screen. Hey Best, how's it going, man? You're here for Mr. Slice's videos? Wow. Thanks for stopping by. I think Mr. Slice put up his account review video for me from like what, last year, so thanks for stopping by, man. Greatly appreciate it. Oh, time to level up some artifacts. And see what we get. See. Nope, no crit damage. No crit damage, YOLO, unfortunately. Wonder if we can get another 20% plus crit rate roll Hail Mary like we got with the Navia. What are the chances of that? Oh, well, it was close. It got 2 rolls at least. Honestly, I'll probably keep this circlet just because I'm sure someone might be able to use it. Still got 2 rolls in the crit rate. I'm pretty sure they were max rolls too. Or something near max rolls, maybe high rolls as well. Did Star Rail do a balance change in MOC in Star Rail, or did you decide to just put on your big boy pants, start clearing with MOC 10, clearing MOC 10 with some scuffed teams and it's working? I haven't actually tried the new MOC yet. I was planning to do a dedicated Star Rail stream, but I decided to just combine my Star Rail and Genshin farming together, so maybe you could switch to Star Rail. So that way I can finish MOC as like the last thing I do on stream or something. I don't know. See. And Iron Animals Wolf Law League, right? Interesting name. But thanks so much for the 5 gifted, man. Really appreciate it. I know you came over from what is it, YouTube, from YouTube chat as well. So thanks for hopping over from YouTube chat just to give subs, man. Appreciate it. Farming Hunter set? No, I'm actually farming the other one, the Golden Trope set for Chiori. Haven't really been getting a lot of good pieces though, but that's just kind of to be expected. And flat attack, don't give a shit. Why you autofilled his name as Iron Mouse? Gee, I wonder why. But yeah, Iron Animals, thanks so much for the 5 gifted, man. Again, greatly appreciated. Oh, what's that? You would like to have some extra crit rate? Oh, that's too fucking bad. Three rolls into flat defense. Holy shit, that is trash. Oh, you did that since you're getting off. Good luck with the grinding. Hey, thanks so much, man. And yeah, thanks for hanging out. And take care, man. Hope you had fun watching the stream. And again, last time, thanks for the gifted subs over in Twitch chat. Greatly appreciated. And yeah, have a good one, man. Take care. Try maybe leveling this one. Ooh, this one actually rolled crit damage. Cool. Yeah, attack percent is kind of trash. Ugh, alright, that piece is dead now. Recharge. Got ER and then 1 defense percent. Nah. EM. On a skill, maybe it could work, but that piece is already dead. Hey, Bort Sebastian, welcome back, man. How's it going? It's a lot of artifacts to manage. I mean, when you have every single character in the game and every single character has their own unique artifact set, then yeah, ends up being quite a bit of being quite a bit of extra artifacts. I mean, since I did get that one really good cryo cup, might as well level it just to see how well it rolls. I mean, hell, we even have 2 of them here right now. Which character in Genshin are you excited to be playable at the moment? Honestly, the only character other than Chlorine, but we already know she'll become playable soon, eventually, probably with like 4.7 or something. But other than who we already know is confirmed for the rest of Fontaine, I know Alice. We talked about Alice briefly earlier. So if I had to pick for now, it would be one of them would definitely be Alice, because like they've been teasing us out the ass about who Alice is and whatnot. So would be nice to actually be able to see Alice physically, or like what she looks like physically. Ooh, that's really good, because only one roll into flat defense, and the rest of the rolls went into CRCD. Hey, there we go. That's really good. Really good cryo damage cup. This is what 42 CV, so it's pretty good. And then out of curiosity, I'll also roll this other cryo damage cup, because I think I actually have quite a few like potentially really good cryo damage cups. For some reason, I just get cryo damage cups out the ass. Are there any other double crit ones that I had? No, I think I already tried leveling them all. reminds you of hoarding relics on the off chance you need them. I mean, yeah, that's kind of what I do too. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Oof, that's already off to a bad start. Double defense. That one's okay, just nowhere near as good as the first one that I rolled. Because what is that? That's let's see, 13. That's only like barely 31 CV. That's pretty bad compared to the previous one. Plus, it also low rolled a lot too, I think. So this one's not nearly as good. Varka or Varkas would be cool too. Yeah, from the expedition guy from Mondstadt. Yeah, he'd be cool too. Wish you got cryo cups out the ass, cause your Gani is still suffering with only a 28 CV cup since you got her. Yeah, it do be like that sometimes, unfortunately. What's a better artifact system? What is better? Are the Genshin's artifact system or Snowbreak's logistics? Snowbreak's logistics. Much less of a headache. The only real bad thing about Snowbreak's logistics system is that a lot of its logistics officers are gated behind events. So, for example, if you get like a character from like a certain event, but you don't build them right away, and then later on you want to start building them, but you didn't farm them their ideal or their preferred logistics officers, which was exclusive to the event that they were from. There's no way for you to get them again until you get like an event rerun, but we haven't had an event rerun so far in Snowbreak yet. So, like, as soon as you miss them, as soon as you miss the logistics officers from one event, you can't get them again. That's actually the problem that I have with my orange tier Moxir, if that's how I say her name. The chaos damage submachine gunner. That we had got during the summer event. I've wanted to build her recently because I realized that she might be a very potentially very strong support character. But the issue is that I forgot to farm logistics officers for her from her event because I didn't feel like building her right away because I was out of resources at the time. So I didn't even bother going for her weapon from Gacha, and I didn't bother going for her logistics officers from the event either. So now earlier, like recently when I tried building her, I realized, wait a minute, like where do I get her logistics officers? And I realized, oh wait a minute, they were from her event, I must have not farmed them. So now I get to go fuck myself until, you know, such time comes when we get a summer event rerun. And who knows when that'll be. So as long as you keep up with the event, the logistics officers are superior. But as soon as you miss one of them because you forgot or something, yeah, you can go fuck yourself. Hey Aichi, how's it going, man? Welcome to the stream. Her E is broken? Yeah, I think I severely underestimated Mogzero. Oh my god, that is a hell of a an ER timepiece. Then again, who even wants ER in this set anyway? Yeah, I'm sure somebody might. The day they reveal Alice and she's your archetypal hot anime witch MILF. The community will go crazy. And it'll be delicious. For a 5-star Mogzir, her logistics will be added soon to event shop. Okay, that's cool then. Alright, so hopefully I don't have long to wait then. That means that I just need to worry about getting her gacha weapon, but obviously that won't be for a while, I don't think. Maybe Farina, actually, if you have low energy recharge. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. I suppose it could be an option. Yeah, all break effect pieces. Oh, this one's actually pretty good. Attack percent, speed, and break effect. Technically, the attack percent would have been better as HP percent, but either HP percent or effect res. But trash, trash, trash. Okay, cool. All trash. Hey, two, you're new to Ether Gazer. Any tips? Are you looking for any particular tips? Or are you just asking? I'm assuming you're just asking in general. So, but in case you had any like specific questions about Ether Gazer, but assuming it's just like a general question, the end game for Ether Gazer right now is clearing Perilous Chasm. And the highest tier of Perilous Chasm requires you to have 4 separate teams that are all super highly invested. So I would recommend that you look at the tier list and try to get as many high tier characters as possible. Because you need to have at least, 12 characters to all fully invested in, or as max invested as you can. To be able to form 4 separate teams to go challenge Perilous Chasm 6 with. Perilous Chasm Tier 6. That is the eventual endgame. So, ideally, if you know that, then right from the get-go, you need to focus on who you want those teams to be. And preferably, you want those teams to have as many high-tier characters as possible to make their job as easy as it can be. Some of the permanent characters in Ether Gazer are extremely high tier. I think the best character in Permapool right now is actually on rate up right now for Permapool, or for the standard scanning gacha. And her name is Jinwo. She's a Chinese modifier, and she's on rate up right now. So you can try her. You can try your luck on Permapool just to see if you can get a copy of her, just a single copy. And if you do, then that's great. If not, hopefully you got somebody else. Hey, Mass Knight, welcome back. But yeah, for Ether Gazer, the earlier you start planning ahead, the better. So that way you don't invest resources into like a character you'll regret investing into later on down the line. Because as a free-to-play, especially in the beginning, resources will absolutely be very tight. And heavily investing into characters in Ether Gazer is very resource intensive. You think after WoWo launches, people complain about Genshin being too easy will stop complaining once they get the game. Once they get the game they actually want. Not only that, I'll double. Let me take it a step further. They're going to bitch about how hard WoWo is, and they'll go. And if you want to get really ironic, those are going to be the same people who are going to bitch about how WoWo is going to be is so hard and that they should be more like Genshin. That'll be the true full circle irony. But that's my personal opinion as to how Genshin players will react to a game like WoWo, where like, oh, we want more endgame. Okay, here's your endgame then, and they start bitching about how hard it is. But we'll see if that actually happens. It may happen. It may not. We'll see. Oh, finally a pair of speed boots, and would you look at that? They're absolutely god-awful. To nobody's surprise. Actually, let me check if there's a character who happens to have like an off-piece, whatchamacallit, it's an off-piece cryo cup. Let me see if I can give them the replacement that I just got just now. Does my Rosaria? Yeah, my Rosaria actually has off-piece cryo cup, but I think hers is still technically better than the one I just rolled. Actually, let's compare them. Yeah, this cryo cup is still way better. Yeah, this cryo cup was absolutely perfect, I think. Cause yeah, they have comparable crit damage, but she has one roll higher crit rate here. I think this is mainly because her cup started out as a 4-liner, whereas this one we know for sure it was only a 3-line. So this shit has like what, 47 CV on it? My god. 47 CV, whereas this one, quote, only has, what, like 42? And it's got a little bit of energy recharge on there, which my Rosaria definitely appreciates. So she certainly doesn't need it. Let's see. I can maybe give it to my Chongyun, because I'm sure my Chongyun's cryo damage cup isn't that good. So I could probably give him this one, but that means I would have to replace his timepiece for a noblesse timepiece, I think. Pretty sure I don't even have one. Yeah. Let's see, what about Ayaka? Hers is, let's see, 12.4, 37, 38 CV. Oh, it's close. We could actually give Ayaka this one, actually. Yeah, and it'll improve hers. What about Ganyu? Okay, yeah, Ganyu's is inset, so I can't change that. And Shenhe's has an attack percent cup. So yeah, actually, I can give this to my, what is it? My Ayaka, actually. Cool. Let me give her this. Yeah, so her crit stats should be better, I think. Let's see. So what's this one, right? Compare. Yeah, this one has better crit, slightly better crit rate, and then slightly better crit damage. Yeah, and it provides a little bit of attack percent to him. So yeah, overall better, marginally, but still better. High chance that will happen, and more content farming from that, ironically. Ironically or unironically. Or ironically or unironically, honestly. What do you think about the Nikke collab? It's cool. Ooh, finally. Our first pretty good hands for the Panekini set. Oh god, they're both really good? Shit, man. They should have been a hands piece and a fucking... what is it? A hands and a head piece. Why did they both have to be a hands piece? God damn it. But the Nikke collab is cool. Anytime we get a collab event, it's for any gacha for that matter, it's always pretty cool, man. I think the ReZero collab for Nikke is especially cool because it's just so out of left field, right? Like you wouldn't think. Like, our first two collabs, like, they kind of made sense, right? Chainsaw Man and Nier. Like, they kind of make sense. But, like, ReZero is, like, from a totally different ballpark. But, like, knowing that Nikke is still cool with having a collab with something like ReZero is pretty cool. Because that means that Nikke is very flexible with who they can collab with. So, yeah, obviously that's pretty sick. Like, if Nikke can collab with something like ReZero, then imagine the possibilities, right? Of like all the other IPs that they could possibly collab with in the future. I think I'll just get rid of this one. And of course it dodges all of the crit stats, and we only end up getting one crit stat. But of course. Why was I not surprised? And of course triple flat defense, Keck W. Gee, why am I so surprised? Let's see how we can ruin this one. Also, hey, Nate Fun. Hey, what's going on, Nate Fun? How's it going, man? Haven't seen you. I haven't heard from you in a hot minute. But hopefully you've been doing well. Hey, Tepe, welcome over from Nate Fun's stream. Yeah, you're already here, but thanks for stopping by again. Let's see. I can afford to get rid of this one. We'll keep the other one I just rolled. Maybe this one will roll better, perhaps. Not particularly. Let's see what this last roll, though. Yeah, effect res. Let's see. I actually don't know which relic would be better. Actually, no, this one is better because this one rolled like fucking 3 times in a flat defense. So I think I'll keep this one because at least all these stats are at least somewhat useful. Anyways, time to back to grinding soullessly for more pioneer sets, or for more pioneer pieces. Your only issue with the ReZero collab is that the ReZero art seems slightly off. So far, I haven't seen anything too bad, but I'll take your word for it in case in case the art seems to be a point of contention. Good to see you, big guy. Hey, thanks to you. Thanks, man. Same to you, too. Hopefully you've been doing well. I've been doing better than I have, at least. What do you eat nowadays? Instant noodles? I do have a pack of, a case of instant shrimp cup ramen, but I eat those only sparingly, because obviously if you eat nothing but cup ramen, you nuke your own health, so obviously I don't want to go to a hospital with fucking stomach ulcers. No, I try to have as healthy of a diet as I can. Obviously, I don't spend too much money on food, or at least I try not to. But you ain't gotta worry about my diet, my dude. I appreciate the concern, but... We're pretty Kino over here. Who are your top 3 favorite Genshin characters in terms of design? I mean, I'll just tell you straight up that Mona is my favorite character in the game. In terms of design? I will tell you that Rosaria's censored skin is one of my favorite skins in the game. So that's up there. I also really like Dehia's outfit here. The black and gold color scheme is sick, along with her whatever the fuck these are supposed to be. Like shoulder tails, kind of like coat tails, but they're coming down from her shoulders, so shoulder tails, I suppose. I think just for now, I'll go with Rosaria's censored skin. This one right here. Dehia's default and Navia's default. I'll go with those 3. Right off the top, just off the top of my head. Yeah, American hospital bill. Yeah, let's avoid going to the hospital at this moment in time, man. Maybe going to the hospital right now is not the best of ideas. Not in this economy. Crit rate, attack percent. Would have been better with defense percent, but whatever. ReZero collab fits more with something like Blue Archive. True. True. At least aesthetically. Mona was your very first, ooh, defense percent. It would have been better with crit damage, but whatever. But Mona was your very first 5-star character. I forget who my first 5-star was. I think it might have been... No, it was D-Luke, I remember. I got D-Luke from my, as my first 5-star, just from doing a regular gacha, I think, back in the day. If I recall correctly, anyway. Okay, that piece is already dead. Let's see. Still pretty trash. Okay. Good to know. Okay, we got one roll into crit rate. Oof, and the other one goes into flat HP. All right. Let's see, HP. Yeah. Gonna get the signature for Arlecchino just for the drip. Yep. Yeah. Arlecchino's scythe looks pretty fucking badass. Wuthering Waves, you think, has the best models, but Z3 as well because of the Neos games. Wuthering Waves might have updated models. I think for sure we can all agree that Wuthering Waves' NPC models are a lot more elaborate than Genshin's. But I would still say Genshin models still look better, to me anyway, than Wuthering Waves models do. I wouldn't doubt it that if Wuthering Waves models were actually more detailed than Genshin's, in my opinion, you just don't see that because the lighting in Wuwa is still really trash. Like, they've improved the lighting from last year's CBT, true, or sure, but it could still be better. So... And I think Wuwa suffers from a little bit of like the same face syndrome, where like you take a look at different, like especially the waifus, the female characters, and like you can kind of tell they're kind of like made from like the same base model. Whereas with Genshin, you don't really, to me, I don't really get that feeling. Like looking at different sorts of like female or male characters, it's like, yeah. Characters and including NPCs, right? But all the playable characters have like, you know, a gender and a body type for their models. But like you can comfortably ignore that like technical aspect of it because most of the time Genshin characters are pretty visually distinct from one another. But I don't know, man. Like I look at Wuwa characters, I'm like, oh, this character kind of looks like that other character. But I'm not exactly sure how they would be able to fix that, other than like, you know, giving their models more details, I guess. But I don't know, man. How do you feel about Snowbreak? Snowbreak is a good game, but I wouldn't recommend it unless you already enjoy playing shooter games to begin with. Issue is grayscale and the character outfits are also too small or something, or whatever you said, because I can't see your entire message down there. But yeah, they need to do something about like the visual aesthetics in Wuwa still. Like I still have a bit of an issue with them. Like I still don't think Wuwa looks better than for example Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact is still by far the best looking 3D open world gacha game out there. That may change when we get, for example, Project Mugen, but Project Mugen is still a very long ways off. So MiHoYo doesn't need to worry about them becoming like a potential competitor for a while. Not doing a lot of grind today. Nope, just farming artifacts and relics and Star Rail and Genshin. What are your thoughts on a chronicled Liyue banner? I mean, that'd be cool. I don't really have much opinion on Chronicled Wish banner, other than I wish they did it a lot better. But clearly MiHoYo, you know, the Chronicled Wish banner is here to stay, so like, if that's how they plan to handle those sorts of banners, then okay, whatever. Like, that's none of my business. Like, as long as what players want, then sure, whatever. It seems that they had a certain idea in mind about how the game was going to be, but after the reactions to the first beta, they changed course, and now they're having to change everything to fit this new vision. I assume you're talking about Wuwa, because if you are, then that is true, because apparently in their last developer interview, Kuro Game did say that they had to like change like 90% of the shit that they worked on for first CBT or whatever. Or maybe they were talking specifically about story or something, I forget. But that sounds about right. Who's your favorite Snowbreak character? S-rank Chenxing. I think by far she's my best character, and I think she's the hottest. Personally, anyway. Ooh, potential flower. The stats both low rolled there, but it's worth rolling at least. Oh, I still have one more condensed resin that I could use. Z3 has a lot of different character types and races. So they'll give you the best bang for your buck. I'm not too concerned with, like, you know, like character models and, you know, character skin tones and shit like that. I just want a good game. I mean, I'm sure that can contribute to the feeling of playing a good game, but, you know, they need to nail their, they need to get their fundamentals down first, and then we can talk about, you know, body models and other shit like that, later. But I mean, hey, I'm glad that putting an effort to put in more like character like diversity, I suppose, but you know, I just want Z3 to be a good game first and foremost, before anything else. Damn, that's a hell of a danger damage bonus cup right there. People continuing to say whether Wuwa is going to be a Genshin killer is what might hold it back. Yeah, because when you advertise your game as a Genshin killer, people kind of expect it to be like exactly what you say it is, a Genshin killer, like a game that's so good that you're never going to play Genshin ever again. But, you know, realistically that's not going to happen. So yeah, I agree. Ooh, this one's pretty good. It's got both attack percent and crit rate. Damn, that's actually decent. Surprisingly enough. This is actually not bad too. It's got both speed and crit rate. Alright. Huh, surprising. Well, now they just have to roll decently now then. We'll see if they even do that. Not that one, this one. Let's see here. I think I said I was gonna keep that one. Let's see. Nah, this one just looks shitty. I don't even want to keep this piece. Yeah, fuck it. I'm just gonna get rid of this. I might regret it later, but ooh, this one rolled double crit. That's really good. I don't know how useful EHR is gonna be, but whatever. Of course, double roll into defense, flat fucking defense. But I mean, hey, I'll take it. Could have been a lot worse. Could have been a lot fucking worse. That much I know for sure. And then we want to level this one up, I think. I think I can get rid of this broken keel rope. See how well this one rolls. Attack percent and speed. Okay, well it's not exactly crit rate, but I'm actually okay with that. And of course, last one, of course, would go into defense percent because why not? Because fuck you, I guess. Keck W. At least that means I should have a full what is it? A full Panakini set at the very least. It's not going to be very good, but it's something to work with at least. What did we want for what is it? What did we want for Acheron's ornament set again? Did we want did she want I think she either wants Inert Cell Soto or I suppose a glam set, 2-piece glam. Hey Mad Lad, how's it going, man? Have a great day, man. Hey, thanks, man. Thanks for the kind words. They have an actual bear and a shark girl. You think combat will be... Let me pull over Nikke real quick. You think combat-wise it'll be better than Genshin? Not sure about the TV, though. Yeah, apparently they're going to revise the TV for next beta, or at least that's what the rumors say. But as for the actual combat, it has the potential to be better than Genshin, to be fair. Because what I really like about Z3 combat is that you have your exit skills and your entry skills, right? Between your teammates, your various teammates. And I think that's a very cool idea mechanically. Yeah. It's like basically a smoother Genshin experience where your rotations are like built into the game. but we'll see how it plays out. Hey, Rebirth, how's it going, man? Oh, thanks, Naruto, for dropping your UID. I'll take a look at your Miko in a little bit. And they won't let go of it just because something identical appears. Yeah, exactly. It's like that's the exact reason why older gacha games are still trudging along to this day, because they still have their loyal core fan bases, their player bases that keep the games chugging along still, even, you know, years later. So Genshin will be kind of in a similar position where, yeah, like just because Wuwa's out doesn't mean that, you know, even if Wuwa is technically the better game, like even if Wuwa does everything that Genshin does but better, right? Even then, you're still going to have people who are going to stick with Genshin anyway because they're more invested into Genshin than they are with the new game like Wuthering Waves. So also heard rumblings that World 9 might have her Abyss planar set. Actually, we should know what her what the World 9 pieces are, right? Let me take a look real quick. Let's see, new in 2.1. Let's see, yeah, Sigonia and then Izumo Gensei. So let's see. Sigonia increases crit rate by 4%, and when enemies are defeated, crit rate or crit damage increases by 4% up to 10 stacks. I assume those are permanent stacks, in which case that'd be pretty fucking crazy. And then Izumo Gensei is I get rid of this. Attack percent increases by 12, or attack increases by 12%. When entering battle, if at least one other ally follows the same path as a wearer, then crit rate increases by 12%. These are both really good on Acheron. Or at least they should be, theoretically. Like, they both make sense. Because Izumo Gensei makes sense on Acheron because she has her trace where, you know, obviously she wants another Nihility partner or two. So, like, that makes sense. And she gets free crit rate and attack percent by doing that. But if you want her to have more crit damage, and you can just give her a Sigonia. It's just depending on her, like, getting actual kills, though. Which probably shouldn't be that bad, considering, you know, considering what her ultimate does. Up to 10 stacks, which means she can give herself up to a 40% crit damage increase. That's pretty crazy. I feel like Acheron will be the what is it? The pure fiction destroyer if you give her a Sigonia set. And then maybe you can give her Izumo Gensei if you just want to give her like some more guaranteed whatchamacallit, some more guaranteed damage, like say for example against like a boss fight or something. So yeah, they both make sense. I think Izumo Gensei will be Acheron's like long-term Bis set, but like you could definitely run her with Sigonia if you wanted to just completely destroy pure fiction. Let's see here. What were Acheron's traces again? Oh, she just gets more crit damage. If she got crit rate, that would be perfect for her, but eh. She just gets more crit damage, unfortunately. I think personally I'll probably go for the Izumo Gensei set. Just for the extra attack percent and the guaranteed extra crit rate. Because I think Acheron should be getting enough crit damage already. I mean, obviously the more crit damage the better, but I plan on getting Acheron her light cone, and that'll give her 36% crit damage right then and there. Let's see. Actually, let me take a look at the Panacony pieces that I got for her so far. How much crit rate do they have together? Huh, actually, maybe this might work. So she has 9% from her boots. Assuming that I give her crit rate body piece, she's getting 32% here. So what is it? 41.4? 41.4. And then she's getting another 3.2 here, so... Oh god, I gotta pull up my calculator because I can't hold all these numbers in my head. What is it? So 32.4 plus 9. 41.4. Let's see here. So 41.4 plus 3.2. So 44.6. And then her hand pieces will have... Or her headpiece. Is that her headpiece? Yeah. Gets another 2.9. It's not much, but it's something at least. 44.6. So her set right now should give her 47.5. Then we add in the crit stats that the actual set itself should give her. So this should be what? Let's see. So another plus 4. So that puts her crit rate over 50% at 51.5. And then if the user inflicts a debuff on enemy targets, the aforementioned effects increase by 100% lasting for 1 turn. So assuming Acheron can put a debuff on her own onto enemies, that she gets another 4% crit rate. So with my current set, my Acheron actually has a base crit rate of 55.5, which actually isn't bad technically. So then if we add in, for example, Izumo Gensei, then she should be getting another 12% there, so it should be going up to like around 67%? Which, it's actually not bad. Ideally, should be at, what, 70% since we're already so close, but... Interesting. I think for now, I will try to level up some Inert Salsoto pieces for her. I don't even know if I have enough Inert Salsoto pieces, though. I highly doubt it, to be honest. Yeah, no attack percent Inert Salsoto ropes. I would have to steal one from some of my other characters, I think. Like, for example, my Herta. And even then, my Herta's rope isn't even that good. Do I at least have a lightning planar Inert Salsoto piece somewhere? Obviously, my Jingyuan has one, but it rolled terribly. I think this is legitimately a quintuple flat HP roll, so MiHoYo can go fuck themselves. Do I even have any lightning damage boost planars? No, not even. So, shit, I guess I can go fuck myself then. I guess I can go fuck myself. Nice damage boost. I suppose I could give her maybe this for the time being. Let her work with this for now. As like a temporary holdover planar off piece. Which means I would have to look for like an attack percent off piece rope here somewhere. I suppose if we're just looking for an off piece to just hold the line for the moment, I could just pick whatever, so may as well do that. Will you pull Event Train? I actually will try to, yes. Oh, did this roll double speed? Oh, that's... Wow, okay. Did not expect that. Aesthetically, though, Genshin is a beautiful game. Yeah, for sure. I think Genshin will still remain the most attractive-looking game, gacha game, for months to come. Years to come, perhaps, even. This will probably roll into more break effect, because why would it not? Oh, actually, I got it. We actually got a crit stat roll. Shit, how about that? Shit, how about that? Doki Bird's playing a Hollow Cure. What a surreal moment. You think Hoyoverse will build the Genshin killer? Yeah, the only company that can kill Genshin is MiHoYo themselves. True. Only they know how to kill themselves. That sounds really bad, by the way. Oops. Wording, phrasing, phrasing there, buddy. Ooh, we got one down the line. Okay, I'm actually okay with that, broadly. You pulled, you wish you pulled Hu Tao, honestly. You love the design. Oh, you like Hu Tao's design a lot? A lot of people do. Hu Tao is very, endearing. She's, you know, she's just a silly little guy, you know? All she wants to do is, make sure you pay her to, bury you somewhere at some point. When your time comes. Nothing personal, she just wants your money. She's, just trying to sell you her services, that's all. Oh, I should probably just fucking filter it by, main stat here. Much better. Oh, excuse me. This one has attack percent and crit rate. It doesn't really matter too much where I get these, so I'll just level this one up just for shits and giggles. Of course I would get fucking defense percent off this. Do I even want to roll the rest of this shit? I already rolled twice in the fucking defense percent. Do I care about this anymore? You don't like Hu Tao, but you got her C1 with the Homa. Your biggest mistake, to be honest. I mean, yeah, if you don't enjoy the character itself, the character themselves, then yeah. And if you never end up actually using them, yeah, it's kind of a bro moment. But it happens though, so. Definitely happens to the best of us. Man, I haven't listened to this song in fucking who God knows how long. Okay, at least this one rolled a little bit of EHR and a little bit of attack too, so this one's actually pretty decent. It's so hard to roll speed stats. Yeah, speed stats should be weighted as some of the rarest substats you can get in Star Rail, I'm pretty sure, right? Like they're down there with like crit stats. Like, yeah, speed stats are so hard to get in Star Rail. Like if you're trying to speed tune Hanabi right now, then yeah, it's gonna be a fucking hot minute before you can speed tune it properly. Excuse me. You like Arlecchino better? Yeah, personally, I prefer Arlecchino as well. But I mean, nothing wrong with you if you enjoy a little bit of a Hu Tao, you know. But I agree, Naruto. I do like I guess break effect is okay. I do enjoy Arlecchino a little bit more. Okay, I guess I have a preliminary set that I could use for who is it, Acheron, I suppose. Not perfect, but we can try to fix it later. Anyways, let's see. Let me take a look at your Miko real quick. Naruto, I think you put your UID here before. Yep, there it is. You hope Arlecchino is good? I think she will be. I think we're slowly getting reports that like Arlecchino is supposed to be like a better Hu Tao or something. And if not, then you know, at least she'll at least be as good as Hu Tao or something. We'll see though. We'll see. Is Arlecchino coming next patch? Yes, in like 5 weeks. So save as much as you can. If you're not planning to like roll for like Novelette or Kazuha. I think you already have Kazuha, Naruto. I don't know if you have Novelette yet. Maybe you do. I don't know. Let's take a look. 78, 160, 270, or 270, 127. ER doesn't really matter though on Miko, not generally speaking. CRCD is looking decent. It's roughly 1 to 2. Right, because you use you're using Skyward Atlas on her currently. That's fine. C0, and then 4-piece. What is it? 4-piece Gilded. Yeah, I don't see anything majorly wrong with this. Again, your best artifact that I've seen you get so far. Fantastic electro damage. Fantastic electro cup. Out of curiosity, this is easily 44 or 45 CV or something like that. So fantastic cup. Let's see, attack percent. Oh, this one's good. Yeah, because this one rolled what, 28, 32. It's okay. Has a lot of crit rates, so at least that's nice. Feather's good. Is this? No, it's not quite 40 CV. It's like 35, I think. It's still good though. Flower's looking kind of oof, because it probably rolled like 3 times into flat defense, which sucks. Like crit damage with ER, crit rate. Yeah, that's fine. Still a kind of a question mark over your timepiece, because those of you in chat right now, you're gonna have to help me out with this one. So Naruto in Twitch chat has 4-piece Gilded on his Miko, but instead of EM timepiece, he has attack percent timepiece. So I'm wondering, is this okay for the time being until you can get like a proper inset EM timepiece, or is attack percent still okay? Is that still fine? Because my gut instinct tells me he should probably switch this to EM timepiece if he can, as soon as he can get one, as soon as he can get a good one at least. Because like I don't know how an attack percent timepiece interacts on a Gilded set. Maybe it's not too bad because 4-piece Gilded gives you extra attack percent for for each party member whose elemental type is the same as Miko. So other electro characters. And if he's running like Aggravate, for example, either Aggravate or Spread or what have you. You know, ideally you want to have another electro character anyways, so you get a little bit extra attack from that, I suppose. Depends on the team. She does enough attack scaling damage, so that piece is good for now. Okay. For aggravate, the attack time piece is better. EM is better for hyper bloom. Okay, I think we can go with that then. So okay, yeah. Then just let's go with that. Who is it? With Naruto. So yeah, if you plan on using your Miko in a lot of like aggravate teams, then your current timepiece is fine. But if you want to use her for like hyper bloom teams, then perhaps you would like to look into EM timepieces more, or try to look to see if you can farm an EM timepiece somewhere. That's gonna take you God knows how long, because my God, farming EM timepieces from Gilded Domain is fucking trash. Actually, can you strongbox Gilded pieces? Probably not, right? No, I don't think so. Yeah, not quite yet, because Sumeru is still 2 regions behind. So that sucks. Nahida can buff your EM too. Yeah, true. And we do also have characters that you can pair who is it, Miko with, who can boost her EM for her, so it's not too bad. Not yet. Yeah, I forgot. Because I was thinking of what is it? The latest Chasm artifacts, I think. Or the artifact domain in Chasm. I keep confusing those with the best in slot artifact sets that you find in Sumeru, I think, in the hypostyle desert, like the pyramid area, the one that Wanderer really wants. You use Nahida and Cookie for EM. Okay, then yeah, I think you got that covered. So yeah, honestly, for what your Miko has, I think she's okay. I think she's fine. Basically a 1 to 2 crit damage ratio. That's really good. Higher than average energy recharge. I mean, she didn't really need this much. Like, you're not really going to be ulting with Miko a lot anyway. At least you shouldn't. You shouldn't have to. So the ER is kind of like whatever. Yeah, you have 4-piece Gildan Hunter. That's perfect. C0, kind of oof, but whatever. It is what it is. Yeah, I don't see anything like glaringly wrong as long as you run your teams smart. You should be fine. You going to sleep? Good stream. All right, thanks, Truck-kun. Thanks for hanging out and chatting it up with about all sorts of things with Gacha. I know that we don't really see eye to eye on a lot of things, but it's still nice to just be able to talk about it and exchange views, even if we don't quite agree on everything. But appreciate it, Truck-kun, and yeah, have a good one. Can I laugh at your novelette Sans? Oh boy, what's your novelette got? Have you seen the Arlecchino leaks as like in her gameplay? Yeah, we actually looked at them on stream last night. Relaxed discussion is a good thing. Yeah, for sure. And yeah, no personal offense taken. And I hope the same with you. But yeah, have a good one, man. Take care. Just in case. All right, let's take a look. Or the stream's winding down now, so I can afford to just kind of screw around with random shit. Lovely. Nice. Epic timepiece. Bro, this timepiece doesn't even look like it rolled much of anything, to be honest with you. I think I have a couple of pieces like this myself, where it's like you look at it and it's like, wait a minute, this timepiece is plus 20? Like, where did all its rolls go? But yeah, 1, 1, 1, 2, I would assume. Yeah. Feels bad. It looks like a level 8 Sans. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's one of those pieces. It's like, whoa, where did all its rolls go? It's plus 20. I don't see any rolls here. It's like, well, you fucking what? Fucking Mihoyo tossing your substat rolls into the abyss, into the abyss known as artifact farming. Fucking Keck W. You don't have Novi, Novelette. I wish you did though. I do need to use my Novelette more often. He's very fun. I tried him a couple times in Abyss recently, and I do need to give him a better shot. I mean, that and my Novelette actually isn't built that badly for like how little effort I put into giving him some artifacts. Like, what are his stats? Yeah, he's got 57.9 with 251. I mean, most of his crit damage, admittedly, is getting carried by his fucking weapon, to be fair. I'm sure he's got, like, a crit rate or crit damage ascension stat. But, like, with 4-piece Hunter set, he gets, what, 36% crit rate? So he's basically working with, like, 96, 97% crit rate with, like, 251 crit damage. What's my favorite gacha game? Absolute favorite gacha game of all time is FGO. It's the game on the bottom left. Yours is still 55 CR, 258 or 285 CD, even with that shitty garbage stance. Your other artifacts don't seem really godlike then. But yeah, it's almost hilariously easy to build Novelette's Novelette. The issue is that obviously, you know, he kind of wants he kind of wants his weapon too on top of that, but oh well, it is what it is. Excuse me. I mean, shit, we can run Mono Hydro for our first half. Fuck it, I don't mind. Let's see. We can actually try. I can actually try Diluc Plunge. Just for the memes, I guess. The memes! The glorious memes! I'm actually not sure who I want to bring as a, what is it? As a support. Maybe Zhongli? Sure, why the fuck not? Zhongli and good old Bennett. Woohoo! Here we go. How do you cope with playing a new gacha and missing out on never starting on day one? Is this a FOMO thing? Oh, don't worry, why am I saying don't worry about it? The way I avoid that, Minhua, is by starting gacha games as soon as they begin, right? When a server comes out for a gacha game, right? When a gacha game first launches, if it's a gacha game that I'm interested in, I'm there day one. So that way, I don't need to worry about FOMO. At least in terms of like missing out on like content that I would have missed out on if I had started the game later. So almost all my gacha games I have started very like soon, like either on day one or close to it. Like for example, for FGO, I picked up FGO on day 3. Spent that first day re-rolling my account to start with the 5-star character, and then I started seriously playing on day 4 after day 4 onwards. For like Genshin Impact, I didn't start Genshin Impact until like a week into the game, and then I picked up the game myself and started playing. After spending that first week watching every streamer under the sun play Genshin Impact, and I was like, okay, fine, I'll play Genshin Impact, and here I am. Other games, like for example, which games did I start on day 1? Girls Frontline I started day 1. Azure Lane I started day 1. Blue Archive I started day 1. Nikke I started day 1. Ether Gazer I started day 1. Oh, Star Rail 2 I started day 1. And then Snowbreak I started day 1, I think. Or day 1 or like something close to it, I think. I should have started at day 1, I'm pretty sure. If I remember correctly from last year. The one game that I didn't start anywhere close to day 1 would be Arknights. I actually started Arknights 6 months after the global server or like the EN server came out. And that's the longest gap between day 1, like the launch of a game, launch of a gacha game, and when I personally started playing. That's the longest gap that I've gone. So obviously that 6-month gap, I did miss out on some stuff, but I've been playing Arknights for long enough now where all that content, most of the content that I missed during those initial first 6 months, I got back anyway, in due time. So for Arknights, I don't really worry about it anymore. There's like There shouldn't be any content that I missed out on now. At least I don't think so. Hopefully not, anyway. That being said, if there is a gacha where, like, for example, for example, in Snowbreak, I'm feeling a little bit of FOMO with one of my characters I rolled from, like, a previous event during Snowbreak's summer event, because the way that Snowbreak's events are handled, you're meant to farm, like, these certain gear, certain equipment for your characters from the events. Like, there's gear that's exclusive to each of the events that come out during their limited time events. And so I missed out on some of them for one of my S rank characters, or one of my orange tier characters, which is the highest rarity in Snowbreak. And I'm kind of regretting it because I realize how strong of a character she is now. But thankfully, people in Twitch chat were kind enough to tell me that, oh yeah, her gear should come back in, like, one of the shops later on. So, you know, hopefully I don't have long to wait to gain access to that one character's gear back. So, like, FOMO sucks, but if you play gacha games for long enough, you learn to deal with it. You learn to get over it. I would say FOMO is harder to deal with if you only play, like, maybe 1 or 2 gacha games. Because if you for someone like me, like, I can get over FOMO very easily. Not only because I've been playing gacha games for so long, like 6.5 years at this point. So, like, I'm pretty experienced, like, mentally anyway. So it's like, it's whatever. If something bad happens to me in a gacha game, it's like, whatever, right? Get over it, move on. But also I have all these other gacha games to distract me, right? If I suffer, like, bad gacha luck in one game, I can distract myself with other gacha games, right? And I'll get over it in due time. But I feel like when you deal with people or players that only play, like, 1 or 2 gacha games, if something bad happens to them where they miss out on some kind of content, or they get shit on by gacha, or, they're suffering from FOMO, it hits them very hard because they have nothing else to distract them from. Or they have nothing else to distract them from, whatever they're going through. So I would say that, like FOMO withdrawals hit most other players a lot harder than it does me. Or a lot harder than it hits me. And the only way to really deal with that, there's not an easy way to deal with it, to be honest with you. It's like the same answer that I give to people who ask me about how, like, oh, how do you deal with burnout in gacha games? Well, actually, for burnout in gacha games, that's a very easy question to answer. Just step away from your gachas, right? If you're feeling burnt out from gacha games, just take a break from them and come back to them later, right? Gacha games are meant to be fun, right? They're not like your average online multiplayer competitive online game like fucking League of Legends or Counter-Strike or Valorant, right? Where, like, suffering in ranked is part of the experience. No, like, in gacha games, like, you shouldn't have to suffer through playing them. Like, sure, you might get some bad luck from gacha. I mean, it happens to the best of us. It happens to all of us. But if you legitimately feel like you're getting burnt out, or you just don't enjoy playing these gacha games anymore, I mean, don't force yourself to play them still. Well, so, like, answering, like, the whole burnout question is easy, but like trying to figure out an answer to, like, give people when they're, like, going through, like, oh, I'm like, I got shit on by gacha, it fucking sucks, or, like, oh, I missed out on, like, this one content I didn't know was in the game, now it fucking sucks. Like, there's not really a good answer for that. Because you can't tell them to stop playing the game, because that's not that wasn't what they were talking about. And yeah, how do you what kind of advice do you give to somebody who is going through something like that? I don't know. I personally, I don't know if there's a good answer for that, other than just get over it. Omega lol. Just get over it, dude. It's just that easy. Just get over it, bro. This is about Path to Nowhere. You were there day 1 but dropped it because you felt like you couldn't handle it at first. Then you recently picked it back up a year later. Turns out you really like it. Usually, well, first of all, that's good. Good that you enjoy Path to Nowhere again. I would say, for most gacha games, if you stick around with them for long enough, they will eventually bring back old content. Like, that's happened with most of the gacha games I play so far. I mean, hilariously enough, the only gacha game that I've played so far where like old content has not come back in some way is actually Genshin Impact, because Genshin has never brought back their old welfare 4-star weapons like Festering Desire and like Cinnabar Spindle. But every other gacha game that I've played, eventually they do bring back their old content. Like Arknight's done it, Azure Lane's done it, Girls Frontline does it for what that's worth. FGO does it eventually, and even though it might take them fucking years. Welfare servants. But yeah, like I would say if Path to Nowhere is like your average gacha game, and I use average in a good way. In other words, not Genshin Impact. Then eventually, whatever content you missed out on in Path to Nowhere, they should eventually bring it back. You just need to stick with them for long enough to see them bring back their old content. But other than that, all I can say is just try to be patient and wait until they can, you know, give you back that old content that you missed out on. Like I know for example in Azure Lane, people are still waiting for example a Musashi rerun, right? What do you enjoy about gacha games? The gambling, the waifu? Not the gambling. The waifus mainly, the characters. But more than that, let me leave Abyss for now. The reason why I enjoy gacha games so much, and actually, if you want to hear me explain this in more detail, I actually made a video about it on my YouTube channel called Understanding Gacha Games or something like that, like why people play gacha games or something like that. Actually, let me try find that video for you. I don't think it was too long ago. Then again, it was like what, 4 months ago or something at this point. It's been a while, but I'm pretty sure I can find that video somewhere. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, it wasn't too long ago. But yeah, watch this video, and it basically goes over in more detail why I enjoy gacha games so much. But I'll explain it to you here very briefly. The part about gacha games I enjoy the most is what you see on screen, what you see me doing here, flicking through my roster, right? My pride and joy in Genshin Impact is the fact that I've max leveled every character in the game. Not only do I have every character in the game, but I've max leveled every character in the game. I've gotten each of their talents to max to as high as it can go, minus crowns, because you can't farm crowns, obviously. If you could farm crowns, then this would be a different story. I try to get their constellations as high as I can, but obviously this involves money, so it might, you know, might not always be feasible for me. And more importantly, every character has their own artifact set in the game. Every single one. Like even characters that people don't really even use, like Amber. Obviously, Xiangling is built. I mean, hell, I even gave my Xiangling her own R1 engulfing lightning just because. Bennett obviously is geared. I even gave my Xinyan. I think that's her name. Yeah, Xinyan. Her own fucking red horn, because why the hell not? Right? Going down the list. Yanfei, Toma, Chevy, Barbara, Xingqiu, obviously. Candace, who has her own copy of Staff of Homo for some reason. Not even for some reason. I like Candace, so that's why she gets a Staff of Homo. Kirara with a spare, Jade Cutter. Cole with her own Skyward Harp. You know, the list goes on and on. For me, the most enjoyable aspect of gacha games is not only being able to acquire characters, but just being able to level them up and then put them into a usable state. Because the thing with most, like, quote, normal games, right? The thing with most normal games is that take for example any like multiplayer online game, right? Like the only thing that you have to show for like all the hours that you put into playing, to like grinding, like for example League ranks, like ranked League of Legends or ranked CS:GO or ranked Valorant or any online multiplayer competitive game, right? The only thing you really have to show for all those hours you put into those games is like your rank, right? And obviously that's very impressive, right? If you're a high rank in any multiplayer game, chances are you're pretty good at that game. But that's about it. It's really about it. And like, sure, you could probably record yourself playing a couple of games for a couple games in those games that you're good at, right? That you grind ranked for, and like that's like the evidence of your skill. And generally speaking, obviously those types of games require a lot more skill than gacha games do, to be fair. But I just really like the fact that if you spend enough time on gacha games, like you actually have something to show for it, right? I can sit here and show you guys my entire Genshin account because this is the product of 3 years worth of grinding and getting all the characters in the game, right? Like my account and what I've done for it is what separates me from like 99% of the rest of the Genshin player base, because you'd be hard pressed to find another Genshin player whose account looks quite like mine, where they have every single character leveled up and invested to the point where, like, if I go into Abyss, if I want to run a random ass team, I can definitely do so. Whether or not it actually works, that's a different story. But if I wanted to use them, I can. It's not like I need to worry about, oh, I can't use these characters because they're only at level 1 or something. And because gacha games are a live service model, well, I mean, yeah, by nature they have to be live service, right? Like, if gacha games go for long enough, like, my oldest gacha game is like 6 years old, 6.5 years old, on its NA server, right? Like, there's real history there. There's real ass legacy there. That I can tell you all sorts of stories about. All sorts of stories that I can tell from the past 6.5 years of me playing FGO, for example. And Genshin will get there eventually too. Hell, we're already there, because Genshin is still, it's 3 years old at this point. It's not exactly a new game anymore. Maybe in terms of like the overall like gacha history, maybe it's still rather new, but for most people, it's not really a new game anymore, is it? Like, Star Rail is a much more is a lot newer of a gacha game than Genshin is at this point. So like even a gacha game like Genshin at this point has plenty of history and plenty of legacy to talk about and to discuss and to show off. So it's just very cool to me. It's one of the coolest things for me personally to know that a gacha game that I started playing in Genshin's case 3 years ago, I still play, and shit, man, look at how much shit that I've done for this. Excuse me. I just feel like that's super cool, because this is something you just don't get in any other game. This is unique to gacha games, to be honest with you, right? Because even in competitive online games, like, again, League of Legends or Counter-Strike or whatever, like, your rank doesn't stay permanent forever. At least I don't think so, because I think they do like season like wipes, right? And you have to grind back up again, or maybe you keep your rank forever. I don't know, but I know that some games do like a ranking wipes, and you have to climb your ass back up again or something like that. I don't know. And in case they do that, that means that, well, you have to grind your ass back up again just to get to the place where you were before. But gacha games is different, or gacha games are different. Like, when you put in the work to level up a character, they're going to stay there forever until, of course, the game like closes down due to EOS or something. But hopefully we won't have to worry about that. We won't have to worry about that with Genshin for a long time to come. So yeah. Long story short, or a very long-winded answer, but the TLDR is I get to see the fruits of my labor, basically, and it's here to stay for years to come. And I get to show it off to people, to anybody who's interested in listening to me yap about gacha games. Oh, you keep rank, it's just Tarkov and like PoE? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, because I know Tarkov does wipes every so often. How do you have all these characters? A credit card. I used to be a big whale back in the day. I don't spend as much on Genshin as I used to, but I would like to. It's just that right now my current IRL circumstances are not very good, so I have to try to save money wherever I can. But back in the day, I used to whale a whole bunch. I mean, you can tell, right? I have a C6 Shenhe, C6 Ganyu, C6 Ayaka, C6 Miko, Raiden. I mean, Kekken is a permanent character, so that's kind of to be expected. But yeah, C6 Kokomi, C6 Dehya. Dehya, fun fact, chat. Dehya was my very last intentional C6 character in Genshin Impact. My very last one. And boy, oh boy, has it paid off. But yeah, Yoimiya C6 as well. Let's see, who else? I would have loved to get Navia to C6, and if I could, I would also love to get Chiori to C6 too, but unfortunately, can't really afford that right now. But I used to be a big-ass whale back in the day. Not so much anymore. Staff a homeless, yeah. C6 Amber, Lisa, Kea, Holy, yep, C6 Amber, C6 Lisa, and then where's Kea? C6 Kea. Not only that, Malice, but those three Mondstadt characters, I'd never really rolled Wanderlust and Vacation Banner to get. Not really. I may have gotten like a few copies of them, like maybe 1 or 2 copies of those three characters from like the beginning of the game, like early on. But usually, like I've never like degen rolled on Wanderlust like a lot of other streamers used to do back in the day, like back when Genshin first came out. So like the vast majority of these constellations you see for Kea, Lisa, and Amber, they all came from the Star Glitter shops. Like over the years of just slowly but steadily buying more and more copies of them with Star Glitter. Like that's where most of their constellations came from, not from Gacha. So, Barbara, bruh, your favorite FGO video is was my how to use Scotty video. That video was funny. Yeah, I actually put in the effort to make that video funny. It seemed like a lot of people enjoyed it. It's like an MMORPG, but without the multiplayer. Yeah, essentially, yeah. I'm surprised you went for her. For who? Arlecchino C6? I mean, I fucking wish. But, like, short of me getting a job, or short of me, what is it? Getting a huge-ass fucking donation where somebody literally funds my Arlecchino C6 rolls for me. No, I'll just go for, I'll just settle for a C0 R1. For C6 Dehya? Oh, I was looking forward to Dehya. My favorite element, just IRL too, just speaking in general, but especially, and you know, since Genshin also works off of an element system, my favorite element, bar none, is fire. Pyro. I love Pyro. Like, if I were to develop, like, elemental powers IRL, like, IRL, and I got to pick and choose what my elemental power was, it'd be fire. Like, it would be Pyro. No questions asked. I wouldn't even have to, I wouldn't like hesitate or think about it. Be like, oh, fire. Cool. So, Pyro is my favorite element by far. And so, I've been looking for like good Pyro waifus to really beef out and gear out. Yoimiya is cool. I like Yoimiya a lot, but she doesn't quite hit the spot like Dehya does. So when Dehya was finally announced to, you know, come out as a new 5-star character, I was like, oh yeah, Dehya's gonna be a C6. Like, she'll be the last C6 I do for a while, but you know, I'm willing to go the extra mile for her. And that was knowing how bad people were saying she was. Like, remember the month leading up to Dehya's release about how, like, oh, everybody and their mom was shit-talking Dehya about how bad she was. and shit like that. I still remember Zajev putting out like two or three videos on like him like desperately trying to be wrong about how bad Dehya was, which ended with him like succumbing to the inevitable truth that yeah, Dehya is kind of bad. Which by the way, I don't agree with. I think Dehya is an extremely good character. Is she top tier? No, but she absolutely kicks ass. She has other problems that I think the community has completely mislabeled. Like I get the feeling that most of the community just don't understand what makes Dehya good and bad. Maybe they do, I don't know. But I mean, just off the simple observation that you don't see beefed out Dehyas like mine, I think it's safe to say that most of the Genshin community still doesn't know what the fuck to do with Dehya. Like, most people are fucking clueless when it comes to how Dehya actually works. But I was able to, I was willing to make that work, man. I spent, not only did I C6 her on day 1, but I grinded for like 4 months, for the next 4 months afterwards last year, getting her this artifact set. It was fucking painful, but I did it. And that's how her stats, that's why her stats look like this. Can you ask me a question that's coming from a new player that finally started Genshin and I have chiori? Yeah, sure, go ahead, game. Yeah, if you have a question specifically related to chiori, I'm more than willing to answer it. I've been using chiori pretty consistently for the past, like for the past week, basically, ever since she came out. So, if you got a question regarding chiori specifically, then yeah, I'd be more than happy to answer it. Your dedication to, or my dedication rather, to Dehya is inspiring you. Now start building her despite Hoyo. And I wouldn't recommend building Dehya yourself unless you know what you're doing, or if you just want to commit to her to make her work in like Abyss or something. She's definitely not a friendly character to build. She's very demanding. So yeah, I would hesitate to build her if I were you. Again, you have to know what you're doing with her. If you have other characters that that you would prefer raising first, then you should probably raise those characters first. It's more that Dehya's kit feels very clunky to use, which is funny because if you take her kit and put it in Star, she's a much better character, i.e. Fushuan. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, there's no denying that Dehya feels very clunky to use. Yeah, some of her gameplay can be very weird. Like, for example, you can't jump during an ult, otherwise she just jump cancels it entirely, so, you know, you can go fuck yourself. Not only that, but this is also another bug with Dehya that not a lot of people know because they just don't use her. But when you run Dehya and she ults, right? If there's ever a situation where, like, for example, an enemy, like, burrows underneath her, like, under the ground, and then pops up below her, and if anything forces Dehya while she's ulted to, like, become airborne, it triggers a bug every single time that when Dehya lands back down, or maybe it's as soon as she gets knocked up into the air, while she's in her ulted state, she becomes bugged immediately where you cannot left click in order to speed up her punches. She locks herself into her default punching speed, which is very slow, and there's not shit you can do about it. You can't like unbug yourself to like fix it. You have to just ult again in order to get her fast punching speed back. So yeah, she's definitely a lot of work. The jump cancel thing is because her ultimate is technically one attack. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that. Somehow that doesn't surprise me. But yeah, I definitely agree. Dehya is very clunky to play. And yeah, obviously her kit works a lot better with, like, for example, at least her damage mitigation part works a lot better with, for example, Fushuen, because that makes more sense in a game where like your characters are gonna take damage no matter what. Whereas in, you know, Genshin, right, if you play perfectly, you don't take any damage, so what's the point? But I'll just say it right now, Dehya, like the damage mitigation part of Dehya's kit, that's a huge red herring. Like, I think the community looks at that and it just focuses way too much on that. They fundamentally misinterpret, they misunderstand what that damage mitigation is for. Because it's not for her teammates, it's actually for herself. If it even applies to herself. I don't even know if it even applies to herself. Maybe it doesn't. In which case, yeah, it's completely fucking useless. But assuming Dehya's damage mitigation actually applies to herself, it's actually more for herself than it is for her teammates. If they didn't fix her now, they'll never fix her. Yeah, I don't expect Dehya to ever get fixed. I mean, that goes with any other, all other characters in the game. But yeah, certainly not for Dehya either. Let's see. Mostly want to ask you if it's possible for a new player to get both Kazuha or Novelette. You'd have to get lucky, which can happen. Because I certainly got very lucky with my Chiori rolls, where I got both her and her weapon within 4 multis, exactly. So, like, if you get lucky, and you get early 5 stars, and you win the coin flips on both Kazuha and Novelette, then sure, it's possible. But that relies on luck. And if you don't get lucky, and you have to go all the way to soft pity, or, you know, even worse, hard pity, then, yeah, unfortunately, you're not going to be able to get both. So you're going to have to pick and choose. Hoyo needs to get their heads out of their ass and just fix her or something like that. I mean, yeah, ideally they should, but we'll see if they ever get into the mood of buffing characters, I guess. Am I gonna leave Acheron E0 S1, or am I getting her Eidolons? For now, only E0 S1. I would love to get her to E6 if I could help it, but right now I can't afford to do that. So, for the time being, she'll be E0 S1. Thanks for answering your question. Yeah, unfortunately, like if you picked up Genshin like very recently or like now. Maybe if you grind really hard, because if you just started, then like there should be plenty of free primo gems that you could earn, like free primo gems, free intertwined fates. You would have to like grind the game as much as you can, though, to be fair. And maybe you might have a chance. Maybe. I suppose I'll make it easy for you, game playing fan. I'll put it this way for you. For you, it should come down to how much you really want both of them. If you want both Novelette and Kazuha, then up until for the next like what 2 weeks or whatever, however long we have, next 2, 3, 4 weeks before Novelette and Kazuha's banners go away, grind as hard as you can. If you really want Kazuha and Novelette together, if you want both of them, and then maybe you'll be able to farm enough primo gems and intertwined fates to get to that point. To get to the point where maybe you'll have a chance of getting both of them. Maybe. But if you don't want to do all that grind, if it's too much for you, or maybe you think that's a good idea, but then once you start grinding, you realize, wait a minute, like I don't want to have to grind this much, right? Maybe this isn't exactly what I signed up for. Then, you know, then you have to make a choice. You gotta make some choices. You gotta make some hard choices. Whether or not you want to go for Kazuha first, or if you want Kazuha more, or if you want Novelette more. They're both top tier characters, if that's any consolation. So like either one is completely fine. I treat in my opinion, Novelet and Kazuha are on like basically the same tier of like high tier. Maybe I can give a little bit more of an advantage to Kazuha, just because Novelet is a Hydro DPS 5-star character, and we already have a couple of those. So technically, you could skip out a Novelet and go for like either Yelan or Farina, because I think Farina should have a rerun soon, right? Because they always rerun the Archon within their own patch. So like, I would say you can afford to skip Novelet, and then go for Farina instead later, unless you don't like Farina for whatever reason. Yeah, and then for Kazuha, I would give the slight advantage to Kazuha, like I said, because he actually does something that not a lot of other characters do, if any at all. Like, he has a pretty unique mechanic to him, and that's that his skill, or one of his passives, basically translates his elemental mastery into extra elemental damage bonus for the rest of his team for like 8 seconds or so. And yeah, not a lot of other characters can do that, if any at all. So Kazuha actually has something that's that's either unique to him, or like it's like unique to him and like maybe a couple of other characters in the game. Kazuha is just is an extremely powerful support character, damage support character, and he's easy to build. Well, I say that, but you know, good luck trying to get an EM main stat cup. But besides that, so I would give a slight edge to Kazuha, but you can go with Novelet. That's fine too. Just depends on who you like better, I guess. Personally, you think they should prioritize Kazuha? Yeah, same here. Again, I give the slight edge to Kazuha, because again, we have a handful of very strong, powerful Hydro DPSs. Either on field or off field, mainly off field. But. So yeah, like Novelet is replaceable, like his role at least. But Kazuha, not so much. Yeah, either way, just roll for whoever you like more, and just like pray you get lucky, I suppose. I mean, it can happen. It happened to me. So if it can happen to me, it can happen to you. Will you be able to get Arlecchino C2 with 300 pulls? So that's 3 Arlecchinos. You want 3 Arlecchinos within 300 pulls, so 30 multi-rolls. You're gonna have to win at least 2 coin flips, I think. It's either you win at least 2 coin flips, or you have to win all 3. If you lose even 1 coin flip, then your chances of getting Arlecchino C2 go down drastically, and you have to pray on luck. You have to pray for phenomenal luck for the rest of it. If you lose the coin flip twice, and you have to go to soft pity for both of them, that's it. The dream is dead. Unless your spooks, your coin flip losses were very early, right? Like if you're only like 20 into a pity, and then you get an early 5-star, and it turns out to be a spook or like an off rate up, then sure, there's a chance. But only then. But assuming you have to go to soft pity every single time, I think maybe you can afford to lose like 1 coin flip, but no more than that for sure. Even then, I'm not even sure if you can even afford to lose 1 coin flip within only 300 pulls, actually. It's good. You're going to be cutting it close for sure. Nilo, cute? Yeah, I love Nilo. She's great. You know she's very restricted, but you love her. I mean, to be fair, even though she is very restrictive in terms of team building, I mean, like, her Super Bloom teams fucking murder people. Like, I can show you an example of how busted Super Bloom is here, after I'm done with wrecking people with the Novelet, I suppose. But, yeah, Nilo's Super Bloom is something to behold. It's something, alright. I'm a fire in my laser. Oh. I'm a fire in my laser.
ご助力を
Do it again. I get to do it again. C0 Novelette, by the way. Though he does have his weapon, though, to be fair.
天道ここにある
八方の風羽ばたくみんながそばにいてくれる
Alright, plunge attack time. Bra, 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 bra. Oh, there he goes. Oh, we got these small dudes. Make sure we get some more energy for Shenyun. Maybe I should make sure to prioritize some more energy recharge for Shenyun, actually. Looks like she has a little bit of trouble getting her energy back. Let's see. I want to do this first, then this, and then Bennett. There we go. Then we'll switch to back to this. Bra, 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 bra. Bra. Funny plunge play style. Yeah, it worked well enough. Are you playing all those games? Well, obviously not all at once, but they are all running in the background. So if I did want to like go and access one of my gacha games on screen, I could definitely do so.
ご安心を 遠くをたたえ深海のカゴ
Ow.
手強いですねせいご助力を
They should all be dead by now. If not, then they will be soon.
熱狂の渦に
Yeah, there we go.
お披露目だ
Alright, time for the fire my lasers. And we do it again. Peak Novelette gameplay. Yes, sir. Alright, let's see. This might be a little tricky here. So do this. D-Luke, ult. Boom. Do this. Alright. Plunge time. Bra. 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 Funny plunge attacks. Funny.
風よ散れ
Alright, let's do it again.
のご高麗だ
Whee! Bra. 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 Funny plunge attacks. Alright. Which one we got? This one.
風よ散れ
天道ここにあり
I do want to save Shenyun's ultimate for the actual boss. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. Do this.
風羽ばたく
Boom. Boom. There we go. Switch to Zhongli real quick, and then bra, 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 bra. Hey, there we go. I think it was just in time too. Yeah. Alright, these guys. Hello, Coppelia boss. I've come to bargain. Actually, do I even have Farina's ads? I don't even have her ads yet. Oh, I didn't put down her ads yet. Okay. Now we do it again. Hell yeah. Okay. This guy now. Oh, I did not mean to use D-Luke's ult there right away. Or not so soon, anyway. It's hilarious how much physical damage my D-Luke's doing. Bonk. Bonk. Ow. This real quick. This. Boom. Alright, Shenyan time. D-Luke. Boom, boom. Alright, here we go. Bwah. 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 Oh. Got staggered there somewhere. Whee! I think here we wanna, we wanna plunge attack here first. Alright, now we got this done. Boom. Boom. Nope, ouch. Bonk. Ooh, okay. We need to do that better. I need to make sure to line up my rotations with when the arithmetic mech has its shield down. So we're gonna have to figure out. I'm gonna have to figure out a way to do that. Oh, ow. Okay. All right. Okay. I don't have Shenyan's ultimate first, so that was a mistake.
こに生産する天道万象新天道地せ
風よ取るに足らぬ中風本のキス
暁よここにみんながそばにいてくれよし出発だ岩山八九付き合燃えろ
I have 40 seconds though.
烈焰一体を精進せよ天理チョーク
風よ知れ千人のご高来だ
全力攻撃だ今ここに生産する
Hey, we got it. Nice. I still made some mistakes there, but still got it for the most part. Yeah. I still needed to tighten up my rotations there, but it was still good enough. That and my Novelette team in part 1 and first side still gave me a lot of time to work with for a second half, so. Yeah, I kept using my D-Luke ult way too early. Like, I would try to switch my Zhongli to try to have him ult first, but then for some reason the game wouldn't let me swap over to Zhongli. And Anya, how's it going, man? Also, did you pull for a Ying Zhao on Ether Gazer? Yes, I did, and I got her pretty quickly. Thankfully. Her and her unique functors, so. Yeah, I do have Ying Zhao. Can you see the Nilo murder team? Oh, yes. Abso-fucking-lutely. Absolutely. And then for this team, which one do I want to roll with? Fuck it. Mono Geo team just kind of wrecks second half, I think. Which is pretty hilarious. But did you do your Arknights polls? Yeah, actually I haven't. Maybe we can do that as the last thing for today. And I'll do Star Rail MOC next time. Hey, I wonder where all the enemies went. They all sort of disappeared. Where did they go? You knew you needed Kokomi? I don't think you need Kokomi. She's just very convenient to use there. Barbara is her replacement, yeah. Because remember that Barbara's skill field, or her skill, puts a Hydro Aura around you, and that's usually good enough, I think. Usually. But yeah, Barbara, you can use Barbara, yeah. Like what Resu TV is saying in chat. Yeah, and there are also different like Nilo like Super Bloom variant teams too. Yeah, like what Pomfenir said with the Yao Yao. Yeah, you don't need to run the exact team that I'm running. There are a couple of variations, not a lot obviously, because you know Super Bloom is pretty restrictive, but they exist.
の術冥王牽制剣女盤石天道ここにあり
Probably didn't need to use what was it, Zhongli's ult there, but whatever. It don't matter. Alright. More Super Bloom Annihilation time. Woohoo!
海のちぎりよ
Yep, time for these guys.
失策ですそう知識をあなたにもいくよ
Okay, go over here. Super Bloom these guys. Boom,
覚えたわよ
boom, boom, boom. Ow.
ご助力をさあ踊るよそれ全部丸見えねや
Hey, Stupid Chase, how's it going, man? Welcome back.
岩山八九先生こっちで酒今こそ誕生の時お前の出番だぜ鬼の狂気乱舞
Pa, 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 pa.
ガン闘牛天道万象霹靂先陣創世の術神軍血人疑似妖怪お前の出番異形を見届けよ
Oh, they should be splitting. Yeah.
神軍
Ow.
俺につけ難攻不落はっ天道ここにある
Bra.
酒俺様に任せろはっあらはっあら砕きやがれはっ
Damn, Ito's cow just did 128,000 damage. Besides Dendra MC, is there another character who could replace them like Alhaitham? Kole. And you get Kole for free. If you once you clear like Abyss like 8 or something, I forget. But for this build, for my Super Bloom team you see me use here, if you don't have Dendra or if your Dendra Traveler isn't up to par, then you can replace her with Kole. And yeah, you have options, you have some alternatives for Kole too, like Baiju and Yao Yao.
はびこりなさいこれこそが知恵の伝道はびこれはっ願いをはっ見逃さないでねあれ狂いなさいはっ失策やはっはっへいせいややふっそう何の憩い痛くしちゃうかも私のお家にいらっしゃはっふっいくよこのダンスをあなたに
There we go. Excuse me. Yeah, Alhaitham doesn't really work that well with Bloom teams. Yeah, he's much more suited for aggravate teams.
岩山八九疑似妖怪冥王牽制鬼の狂気乱舞どやあらはっ天道万象血人と先生こっちで創世の術とてせん ここにある冥王牽制強行俺につけ血人新天道地ガン闘牛器用のおとりだあらどりゃあら
Brute force. Hell yeah. This boss is so ass without running Geo units, either Geo units or Claymore units. Because you need Claymores to plunge attack and destroy the shield quickly if you don't have Geo characters. You hope Yelan is an option for Nilo? I think she is. It's just that Yelan is so good and much more of a crutch character for like other standard teams outside of Super Bloom. It's like, why would you use Yelan for that? I think is kind of the big issue. But I think Yelan can work if you want to use it for Super Bloom anyway. At least I expect her to be able to anyway. Alright, Ken Claudio, thanks for hanging out, man. We'll catch you next time. Genshin doesn't love Claymore characters, unfortunately. Certainly doesn't feel like it. I disagree. Navia exists. Because remember, she uses a Claymore, even if it doesn't look like one. We all know how good Navia is. And who is it? Gaming also uses a Claymore, right? Yeah. And people say that gaming's pretty good. Especially if you give in some constellations. I think mine is still at only C0. Navia is a heavy artillery character, unfortunately. Where's her Claymore? I don't see her using a Claymore. What do you mean she uses a Claymore? She's a shotgun user, isn't she? Polearm or spears are the favorite child. Seems like it, huh? Beto too? Yeah, Beto's pretty good. Doesn't Kave have the cores heal him instead of hurt him when they explode? Maybe. I know that Kave's gimmick is that he has non-Super Bloom cores detonate early as if they were Super Bloom by using his skill. But I'm actually not sure if they just straight up heal him instead of like damage him. Let's see. Yeah, it's his first passive. Yeah, when a Dendra core explodes on Kave, instead of getting hurt, he'll regain HP equal to 300% of his EM. So. They didn't release the Electro Girl from Fontaine yet. Nope. Clorin? No, she's not out yet. Yeah, she'll be after Arlecchino.
Suijou 護送でどんな道でも通ったことがあるぜ俺は安心しろ均等級表紙って名は伊達じゃないぞおお
Just noticed. Are you running Nikke on LD player? Nope. LD play. I don't. I'm surprised you don't. You don't know this. But Nikke has had its own PC client ever since last year. So I'm not. I don't have to run. We don't have to run Nikke on emulator anymore. Like maybe we had to in the past. Like ever since Nikke got a PC client, that's all I've ever been playing on it. I actually have Nikke on my download on my phone, so if I have it up to date, then I actually can play Nikke on my phone, and my phone actually runs it pretty well. But yeah, no, Nikke on my PC, it's got its own client, so no need for an emulator.
布を断つにはハサミを使うはず。そんなつまらない規則なんてどうだっていいわ。使い勝手のいい刃物を使うまでよ。
Let's see. Yeah. I always do a slight double take whenever I listen to Chiori's voice and realize that's the same voice from Nino from Quintessential Quintuplets. Gaming animations are pretty cool. Yeah, he probably has some of the best idle animations in the game. When where he goes all fucking neon and shit. Yeah. The devs really like gaming. At least I feel like they do. So glad you got Chiori in 30. 3 multis while on guarantee. Hey, that's what's good, man. Now you can save for Arlecchino. Assuming you already have Kazuha and Novalet, of course. Only reason you were wondering if there was a way to emulate it so you could use... Oh, I see. Google to cash in on Google Point and rewards. I haven't tried... actually seeing if it's available on LD Player. I could check for you, actually. Let's see. I'm gonna use my my girl's frontline window. Let me see if Nikke is available here. Say Nikke. Oh yeah, it's right here. Let's see. Nikke Goddess of Victory. Yeah, it seems like it's available. Yeah, it says you can install it here. So yeah, I guess LD Player does offer it on does offer Nikke. So try your luck with LD Player. Oh, you're on that pure gacha sauce with your setup right now? Gacha's out the wazoo. Hell yeah. But yeah, I am absolutely gacha pilled. Gacha, gacha, gacha. Remember that she also voices Arknights as W, and she also voices Pravati from Nikke Goddess of Victory. Trying to remember if she has any other gacha roles or roles in any of the gacha games that I play. I don't think she voices an FGO character yet, or if she does, it's not a major character. Don't think she voices a character for Girl. Actually, she might voice a character for Girls Frontline. Let me check. See, I don't think she does, it seems like. Let's see, does she? Yeah, no, I don't think she voices anybody in Girls Frontline. I don't know if she voices anybody in Azure Lane either. Not sure. Probably not. Let's see. No, she doesn't voice anybody in Azure Lane either. Arknight's obviously she's W. Genshin now she voices Chiori. Did she voice anybody in Blue Archive?
いっそ私のモデルになってくれない？綺麗な服をデザインしてあげるわ。
Not sure. Nothing's coming up. Did Roppy get a 5-star version yet? No. Not yet. She's highly anticipated though. Because like people have rightfully pointed out that like for example Ines has a 5-star version or has an SSR version, and that's summer form. So a lot of people are kind of anticipating a like a super powered up version of Roppy, because I think there's one like that in the story. So basically SSR Roppy. So people are anticipating her. We just don't know when she's gonna show up though. Are you done streaming? Yeah, for the most part, yeah. I'm winding down, just chilling with chat for now. Till I need to get off and go grab some food. Bravadian also Nero. Oh, I didn't realize she voiced Nero. God, Ayana Takatatsu has such a wide voice range. Like I almost don't even hear Nino in Chiori's voice at all. Just because it's such a different tone. Isn't Red Hood technically SSR Roppy? I mean, they both have red hair, to be fair, but no, different characters. What's the game to the left of what was the question? What is the game to the left of Nikke? To the left of Nikke and right next to it, Girls Frontline 1. That would be Girls Frontline 1. SSR Roppy would be story related instead of event related, perhaps, but how would they handle the gacha for that then? Because usually gacha banners come alongside like actual events, so guess we'll find out. What do you think of Genshin's event design of not giving any reruns for their events? I think it's trash. It's one of the biggest things I ask for in terms of like improving Genshin. If you guys didn't watch that video, I have a about an hour-long video that I put up on my YouTube channel around last week, basically detailing all the things I want Genshin to improve in. And one of the big things that I want them to change is the fact that, you know, there are no event reruns in Genshin when there should be, right? Because of the fact that there are no event reruns, that means that anybody who's missed out on event welfare weapons, the 4-star welfare weapons. So for example, you know, the classic is where the fuck is it? That's Cinnabar Spindle. Here it is. The classic is Festering Desire. The fucking gold standard sword for any free-to-play Farina main out there, right? because we don't have event reruns, this means that every free-to-play Farina main out there can no longer equip her with their best free-to-play weapon, which is Festering Desire. And it's literally impossible to get this weapon at all now, right? Because this was only available during like a fucking 2 or 3 week event 3 fucking years ago. So like, hey, guess what? If you weren't playing back in 2020, you know, and you picked up Festering Desire and got it to R5 back then, guess what? You can go fuck yourself. I hope you enjoy using that fishing sword that you get from Fontaine as a substitute. That might be intentional to get you to Gambo. I mean, yeah, we can. I mean, obviously. Yeah. But it's. I'm not asking why they do it. I'm saying that it's shitty that they don't. Like, even disregarding their supposed intention of, like, trying to get you to roll on their fucking shitty-ass weapon banners, just the mere fact that you can't get this weapon again is shitty enough. Like, event reruns are, like, they don't have to rerun events. That's fine. But as long as you give players a way to get back these old weapons that were, at least at one point, like, exclusive to those events, right? As long as the game, like, after, like, maybe a couple years, right? It's been 3 fucking years since Festering Desire first came out. Like, after, like, a year or two, right? Maybe 2 years, let's say. Like, what's so wrong with giving back, for example, Festering Desire for players now? Because, like, every other gacha game does this. Every other gacha game in existence does, like, event reruns in some capacity, in some form. It's just Genshin that doesn't do it. So, like, to me, like the fact that Genshin doesn't do event reruns, and among other things that they happen to do, like, it just reeks of, like, arrogance, right? It's like, oh, to me it comes off as, oh, we're the biggest gacha game in the world. We get to do whatever we want. So you didn't get this weapon from 3 years ago? You can go suck our dick, or you can go fuck yourself. Like, that's the kind of vibe that I get from Genshin, of them not doing event reruns. Again, they don't have to do event reruns. They, as long as if they somehow, like, come up with a way to make these old weapons available directly to the player base, and that's fine. We don't need event reruns then. That's fine. It's not that big a deal. But that's not what's happening, right? You don't have a way to obtain Festering Desire now in current year. And it's still kind of an open question as to like how MiHoYo will treat these weapons in the future for people who don't have it. Like, will they ever bring it back? Like, it sucks. It sucks that just because you weren't playing back in 2020, that means that you have to miss out on Farina's best free-to-play weapon, right? And even for veteran Genshin players who were playing back then, I know some dude in my Twitch chat who says he only has an R3 Festering Desire because he wasn't able to play, or whatever his excuse was. But whatever happened, right? He ended up only having an R3 Festering Desire, right? Imagine if you're like a veteran Genshin player and you like neglected to do the event back then, so you only got like a partial refinement boost for Festering Desire, or you just straight up didn't get Festering Desire at all. And then 3 years later, it turns out, oh, by the way, this is also the best free-to-play weapon for Farina. It's like, oh, well, shit. well, guess we'll go fuck ourselves then. So, yeah, it sucks that Genshin doesn't do event reruns for some goddamn reason. And again, it just stinks. It stinks of MiHoYo arrogance that they don't have to do event reruns because we're the biggest gacha game in the world, and if you don't like it, you can go fuck yourself, right? Go suck a dick or something. Go suck a dick somewhere. Excuse me. Is Chiori's weapon just Albedo's Abyss now? I think I was told that technically speaking, Albedo actually still prefers Cinnabar Spindle, but I guess if you don't have Cinnabar Spindle, which I'm sure a lot of players don't, then yeah, Chiori's weapon will probably be his new BIS, or be his new BIS. Fucking crazy that Star Rail got replayable events before Genshin ever did. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's not that good because it's not like you can get, like, for example, tutorial mission from the replayable events from archives. But like, if Star Rail allows players to pick up tutorial mission or like other past like welfare light cones before Genshin lets players pick up old welfare weapons like Festering Desire, then it's over. It's actually over. Like, it's so over. Like, it's so over you guys don't even know. You were playing on a fucking potato back when Festering Desire came out? Yeah, exactly. People were in all sorts of different situations back then. So missing out on Cinnabar Spindle is one thing, but missing out on tutorial mission is oof. Yeah, exactly. Fucking oof. How's Relic farming for Acheron going? What main stats am I going for? I'm going for crit rate main stat, body, speed boots naturally, and then lightning damage planar, and then attack percent rope. Acheron seems pretty straightforward when it comes to stat building. That being said, Acheron will get should be getting a lot of crit stat boosts from all sorts of places. So I think her best artifact or her best relic set will be the Pioneer set, the 4-piece Pioneer set. And then with 2.1, we should be getting Simulated Universe World 9. And World 9 should give us 2 new ornament sets. And I think, technically speaking, both of them are actually pretty good for Acheron, depending on what you want her to do. Currently, I plan on farming... I believe it's called the Izumo Gensei ornament set for Acheron, which gives her plus 12% attack and plus 12% crit rate, as long as she has another Nihility character on the same team as her, or on the same team. So I think that'll be very useful for her, and so that's what I'm going to build her towards. And then, try to stock her up with as much crit stats and attack percent, and maybe she wants a little bit of EHR. I forget exactly, but crit stats, crit stats, attack percent, speed. The usual. Basically your standard DPS stats. Tutorial Lycon was the god blessing. Yeah, for real, man. Jesus. The god welfare Lycon. I mean, shit, man. Tutorial mission is basically the Festering Desire of Star Rail, to be honest. They don't even have to go that far above and beyond with it. Yeah, exactly. I mean, hell, my proposed solution for, like, the welfare weapons in Genshin specifically is, like, okay, sure, if you don't want to do event reruns, that's fine. But, in my opinion, MiHoYo should put, like, for example, blueprints of, like, Festering Desire and, like, Cinnabar Spindle into, like, the Mondstadt Forge, for example. Right, because both Festering Desire and Cinnabar Spindle are both technically Mondstadt weapons. So I think what MiHoYo should do, and I discussed this in my How to Improve Genshin video from last week, but I think how MiHoYo should do it is they should turn these old welfare weapons into blueprints, right? Because you know how in Fontaine, the smith in Fontaine sells you the blueprints to make the Fontaine weapons, right? The Fontaine craftables. So they should do something similar for the old welfare weapons, right? Sell them as a blueprint. You can buy them from the appropriate smith, right? You get it from them, and then you read it, and then now you can build the weapons. But the weapons should be very expensive to make because these are these used to be limited time content, right? And so you're paying for the ability to access old content now, like years later. So like I think these weapons should be very expensive, right? I don't know. Let's say you have to go farm like I don't know 100 blue rocks, right? Blue rocks, not the special blue rocks, just the regular blue rocks, or like some sort of combination of like blue rocks and white rocks and black rocks or whatever the tiers of rocks that people call them these days. And then yeah, like make it pretty expensive to build. Like say it costs, make it cost like I don't know 500,000 more or something, like some hefty price. But like yeah, even if they make that super expensive, it's still worth it at the end of the day because it still gives players a chance to access these old ass weapons. But yeah, who knows if they'll who knows if they'll ever do it? Yeah, yeah, exactly. Would Genshin even? Probably the answer is probably not. Genshin could never, more like Genshin never will. Ayy, got him. Yeah, exactly. So many ways they could go about doing it, but I mean, I guess the one silver lining is the fact that Chronicle banner exists now, or Chronicle Wish banner exists. This fucking stupid ass banner. Yeah, this shit. Like, I mean, the one thing about Chronicle Wish Band that I suppose is the silver lining here is that this is proof that MiHoYo does want to eventually improve shit about Genshin. Like, the Chronicle Wish banner wasn't exactly how I would have handled it, but it's something at least, right? At least it's proof that MiHoYo is at least thinking about, like, making shit better, even if it takes like years to get around to doing. So like there's a small glimmer of hope at least, but yeah, it's other than that. Chronicle banner is so bad though. Yeah, it's so fucking bad, man. Like I suppose like if you don't mind getting any of the characters here, or like if you're looking specifically for like for example Hunter's Path, right? Because Hunter's Path is legitimately an amazing weapon, right? If you're a Tignari main and you missed out on if you've built like if you've gotten spooked by a lot of Tignaris and you've built him up ever since he came out, right? From like what 2 years ago, and then you realize that oh my god, Tignar is actually an amazing Dendro character, and he is. And you're like, oh, I really want a copy of Hunter's Path for him. Then yeah, sure. At least you can get Hunter's Path now. That and of course Beacon for Dehya, of course, but yeah, man, they could have done this Chronicle Wish banner so much better, but ugh. Of course they would do it in the most MiHoYo way possible. Yeah. You have thousands of all the rocks you will gladly take to offer. I mean, yeah, exactly. That'd be the easiest thing to do, right? Oh, what do you mean I need to farm a whole bunch of rocks? Oh, I did that already. I'm prepared. Feels like an awful cash grab. I never said Chronicle Wish banner was good, in case you're talking about Chronicle Wish banner. Like, I still don't like this banner overall. I'm just saying that, like, it is something new. And it for what it's worth, like, you still can't, like, it's still, I'm sure, useful for some people out there. Like, I appreciate at least the effort that MiHoYo made in, like, trying to, like, you know, solve maybe a couple issues that Gacha has with this Chronicle Wish banner. But yeah, is it amazing? Hell no, it's trash. It's still trash. They could have done a much better job with this. But, you know, I'm just saying that at least this is proof that there's a little bit of hope at least. But yeah, obviously we shouldn't be getting our hopes up anytime soon. So, yeah. Asking for QOLs from Hoyo feels like talking to a brick wall. Yeah, because to be honest with you, they don't have to. Yeah. Like, remember what I said about, like, MiHoYo acting like a fucking arrogant dev studio / company? Is because they know they can afford being one, right? I mean, to be honest with you, if I feel like Chronicled Wish banner only exists because remember back in earlier 2 months ago, back in January, excuse me, back in January, right, when the Chinese players started fucking rioting online over in the Chinese web, right? I feel like the Chronicle Wish banner was like a direct response to that, where it's like, oh, like here's something for you guys to have so that you guys don't get pissed off as much next time or something like that. I don't know, and even then it feels like a fucking shitty ass effort at like offering like a consolation to the Chinese players. I'm not even sure if the Chinese players even see it that way. Probably they probably don't. But yeah, it's yeah. Sucks that Chronicle Wish uses intertwined fates. Yeah, exactly. That was the thing that I said when they first announced it back during the Genshin dev stream like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, 2 or 3 weeks ago. It's like, if this shit used acquaint fates, then I suppose it would be a lot better, because that means that people don't have to sacrifice their intertwined fates for this. But then again, at the same time, you get two problems with that. One, like, a lot of people probably don't even have a lot of acquaint fates because they're probably like me and they already dumped it all into Wanderlust Invocation banner already. So it's like, if they made it cost acquaint fates, then you're gonna piss off a lot of people who've already spent all their acquaint fates on this shitty ass Wanderlust banner, right? So it's like, well, it's like in hindsight, I guess they couldn't have made it cost acquaint fates because that would piss off a lot of players who had already spent their acquaint fates on Wanderlust. So they have to make it intertwined so that way you don't piss off half the player base. Rock farming, you say? Doctor, come on, wake up, it's 4 p.m, time to go for our daily rock farming runs at 1-7. Yeah, ideally, even despite that, ideally it should have cost, what, like, acquaint fates, I guess. But again, like, where are you even gonna get acquaint fates from? Like, the game hardly gives you any acquaint fates, I guess. And what little they give you, it's like, well, best I can do is like 1. Hey, Jalter, thanks so much for the 39-month resub, man. Welcome back. Are you doing level 90 for Lotto, where it has Berserker, Saber, Lancer? What team do you run to do it in 3 turns? Yeah, Hannah's linked some team comps for you. So check those links out, Jalter, and see if there's any team that you can run. Acquaint fates for use for 1 banner is literally shit designed to begin with. Yeah, for Genshin it is. For Star Rail it's a different story, because at least in Star Rail, once you do 30 multis, you're guaranteed a quote free 5-star character that you can pick, right? So at least for Star Rail, there's an incentive for you to actually roll that, right? Because you build towards that 30 multi free 5-star. But yeah, since Genshin doesn't have anything like that, it's like, well, you can go fuck yourself. So, yeah. Arlecchino doing her best one-winged angel impression. I mean, it makes sense why her idle animation shows her, like, glitching the fuck out. She certainly pulls off that creepy waifu vibe very, very well. Yeah, exactly. Star at least has the hard pity of the guaranteed 5-star after you do 30 multis. So at least you have something to work towards. Not so much in Genshin. So. Like, cool, dude. What are you gonna do with fucking C4 Chi-Chi or like your 6 Skyward Blade? Yeah. It's kind of like, oof. Now, why would you do this? Arlecchino being like, "Be not afraid," as she kills you quietly in French. So this is what biblically accurate angels truly look like. They look like Arlecchino. I mean, hey, if that's what biblically accurate our angels look like, I'm down for it, man. I'll take Arlecchinos over those biblically accurate angels any day of the week. Because if we're gonna die to biblically accurate angels, I'd rather die staring at a hot French woman. Chronicle Wish will invent a new type of salt when someone course selects a perma character, only gets spooked by a limited character they never wanted. The layers. The absolute fucking layers. Sir, we've discovered a new type of salt. And it comes from Gacha Genshin players. They could have made a new fate specifically for Chronicle Wish. That would be an even worse idea, I think. Specifically because Chronicle Wish banners are limited. Because at least with the Wanderlust banner, the Wanderlust banner is permanent. Like you can always roll it. So as soon as you get like 10 Acquaint Fates, or like as soon as you get any Acquaint Fates, like you can just toss it over in into Wanderlust banner and just spend it at any time. But Chronicle Wish banner is temporary, right? It's only here for another 2 weeks. So, like, having a separate currency for Chronicle Wish banner is even worse. It's either that, it could actually, on second thought, it could work, but it would depend on the frequency of Chronicle Wish banners. Like, how often do we get Chronicle Wish? Right? If they only drop us a Chronicled Wish banner like once every like fucking 3 months or something, then I'm not too sure how worth that would be, right? But if we always had a Chronicled Wish banner active every patch, right, then that's a different story, I think. So maybe a separate currency just for Chronicle Wish banner could work. Even then, that's pretty iffy, though. It feels pretty iffy for me. Hey, Denzo official, how's it going, man? Welcome back. Finally, Gacha player salt, says the scientist as he holds up a vial of pure Gacha salt. we have finally successfully synthesized pure raw Gacha salt in its purest form. In physical form. Whereas the rock music in Fontaine, I feel like Fontaine would enjoy more. It would be more into like classical music. I mean, it's Fontaine, obviously. So maybe Shinyan's going to be in for a bit of a disappointment there. Already on 11 lottery boxes. Hey, congrats to Dexter. You're not C6ing Chiori, right? If I'm gonna be honest with you, Denzo, I would love to C6 Chiori, but I just can't afford to do that right now, because I am a broke boy. I'm a broke ass bitch. But yeah, I would love to C6 Chiori. I enjoy Chiori quite a bit. So if I had the ability to, if I had the money to, I would definitely C6 Chiori. But at the moment, no. I have to, unfortunately, I can't get her to C6. The best I can do right now is C0R1. And she's still very fun to play. I enjoy running Chiori quite a bit. And yeah, I've been using her very frequently for Abyss runs, and she's a lot of fun to play. So I would love to C6 Chiori again, but can't right now. Maybe in the future. In a perfect world, Chronicle Wish should rotate every patch and have us use the blue fates, the Acquaint Fates. And it would give them incentive to give us those more often, but knowing Hoyo, they would just be more stingy with the rewards at that point. Yeah, never trust Hoyo. At least not with Genshin. With Star Rail, perhaps, but with Genshin, nah, never. MiHoYo hate. MiHoYo hate. Yeah, in a perfect world, Genshin would have an end game. Yeah, I'll take it a step further. In a perfect world, Genshin wouldn't even be a gacha game. We wouldn't have to we wouldn't have to spend money for gacha. We would just be able to get all the characters we want. In a perfect world, Genshin would just be an RPG instead of a gacha game. Cause fuck gacha. All my homies hate gacha. Gacha hate. Gacha hate. You just see Chronicled Wish as like an option for specific units and weapons that you missed out on, but you understand why people are raging about it. Yeah, it's just that they could have implemented it a lot better. Like it's got so many issues with it. Like it's nice that they did it, but like at the same time they could have done a lot better of a job with it for sure. C0R1 still good to play? Yeah, I agree. Chiori is still a very strong character. It's just that at C0 you just need to pay attention better to how you play her. I mean that's how it is for most 5-star characters anyway. So it's not an issue. VR Genshin ain't no way. It's also fucking criminal that Genshin still has a 160 resin cap 4 years in. Yeah, at this point they should just change it to whatever the fuck Star Rail has. Yeah, 240 cap, give you 2400 resin like bank, right? In case your initial 240 resin caps. And then one resin every 6 minutes instead of every 8. Yeah, that's what they should do. We all hate gacha, yet our addiction always brings us back to it. Like we don't get, you know, a gacha character when this game sucks, I'm quitting. And 3 days later we crawl back to it and log on real quietly. Start playing again. Hey, so who's our next meta character again? Hey, Iowan, thanks for the 26-month resub. Welcome back. Guess it's that time again. I just realized there's a new banner in Arcanized. Yep, we have Jessica Alter on Raid Up now. Still wish we could have endgame content in Genshin like in Star Rail. Yes, sir. That'd be nice. Instead of just the usual, you know. Abyss 9 through 12. I have a couple ideas for Genshin Endgame as well. I discussed them in my how to improve Genshin video that I have on my YouTube channel. Does Star Rail still have the same shitty 5 condensed resin limit? Oh, Star Rail just doesn't even have condensed resin at all. I mean, technically it does, but it's specifically for simulated universe. Like you can convert your resin directly into the simulated universe coins that you can use to exchange for ornaments. But it's not exactly the same as condensed resin. Because Star Rail doesn't need condensed resin. Because in Star Rail you can go to a cave, or you can go to either, well, for caverns you have to do it one at a time, like one run at a time. But for calyx flowers, you can do 6 runs in a row, and each run is 10 Trailblaze power. So technically, you're doing 6 runs in a row. So for Star Rail, we actually don't need condensed resin, so it doesn't exist. Only in the form of those simulated universe coins. So, but other than that. Nah. You love how FGO popularized calling the edgy version of an existing character alter. I mean, it's just so easy to say. It's easy to say and it's cool. Like, adding alter to the end of a name is just badass. It just sounds cool, man. And not only that, but you can also shorten it as well. For example, we call John Alter just Jalter because it makes sense. So yeah. FGO's legacy stays with us all. Would be interesting when MiHoYo to release their first paid-to-play game. Oh yeah, like their actual like a $60 game or whatever. Kind of like how Hypergriff released X Astris recently. Yeah. It'd be interesting. Hey Chrono, welcome back, man. How's it going? Hope the farm's been well. Yeah, I've slogged for a couple hours today through artifact and relic farming. So I did at least manage to get a full relic set for Acheron, though her ornament set doesn't have a proper like set to it because I plan on farming Simulated Universe 9 once that comes out. Genshin update out of nowhere, maybe like a hotfix. Genshin's always has like these little hot fixes that they do. Hey Andrew, how's it going, man? Listening to you while working in the background. Hey, that's what's good. Thanks for stopping by. You hate it when people say Malter for made alter. And alter is just short for alternative. Can we go even deeper? Pretty soon, FGO players are gonna start calling Jalter just Jalt. They're not even gonna call. They're not even gonna say to pronounce the er part, the part. Jalter will become Jalt. Salter will become Salt. How's going in Honkai Impact 3rd on Mars? Oh, I actually don't play Honkai Impact. It's like one of those games where if I had the time, if I were in a better IRL situation, I might consider picking up. Just because, you know, I play Star Rail, so it'd be nice to go back to its roots and go play Honkai Impact, maybe. But unfortunately, I actually do not play Honkai Impact. I know about it, though. Bronya is my favorite character. As she is in Star Rail as well. Please no, it's already hard enough when somebody says Jalter. Acheron needs an outrageous amount of crit rate. It should be quote easy. It's not really that easy, but for Acheron it should be easier than you think it is, because remember that we can now farm the Pioneer set, and remember the Pioneer set gives up to 8% crit rate, 4% naturally or 4% by default, and then if Acheron puts a debuff on enemies, she doubles the crit rate bonus she gets from earlier, the 4% crit rate. It doubles it to 8%. So 4-piece Pioneer should give her 8% crit rate, ideally. And what is it? And her the new ornament sets, both of them actually with Simulated Universe 9, also give her more crit rate too. One of them gives you 4% extra crit rate and up to 40% extra crit damage if you need more crit damage. The other set gives you attack percent, but it gives you crit rate as long as you have another character on the same team as a user who's the same path. And that just lines up perfectly with who is it? with Acheron because of her trace, right? Where she wants another Nihility Path character as a teammate for her anyway. So it's like, well, that's just perfect. So, like, it should be easier than you think getting more crit rate for Acheron, but yeah, you still need quite a bit, even then. Yeah, Pioneer plus Izumo Gensei is 20% right then and there. Or at least it should be. Your old phone can still run FGO, but it can't run Honkai due to overheating. Especially now that Honkai's had their engine overhaul, right? From what I hear, so it's a pretty overwhelming game. I've heard stories about it. Yeah, it's like the least side game of all Hoyo games. Honkai Impact is MiHoYo's like darling baby. Yeah. Yeah, they absolutely love Honkai Impact. Yeah, Honkai Impact is definitely MiHoYo's like favorite child. And like Genshin is their cash cow, and then Star Rail is kind of like the middle kid, I guess. Oh, you ever played Grand Blue? No, I've heard about it and I know about it, but no, I've never played it myself. Neither the mobile game nor the recent Relink game that came out recently. Haven't played any of the Grand Blue games. Yeah, Sigonia is definitely a pure fiction ornament set, yeah. Because with that, Acheron will just completely shit on pure fiction for sure. None of these help low-key because you don't have most of them. I mean, Jalter, if you have anybody in particular you need me to put up, just let me know. I think I still have you on my friends list, right? I don't think I remember deleting you or anything. Grand Blue Fantasy is hell. Yeah, so I hear. It's like Omega grind hell. And technically, you can get a lot of crit rate on her for free anyway, because 8% from Pioneer, 12 from Fushuan, yep, and another 12 from Izumo, and another 18 if you get E1. Yeah, if you get her E1, that makes her it makes crit building her a lot easier. And then like if you want to run her with like a preliminary ornament set before we get Simulated Universe 9, before we get SU9. You can even give her, what, like 2-piece Inert Sal Soto. That gives you an extra 8% crit rate too. Just to hold you over. What's the game at the bottom on the left of Nikke? Left of Nikke, that would be Girls Frontline. GFL 1. Gotta love how they overload the living shit out of premium healers and tanks in Star Rail. Here's the thing, though. They kind of have to do that. The thing, mechanically speaking, in Star Rail, because you can only have 4 characters on a team. This is not Star Rail is not like FGO or other turn-based games where like you can have other characters to back you up. No, in Star Rail you only have 4 characters per team and that's it. Like if one dies, you are so fucked. So because you can only bring in 4 characters, like it is imperative that each and every character on a team, if you're talking about like trying to beat like MOC 12 or something, it is absolutely imperative that every character on your team like pulls their own weight, right? So the more value they can bring to the table, the more shit that they can do or give to your team in terms of like party buffs, the better. The absolutely better. So like Fushuan is amazing because not only does she tank for you guys, tank for her team, but she also gives her entire team 12% extra crit rate. And if you get her to E1, she also gives an another 30% crit damage on top of that, which is amazing. Right, yeah, right. And like, you'll see the same thing with Adventuring when we get his ass after Acheron. So We got the real mana culture right here. When was that? The FGO event, you mean? FGO event? The one that's going on right now? It's the lottery event. Sal Soto should be the best option. Yeah, that's what I kind of figured. Yeah, because Sal Soto offers you the bonus ult damage too, and that's probably its own multiplier as well. Yeah, ideally, you want to run Sal Soto on her if you can pull it off. Doki had a little taco on her desk. Oh, she's an Ina fan. That's cute. Hey, there you go. And it looks like she just tweeted this a minute ago. That's cute. Acheron really likes attack percent because she has a lot of built-in damage bonus. I see. I wonder how viable it is running an attack percent body piece on Acheron then. Probably not very, to be honest. I wonder if I even have an attack percent body piece. And the answer is no. Like shit, if this HP percent body piece were attack percent instead, then I would actually seriously roll that. But oh well. You finally got Hanabi on Sunday after lots of overthinking, and she's been a blast. Hey, good to hear, man. Good to hear Hanabi's been taking care of you. So that should actually be your orb. Oh, oh yeah, that's right. So technically, the attack percent orb that I had earlier should probably go on her instead then. Let's see, attack percent, because I think I have a spare attack percent orb here somewhere. Oh, I guess not. I guess I do not have an attack percent orb. Oh, that's the wrong one. I had to go for attack percentage. Yeah, this one. This one's okay, I guess. It's got double crit at least. We tried to level up a what is it? Try to level up attack percent planar and see how well it turns out. That one's shitty. More HP. No, that's actually crit rate. Cool. What about the next one? Another crit rate, okay. What about the next one? More crit rate, holy shit. What about the next one? Holy shit, this is a quad crit rate roll. I was not expecting that. Holy fuck. Well, shit, thanks for the suggestion. Now I have a really good off-piece planar. Oh shit, I did not mean to discard that. I want to lock it. Long stream too? Yeah, I didn't expect to stream for this long. Planned to get off like several hours ago, but I kept streaming. Ain't no way. Oh, what's that? She wants an attack percent planar? Okay, let me just pull out an off piece real quick. Oh, what's that? I got 4 rolls in the crit rate? Well, shit. But this is just an off piece, so this will just be temporary. I'll probably grind inert Sal Soto pieces if that's going to end up being her best theoretical ornament set. But yeah, it's just a temporary one, so it's not something that I'll use on her permanently. Unless I just forget to give her a better like a proper ornament set, because I forgot to give Luocha a proper ornament set for like the longest time, and he still actually pulled his own actually, which is kind of funny. But yeah, I suppose thanks for the suggestion, chat. Because I was like, oh, attack percent? Okay, I got you. And boom, there we go. It's why you always wanna keep around double crit ornaments, chat. You never know. You never know when they might come in handy. Luocha's super forgiving to build. Yeah, for sure, man. Dude is a fucking, is a goddamn saint. And I know that Honkai Impact players kind of look at him funny because, you know, he's supposed to be auto, and they're like, we can't trust auto. But as far as I'm concerned in Star Rail, he's the fucking homie. Luocha does what we need to pay Luocha more. Whatever we're paying him, it's not enough. E1 Hanabi for good support, yay or nay? Let me check. Let's see here. Suspension of disbelief. Cipher effect granted by ultimate lasts for 1 extra turn. All allies with Cipher have their attack increased by 40%. I mean, the 40% attack buff alone would probably make it worth it. But let's see. The Cipher effect granted by ultimate lasts for 1 extra turn. What do that mean? Let's see. Ultimate recovers 4 skill points to the team. Grants all allies Cipher. For allies with Cipher, each stack of damage boost effect provided by Sparkle's talent additionally increases by 10%, lasting for 2 turns. So it lasts for 3 turns or something like that. Additionally, whenever ally consumes 1 damage, 1 skill point, all allies damage dealt increases by 6% per skill point. Effect lasts for 2 turns. Can stack up to 3 times. Let's see. The Cipher effect granted by ultimate lasts for 1 extra turn. Cipher with all Cipher damage boost affected by blah 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 lasts for 2. So instead of 2 turns, this should be 3. I guess that's nice. I think honestly, the more importantly, the attack buff is really good. I would imagine this would be really good for like Acheron, for example, because you guys were talking about how Acheron really wants attack buffs because she kind of has the damage bonuses covered. So I would say yes, just because of the 40% extra attack buff. That seems pretty fucking crazy. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, it's actually not all that. Okay, never mind then. Sag. Sag. I mean, E2 sounds pretty crazy. Ignore a defense pierce, 8% defense pierce or something. Excuse me. Or if you can get the last copy of Perfect Timing to S5 it, just so you can fiddle around a little bit more with your Luocha's gear. I think my Luocha has his own light cone, so I can't run him with the Perfect Timing, I think. Would have been funny if I could, though. Yeah, I got his gacha light cone. I do need to try to get him some better pieces so that Broken Keel can start giving the crit damage bonus. Because unfortunately, he just doesn't have a lot of effect res on his other artifacts. Relics, rather. You don't even want to go over Luocha's signature. To be fair, yeah, Luocha doesn't feel like he absolutely needs his own signature, yeah. And yeah, the whole perfect timing setup with the 100% effect res is just way too good to pass up on, yeah. Like, oh, what's that? Your healer doesn't need to worry about debuffs anymore and can just yeet all the CC debuffs? Like, that is such a powerful ability. Yeah, at that point, if you can manage a perfect effect res setup for your Luocha, yeah, like at that point, like you're good. Like, you don't need anything else, to be honest. Luocha's signature is such a bait. I wouldn't say it's a bait, but you can definitely afford to forego it for something else. Yeah. Perfect-ish to a 100.2%, and it's basically perfect. Eh. The 0.2% is clearly there to annoy you. Why I oughta. Why I oughta. Anyways, chat. Anyways. I think that'll do it for me tonight, chat. I've been streaming for a lot longer than I wanted to. But yeah, it was fun talking with y'all and hanging out and just talking about gacha and random shit. Your favorite piece of brainless sheep is people unironically saying Gallagher is better than Luocha in every situation. Holy shit, that's some copium. I mean, I'm excited for Gallagher because he's gonna be our first fire healer, and like I've been looking forward to one for a while. So like I'm definitely gonna build Gallagher when we get him too. Actually, I should probably prep for Gallagher too. Now that I think about it, if I have the Trailblaze power left over to do so. But yeah, no, Gallagher being better than Luocha. What the fuck are these guys on? What kind of weed are you guys on? Could I perhaps have some of it? Maybe I can take that. Maybe I can smoke some of that weed myself to forget the fact that you know, IRL kind of fucking sucks right now for me. Perhaps. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys. And yeah, thanks, bro, for stopping by and catching a stream. Appreciate it. But yeah, enjoyed my time with you guys, just talking about random stuff, gachas, and all that. I'm gonna go raid Sweetly, so this should be perfect for you, Denzo. And I'll lurk in Miss Sweetly's stream as well for the rest of the night. But yeah, greatly appreciate everybody hanging out. Have had a fun time, even though I streamed for several hours longer than I intended to. But that's okay. I enjoy my time here. But yeah, make sure you follow if you guys haven't already. And we'll see you guys next time. I won't be streaming tomorrow. I'll be busy tomorrow. I think the next time I'll be streaming will probably be on Thursday. So just a heads up. And on Thursday, we'll probably stream Star Rail primarily, I would imagine. Yeah. I'll probably do Pure Fiction, or not Pure Fiction, MOC refresh there and whatnot. So, but yeah, take care, everybody, and we'll catch you next time. Catch you on Thursday. Peace, and say hi to Miss Sweetly for me.